betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Yes.
Yay.
Got it. Thanks, buddy.
It's going to be a great short week.
It's going to be. Thank you. Be with you this morning. If you didn't get up with us yesterday because you were on holiday, we appreciate you getting up with us this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. How you feeling this morning, my friend? How you doing?
I feel good. I'm mourning the loss of Stephon Diggs.
It's
a
official.
little bit.
Yeah.
More so, I'm mourning the loss of the $16.5 million of cap space.
Yeah. Let's get right down to brass tacks.
Yeah.
I'll miss
like
you.
when you miss an ex-girlfriend, what do you really miss?
Yeah, right.
You know,
right.
Yeah, she was kind of a drag in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but
I
in
miss
one
the
way,
consistency of some things.
yes, yeah.
So I miss that. $16.5 million of cap space.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were going to spend it regardless, but it would be nice to have a human being attached to it.
It would. So Stephon Diggs, officially a free agent. The contract voids yesterday, $16.6 million, I believe, hits the cap. It was already baked into a lot of the numbers that you've been seeing out there. I saw Texans cap kind of did a rework of everything yesterday because I didn't realize Foley Fatukasi had a little bit of cap lagniappe on his contract as well, I guess. I saw his name popping up. So I guess you do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, and according to Texans cap, they're sitting there with couple or $3 million in cap space, somewhere in there right now. Yeah.
Boy, with inflation, it's hard to buy. It's hard to buy a good football player for $3.5 million in free agency these days.
Yes. Yeah. Zach Bond, $3.5 million to the Eagles, though. Never say never. You know, there's always.
Oh, that's a really good point.
You know.
Yeah, Zach Bond, all pro.
Yeah.
1-year contract.
Happens all. Team, it's littered with $3.5 million journeymen.
Zach Bond is now the Arian Foster of the veteran free agency.
Yeah, it kind of is.
For the rest of Houston Texans history, people will look at every undrafted free agent and say, "Hey, Arian Foster."
Yeah.
And now every journeyman linebacker on a 1-year deal in free agency is going to be like, "Hey, Zach Bond."
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you got to do.
That's all you got to do, man.
Pull off a Zach Bond.
That's it. So Diggs is gone. So now we're at a point now then where, okay, the wide receiver situation for the Texans feels very real right now. You know, it's Nico and it's some young guys who haven't done a really good job of getting open, and it's a lot of free agents.
Yeah, it's Nico and basically what you've had in the playoffs at times. Going back to the Ravens game last year where it was Nico and Robert Edwards and Xavier Hutchinson and a couple other guys, Robert Woods, excuse me, and guys like that. Now, you know, there's the hope for the upside perhaps that you get more out of Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie with a new offensive coordinator, but that's still a bit of a flyer.
Yep.
You know, neither one of those guys have urgent athleticism.
Yeah.
So I do feel like you need a bona fide number 2 at some point. Mm-hmm. And barring Tank Dell coming back ridiculously fast from multiple knee injuries, it's something either through the draft or in free agency that you got to fill. I just want at least one more veteran guy to prove it. It doesn't have to be T. Higgins.
No.
I don't need to go spending money on T. Higgins.
No, T. Higgins, and it looks like the Bengals may franchise tag him again and try to trade him. So that's and I see all these people on social media like, oh, poor T. Higgins is getting franchise tagged again. Oh, poor T. Higgins. I'm
Stop being injured all the time.
Well, he's getting like $25 million guaranteed or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it ain't, you know, they didn't just kick him to the curb and hand him a bunch of food stamps. Like he's going to get paid a lot of money, and the Bengals want to extract value out of it. And by the way, if I see any players complaining about it, I'm like, go to your union. Like, you guys agree to this franchise tag every year.
Yeah, listen, NFLPA, of which I was once a member, in which I still get benefits from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys are the worst union in sports. You guys can't do a single damn thing when it comes time to negotiate a CBA without guys spouting off on media about like, no, this is dumb.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball, you never hear a peep out of anybody.
No.
They are aligned. They do. Guys like Bregman, you'd love for your Major League Baseball players to be unselfish.
Right.
I do, and take the hometown discount. There is genuinely a part of that union where they feel like I kind of owe it to everybody else to get the most money possible. So whether you agree with that or disagree with it, they are aligned in a way that football, which is the ultimate team sport, requires cohesion amongst 53 players.
Right.
You got to get them all working in unison. When it comes to actually operating on their own, they go, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'll chill. Okay, don't make me play 21 games in a season. Take whatever you want. Take whatever you want.
Dude, can you imagine if – that's a great point about the baseball players union, about how they are kind of all for one and one for all. If it had gotten out that Bregman rejected an offer for $40 million a year from the Boston Red Sox, like if he had stayed here or if he'd gone to the Cubs, and it gets out that Bregman rejected $40 million a year from the Red Sox. You're right. There would have been guys would have been angry with him.
There's pressure from the boy. How do I make an analogy to the Nuremberg trials here without going viral for all the wrong reasons? But I'm okay. This. So I'm watching this documentary on Hitler, and it's a 6-part episode, a 6-part series on Netflix, and it's pretty good. It's tough with anything World War II. You can do 6 episodes on something, and the entire time I'm being the annoying one sitting next to Brandy saying, well, they kind of glossed over this really important thing.
Well, you're a historian. That's okay.
But it's World War II.
That's true.
It's big.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm watching the Nuremberg guys, the Nuremberg pals.
Right.
I think there were 21 that were there at the first set of trials.
Yeah.
And they get up to give their closing their final statements, defending themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about trying to put myself in their situation.
Yeah.
And wondering, none of those guys, none of them just flat out said, I was totally innocent. They tried to blame Hitler as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's easy. He's dead. But I wondered how much, just being there next to all your compatriots there's a social pressure there to the point where even to save yourself, you'd have to stand up with the 20 other guys standing right there, where none of them really went all in on trying to blame others or anything. Man, that's admirable is not the right word. I think it's a show of just the way humans operate.
Yeah. That's
so likewise with the union, you got to think okay, you expect one guy to go out and just act on his own, but there's just so much pressure within that union to do right by the union.
Yeah.
And the NFL is just simply not that way.
Yep.
Which the one thing about baseball though that's cool from the fan perspective is that they play their contracts out.
Yes.
It's very, very rare for you to hear a guy agitating to get out of his contract or even agitating to get traded. And a lot of that comes from the union just being in lockstep saying, listen, we want to extract maximum contracts. We got to be sure that the owners feel comfortable that they're going to get the length of this service out of them.
Dude, it's funny because when we're kind of all over the place in this segment, but it's interesting.
What are you talking about?
No.
We went to 1945 and back. That's all.
We did. We went to World War II and back. But to your point, one of the big news items in baseball yesterday was Mike Trout is moving to right field. He's for the Angels. The Angels are moving him to right field to preserve him. Mike Trout, as banged up as he's been the last several years, and if this were another sport, Mike Trout would probably, and maybe he still does, maybe he puts together a great first half of the season. He's not in a great position to demand a trade, but that type of player, guy who's been a marquee guy, Mike Trout's played in 3 playoff games his entire career. He's been in the league for 13 years. He's been arguably over that time the best player. I know the last few years he's only played half the games, but over the course of that footprint of his career, you can make an argument he's been the best player in baseball. And you're right, you don't hear about that a lot in baseball, guys agitating for stuff like that.
So the other, if people are wondering, don't worry, we're not going back to Nuremberg. If you're wondering about what's available out there, the marquee free agents as wide receivers.
Yeah.
There's T. Higgins, which again, I don't think the Texans are in a position where they have to go all in on trying to get T. Higgins.
No.
But it's not. There's flaws with all of these guys, but Chris Godwin would be the next one after T. Higgins. Then you get to Amari Cooper. Stephon Diggs is the 4th ranked by PFF. DeAndre Hopkins right after Stephon Diggs. Marquise Brown.
Okay.
There's an excitement level to Marquise Brown in terms of he's not the perfect guy or the perfect all-around wide receiver, but he adds a speed element.
He does.
That could really. Marquise Brown might be the sweet spot.
Yeah, because he's not going to be super expensive. I mean, think about that. Think about this. I mean, this is how thin the free agent market is a wide receiver. Think about what DeAndre Hopkins looked like in the playoffs. Like, he was a non-factor. He a total non-factor. In the post, largely a non-factor as a Chief, except for a few games where I remember coming in on Monday like, thanks a lot, Titans, for giving them DeAndre Hopkins. He is headed way more towards being a non-factor. He's 5th on the PFF list. He's 5th among wide receivers. Diggs is 4th, and he missed half the season last year with an ACL. So it's kind of slim pickings, but you're right, Seth. If there are certain things that guys do well, and that's what Nick Caley told us, he takes what guys do well and accentuates those things. It's about putting guys. It's not running the West Coast offense. It's not that press conference. They tried really hard to try to get him to admit to a label for his offense, and he wouldn't. You're right. Yeah. If you find certain guys on this list, it's not so much about where they're ranked. It's about what they bring to the table for the Texans.
Right. With Marquise Brown, like the 4.27 40 is a pretty good illustration of just he's fast and he's not a complete and total and everything you want in a wide receiver, but they need speed out there. They need speed in the wide receiving core other than Nico Collins.
Yeah, Diggs is 4th. His free agent comparison is Pierre Garçon in 2017. I think you're making me go back and look at Pierre Garçon's contract.
Pierre Garçon's last year would be 2018.
Yeah.
He was 30 or 30. I think he was coming off an injury at the time. Remember he had those – did he have a quad issue? Whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, so it's not a super, super enticing group of wide receivers that when you start talking about obvious second – tier guys.
That's
or
right.
Second, wide receiver 2 on your roster.
Good way to put it. Yep. All right, we're off and running. So Stephon Diggs' contract, we talk Nick Caserio tomorrow at 7:30 on the show. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. We'll ask about that and a whole lot. We got a lot to get to. I was thinking about that yesterday, man. We got a lot to get to with Nick Caserio tomorrow, so we're looking forward to the GM coming back on the show with us at 7:30 on Wednesday. Make sure you put that in your calendar. Up next, boy, Seth touched on this yesterday, the Rafael Devers situation in Boston. Apparently he was just kind of side-eyeing the whole Bregman press conference for good reason. He ain't giving up third base for the Boston Red Sox. We got some good stuff, some juicy drama for a former Astro coming up next. Also a quick reminder that we've got the big Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Listen up right now if you want to qualify to win a trip to Vegas. Listen for an hour each day to us, Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app. You could win a trip to Circa in Vegas to watch the college basketball tournament in their big sports book, amazing sports book, their stadium swim as well, that ultimate experience. You're going to have an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're there. Download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love that something you took notice of yesterday, Seth, or you saw an article about, and we highlighted it on the show a couple of times. It's turning into something, and that's Rafael Devers ain't giving up third base in Boston for Alex Bregman. So
I had tweeted it and said drama, and the article where after Bregman's press conference on Sunday, was it, that one of the writers up in Boston said, Devers was just kind of walking around. A lot of players were sitting at Bregman's press conference, but Devers was kind of walking around, and we wondered, they haven't really officially said that Bregman's playing second base yet.
No.
And I tweeted about it, and somebody very, very arrogantly underneath it said, he's going to be the DH, drama over. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. No. The drama would increase.
The drama would increase indeed. So Rafael Devers did media yesterday, a day after Alex Bregman was in. The new member of the Boston Red Sox. We don't know if it's at third base. We don't know if it's at second base yet. We'll hear from Alex Cora on that in just a minute. But Bregman, it's worth noting he was working out at third base yesterday. So that's neither here nor there yet. It's still February, so we'll see. But Rafael Devers is not giving up his spot at third base. Three-time All-Star. He's played third base for the Red Sox since 2017. He's not nearly the defensive player that Alex Bregman is. We should point that out. Bregman is elite. Devers, through an interpreter, said, quote, "Third base is my position. It's what I play. I don't know what their plans are. We had a conversation. I made it clear on what my desires were. Whatever happens from here, I don't know." So that was through an interpreter. He said that. He was much more blunt when he was asked. He was able to understand this question without the interpreter, Rafael Devers. Hey, how about DH?
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No. No.
This is a broke-down version of Derek Jeter not moving off of shortstop.
Yes.
Derek Jeter, ultimate team guy who refused to relinquish his position for a better shortstop in A-Rod or ever. I will never stop playing shortstop, even though I'm not actually all that good at it.
Yeah. No.
Hey,
all he heard was DH. You know what I mean? Everything else is the Peanuts teacher. Like, want, DH, want. No. Need an interpreter for that one.
After I just got off, after we just finished talking about how, Major League Baseball is probably, of the three sports that we cover here in Houston, that is probably the one where players are least likely to agitate for trades or hold out on their contracts when they have an existing contract.
Yeah.
Devers might be that exception,
He may be. So here's Alex Cora, Red Sox manager, former bench coach for the Astros. He's got his buddy Bregman back with him now, and this is Cora kind of trying to fend off the media about this Devers decision that will ultimately need to be made.
Like I said a few days ago, decisions are going to be made here about roster construction and what we're going to do in the future, and we're going to make sure we have the best team possible out there, and he has a lot of pride. We know that, and he feels like he's a third baseman. He's going to work out as a third baseman, and then we're going to make decisions accordingly, But I think here it's not about Bregman or Devers or Cora. It's about the Red Sox, right? And whatever decision we make is for the benefit of the team.
That sounds familiar.
So Bregman's going to have to try to wage a charm campaign against Devers and befriend him and smooth things over with his Spanglish, whatever command he has of his Spanish language,
That's true,
just
Bregman,
really kiss up the Devers,
Yeah. How do you think this thing? I mean, it's one day in, and we don't cover the Red Sox on a daily basis. We're just covering this thing from afar.
I just love it. I like the drama. It's almost, you know what? This is making it easier. It's my son Bregman.
Yes.
I am. Your wife's in the executive MBA program at Harvard.
Yeah.
Oh, how fancy is that? You're hated by your teammates.
Yeah.
How you like that, Bregman?
Oh, dude.
You know where you were loved by your teammates? You know where nobody was upset that you were playing third base? With the Houston Astros. Houston Astros, we love Bregman. We will never make him try to move off of third base. Houston Astros, we're not the Red Sox. You get everything you deserve, Bregman.
Can you imagine if he tries to curry favor with Rafael Devers by giving him some of his janky-ass salsa? Like, here, Rafael, here's the salsa. No.
He brings it in a gift basket.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have good confetti in it. It's like the plasticky Easter egg basket. Yeah.
Yep. All three ratchet flavors of it. And Devers is like, no.
Throws it against the wall. There's nothing worse to clean up than salsa on the wall either.
Devers twists the jar open, gets out a spoon, takes one bite of it, and he says, no. Dude, I'm with you.
This situation is worse than Alex Bregman's salsa.
It is. It's not about the $40 million. It's not about third base. His salsa sucks. But I'm with you on one thing that you just said there. I hate losing guys in any sport here, whether they get traded away, whether they leave in free agency. Like, if you get attached to them, it's tough. And even if you're unattached to them when they get traded, like a certain quarterback that got traded a few years ago, I can deal with losing guys as long as they're going somewhere where we can watch a really good soap opera about them.
And there was some drama when Osweiler went to, okay, I know you were talking about Deshaun. I'm thinking of Osweiler when he went to the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
Osweiler, there was drama there. Because remember, Joe Thomas basically told everybody he thought that Osweiler was going to be the starting quarterback, and it was, because the Browns had to make a show of looking like it was a legitimate trade for a while.
Right.
So they acted like Osweiler was going to be their starting quarterback, because if not, without getting too complex about it, there were reasons that the NFL shouldn't have allowed that trade, but that's neither here nor there.
It had never been done before, yeah.
Right, well, it was a salary dump, which you're not allowed to do in the NFL unless you pretend like like you really want Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, good job, Cleveland. So Bregman getting dropped down in the middle of this Rafael Devers situation. Cool. I got something to follow now with this whole thing. This is good.
How does this play out?
Yeah.
I think the Red Sox players would likely be like, look, Bregman's a much better third baseman than you, Rafael.
Right.
Maybe somebody takes him under their arm and kind of says, hey, Rafael, listen, his salsa sucks. Okay, we get it. He's monotone all the time. You never know if he's happy or angry or sad or just an actual robot. But he's a hell of a third baseman.
Yes.
And for the good of the team, maybe just let's people will love you. Explain to him, like, man, people love the guy who sets aside his own ego and does what's right for the team.
And I get it, Devers, that you're looking to play third base is your thing. There's a pride thing involved, a pride element for sure. But guess what? You get to work way less. All you have to do is hit now. You don't even need to run out onto the field. Like, you just stay in the dugout. We just need you to rake. That's it.
Could extend your career.
Could. Could. Yeah, could. One other cut from Alex Cora here. Chaim Bloom is the name of a former Red Sox executive who's now with the Cardinals.
Stupid name. Sounds like that. I think he was at Nuremberg, too.
So he was a former executive with the Red Sox who apparently promised Devers that third base was going to be his. Like, things were promised, things were said. Here was Alex Cora on that.
Strange between
different people here, right? There's a different leader here. So, Chaim is in St. Louis right now.
Yeah, man.
Oh, is it Chaim? I thought it was Hind.
Okay. Chaim, C-H-A-I-M, Bloom. He's with
C-H?
C-H-A-I-M, yep. Chaim.
Oh, I kind of like that name.
Chaim Bloom. But, yeah, like Alex Cora's like, we ain't respecting old arrangements. Like, it's a mob thing. Like there's a new GM in town, and they ain't respecting old arrangements, okay? That promise was made by somebody who's not in the building. So drama there. Altuve spoke yesterday on the other side of the Bregman drama. On the other side of this drama that we are savoring up in Boston is sad Jose Altuve, who doesn't have his friend Alex Bregman anymore. Here is Jose Altuve yesterday using Alex Bregman.
We lost a big player, obviously, but, we got to focus on the guys that we have here. He's obviously one of the best that ever played in Houston, and we're all going to remember him, and we're going to miss him. but we're also happy for him. He's on a great deal, man. He's, the $40 million is, not a lot of players can get to that, and he got it. So we all, happy for him. And same thing, we got to move on and focus about, the players we have here, keep moving. We have great talent here, great players. We're definitely going to do everything to win. And we'll see Alex down the road when we play in Boston or Houston.
Yeah, so he's Jose Altuve's hero now for getting $40 million a year.
Yeah.
That's, he did right by the
you
union.
can tell. I bet when guys on the team saw that, saw the tweet about the deal, they're like, okay, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. With Altuve too, I think that I don't think he would have had any issues with Bregman. I think he was hoping that. I would imagine he was hoping that by putting some kind of pressure on the Astros themselves, that they'd be the ones that would step in with the deal that blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah, maybe.
And it was. I mean, it's a tough position for Altuve to be in because Altuve signed a reasonable deal with the Astros. That the Astros stretched beyond what they typically would do, but it's not like it's also they didn't really stretch up to the levels of the stupid deals that other MLB teams have done for aging players. So, I think Altuve fight losing battle, or an improbable battle, but he just wanted to give it one last shot.
Yeah, I think so. David in Rice Village on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Did Bregman even think about state income tax and cost of living, or was this just top-line ego? I guarantee he thought about it and did the math and said, oh, wow, my next highest offer is $30 million. I'm getting $40 million. I lived up in that part of the country, David. I promise you the extra $10 million per year that he got well makes up for state income tax and living in Boston.
What's the state income tax? Probably like 9%. I think the highest is usually like 9%.
I think we had a text last week tell us, or maybe a tweet, it said it was 9%, I think, up there in Massachusetts. So, yeah.
So it's an extra, like $3.6 million that it's still above the average per year. And Bregman was more concerned, obviously, with the average per year and the opt-outs than anything else.
Yeah. Well, and the difference in the two offers more than makes up for that part of it, too. He probably thought about it and said, hand me a pen. I thought about it for 3 seconds. $10 million. $40 million a year is way more than $30 million. What's that? State income tax, cost of living? Cool story, bro. Hand me a pen. Here's Altuve yesterday on Bregman's gone. How about the guys that are here now?
A lot of guys coming in and leaving, but I guess that's baseball, man. They're all really good where they are. They all sign great deals. They're all great players and gonna help their team to win. And so it's here. We gotta, kind of move on, and the goal remains the same, which is winning. So we're gonna go ahead and do it.
All right, got to make do with the guys you have.
We're gonna go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna, I don't know. I feel like I've adjusted to the new Astros better than Altuve has. Based on just that's not a criticism of Altuve.
No.
I think it's really, really hard for any of those guys that have been there and have been playing at the absolute apex for multiple years as a team, that this is just it's a brand new environment for him because he was on a team when it was really, really bad, and then he was on the team when it was on the upswing. And it's kind of like when you're, Sean, when you're lifting weights in the off season and you decide to just eat as much as possible. Bulking season, I used to call it. And you get stronger every time you step in the weight room. Man, that's fun. So that was 2015. Even though there was a setback in 2016, it wasn't like the standard hadn't been set high yet.
Yeah.
So they were making progress for those first 3 years, and they win the World Series. And then you're sitting at the absolute mountaintop.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's the Astros now definitively are in an area where you're not running on the fumes of the previous greatness. You're not starting from scratch, but you have been knocked down a peg.
Yeah.
And now you're in a division that's going to be a battleground.
Yep.
And it's an adjustment for Altuve.
No doubt. They are entering the season right now. Well, they'll enter the season in a couple of months. We'll see how spring training goes. But as of right now, the Athletic put out their power rankings yesterday. The Astros are 11th. That's a pretty good baseball team. That's top third. They're close to it. That's not where they're used to being this time. They're used to being fourth or second. Even the last couple of years, they're like sixth.
11th is in that top that top 10% of the middle third. I feel like that's like 8 plus. That's yeah. I don't know if that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think if you're outside of the top third, you're
It's very Yeah.
Eight with an explanation point.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
Yeah. That's about where they are right now. So it's where all the teams are here in town. Quite honestly, they're all like hovering around 10th in the power.
Aight.
They all right. This is Houston. We aight. Yeah, that's it. That's our new slogan. All right, let's. We got a lot to get to. We still got a lot of Astros stuff to get to that we will. Seth and I are going to be headed there next week. This time next week, we'll be in West Palm Beach. We thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us there. We'll be there all week long next week, headed to games, keeping you guys tuned in both here on the show and on social media and through all the other shows as to what's going on with your Stros down in West Palm Beach. So looking forward to that next week. Headlines coming up next. We got Texans headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros and a little bit of MLB as well. But right now I want to talk about
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Start with the Texans. Stephon Diggs, officially a free agent. His contract voided yesterday. The Texans take a $16.6 million cap hit on the money they had shoved into future years. Diggs will be a free agent. I suppose I don't rule out Diggs coming back. This is certainly something we'll ask Nick Caserio about tomorrow, Seth, I would imagine, is looking back at the Diggs trade and looking ahead to see if Diggs will be a Texan again. I'm on the record as saying I would like him back at the right price, and I think most people that's the whole thing. Like, now how much does Stephon Diggs cost? That article that you sent that you put in the rundown earlier that we were touching on in the open, that Diggs, it was a Pro Football Focus list of wide receiver free agents. That Diggs coming off an ACL is fourth on the list, I think, is a real indicator as to how thin that wide receiver group is right now.
Right, for a guy that makes his living with lateral movement and quickness and short area quickness and everything. Yep. I don't want to say it's easier to run fast straight ahead than. And there's a guy in his 30s has a ACL injury, but I think you especially wonder and worry about whether he's going to regain that short area quickness that he's had. And he's been healthy throughout his career, so you don't really have a track record of him coming back from major injuries. But it's not once you get past T. Higgins, guys are either in their 30s or have had a lot of injuries. Chris Godwin's an enticing name. Amari Cooper's an enticing name. Marquise Brown is an enticing name. But that's pretty much the top tier of wide receivers out there in free agency.
Yep. You mentioned T. Higgins. In Cincinnati, they're trying to pull off something that you would not pick the Bengals to be the favorite to do just based on their history, but they are attempting to sign their trio of stars that are looking for new deals. Jamar Chase still has not signed a long-term deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. While Justin Jefferson was getting his last year, we've seen other receivers get paid over the last couple of years. Jamar Chase is looking for a deal. You mentioned T. Higgins. Looks like he might get hit with the franchise tag again, which would be a one-year, $26 million deal. They'd have till July 15th to get him done. And then Trey Hendrickson, who I believe led the league in sacks. He was definitely leading the league in sacks late in the season. Their defensive end, who they signed in free agency, who's been a great signing for them. He's been a huge success story as a free agency signing. He's a free agent again. So they're trying to get – I don't know if he's a free agent, but they're trying to get a long-term deal done with all three of those guys. The
Bengals are not as stingy as they used to be. And really starting with this group and this team that's been competitive with Joe Burrow, actually starting before a year or two before, more liberally, DJ Reader was one of the first guys that they started to spend money on. Yep. And yet they now find themselves in the position of having drafted too well and having, because you got to retain all these guys, and they're going to have to retain all those guys. They're going to have to step up a weight class in terms of how much money they're willing to spend.
Yeah. Hendrickson has a year left on his deal, but obviously he's somebody that they want around for the long term. So I wonder how much of this, Seth, is Joe Burrow going on all those podcasts and interviews on Radio Row and talking about, he's kind of putting pressure on the Bengals. We kind of dogged him a little bit about it. It's like, hey, bro, they made you the highest paid quarterback. This is what happens when you have the highest paid quarterback on your team.
Hey, you know that guy that you can't beat there, Pat Mahomes? He lost Tyreek Hill after they paid Pat Mahomes.
That's right.
Or was it whatever the timing was? Like they had to make room, and you have to do more with less. If you're a genuinely great quarterback, that's what you do.
Yep.
Tell me all of the incredible draft picks and expensive free agents that Tom Brady had through the years.
Yeah, exactly.
It's if you think you're that guy, quit bitching about your own team not spending money and just go out and play football.
Yep. Shifting to the Astros, spring training.
Excuse my language, kids. Never use that kind of language.
Spring training underway, unless you're really angry. Then use it. The Astros, spring training underway. Jose Altuve met with the media yesterday. Here's Jose Altuve on losing Alex Bregman. But Alex Bregman got a really good deal, he says.
We lost a big player, obviously, but, we got to focus on the guys that we have here. He's obviously the best that ever played in Houston, and we're all going to remember him, and we're going to miss him. But we're also happy for him. He signed a great deal, man. He's, the $40 million is, not a lot of players can get to that, and he got it. So we all, happy for him. And same thing, we got to move on and focus about, the players we have here, keep moving. We have great talent here, great players. They're definitely going to do everything to win, and we'll see Alex down the road when we play in Boston or Houston.
Yeah, we'll see Alex down the road when they play in Boston and Houston. I don't know the dates in Boston. I know the dates in Houston where Bregman, the one time the Red Sox come to play at Daikin Park, whatever it is in August. August 11th, 12th, and 13th. It's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that'll be your chance to see Alex Bregman here. It's way more interesting on the Bregman side of things than it is losing Bregman here. Like, Bregman has stepped into a situation in Boston where, and he's not causing any of the drama. It's Rafael Devers, the third baseman for the Red Sox, who said yesterday, you pointed out yesterday, Seth, that there were several Boston reporters, there were people noting that Devers was one of the few Red Sox who wasn't there watching intently Alex Bregman's press conference.
Yeah.
He was just kind of lurking.
Yeah.
Kind of side-eye looking over
and they
at
were
it.
wondering because the organization hadn't yet said that Bregman was going to second base or anything like that. And then Devers later the next day would very emphatically say, no way, no how, not going to second base, not going to DH.
Yeah, he's not moving off of third base. And they asked him, and he said all these things through an interpreter. The one thing he didn't say through an interpreter was when he was asked about moving to DH.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
No.
He didn't. Did the interpreter even have a chance to explain, to translate, or did he just hear DH and he said no?
It was funny because if the cut kept going, because I saw a few different versions of it.
Yeah.
The one I sent to Ben didn't have this on it. But the reporter who asked the question was like, don't need an interpreter for that one, huh? And Devers kind of laughed and nodded his head. It's funny. I would, if you're interested in the drama on the Boston side of things, I find it fascinating because Alex Cora is going to have to manage. Like he's the manager. He's literally going to have to manage this thing. Go find the cuts, the videos of Devers answering questions with his interpreter. The look on Devers' face the whole time, he looks very agitated the whole time. He's not hiding his emotions.
And remember, Devers is a guy I've always enjoyed playing against because he seems like a happy-go-lucky, fun guy.
Yeah.
He kind of jokes around with the pitchers, the Astros pitchers and whatnot. I feel like for him to be adamant like that is probably a shock to a lot of people. Maybe. I don't know. I'm judging this based completely on just watching him play.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a real diva behind the scenes. He's not a good third baseman is the whole thing.
No.
This isn't even okay, Jarek Jeter was overrated as a shortstop, but it's not like he should have played third base and A-Rod should have played short. But I mean, Devers is not a good fielder. He's had one season in his career where he's had a positive run value on defensively. He's not good. And for him to just stand his ground when there's clearly a better option for third base, this could get dramatic, man.
Well, Seth, I mean, it's not something they're going to have to deal with for a long time in Boston. I mean, Devers is only signed through 2033.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll become a better fielder with time. I'm sure.
Signed an 11.
He's only been in the majors for about 8 years now.
He's going to be making $31 million a year in his age 34, 35, and 36 seasons. It's the opposite of Altuve's contract.
This is a weird thing about Devers. If I had the inclination to do this, maybe one of our listeners already knows this. So he's at a negative run value as a fielder every year except one, in which in 2019 he was plus 13. So he was remarkably good for one year and then just bad the rest of them.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's weird. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. We're a little light on actual headlines, but we are heavy on actual content. And a reminder too: today is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. Chance to win a 4-pack of tickets next hour to Bun B's birthday bonanza. Yes, that's on March 7th, Friday, March 7th. So on Rodeo, your chance to win tickets to that coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon loves him some D'Amico Ryans. Joe Mixon was on Josina Anderson's podcast, and if you want to get a gauge for what the guys think of their head coach behind the scenes, this will get you feeling good about that. I want to talk about
here on Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Got some good stuff coming up, man. We've got Pettycast coming up at 8 o'clock. I've got almost a mini Pettycast I want to do even before then. We've got audio from WEEI talking about the Bregman Devers situation. Good catch on that one, Seth. Nice job. We'll have that for you guys in about 20 minutes.
I've been stalking Boston media ever since I realized there was drama with Alex Bregman in his new spot.
Yes, and Bregman's not even causing it. He's causing it by being excellent at third base. That's how he's causing
it by being a much better third baseman than the incumbent third baseman.
Yes.
Rafael Devers, incredible at the plate.
Yep.
Awful at third base.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good at hitting.
But doesn't want to stop playing third base.
Yes, sir.
Sean, can you imagine? Can you imagine if you were offered a job, or no, you're doing your current job, but they were like, hey, by the way, we want to totally keep paying you the same thing you're doing, but the thing that you're worst at, you don't have to do anymore.
Right.
We just don't want you to do it anymore. Like, it'd be like if they hired, I don't even know what you're bad at, Sean, not much. But like whatever that thing might be, you say it, you name it. Praise yourself.
I'm probably like making sure, like I'm still really not good at. I would love to get good at like pushing out the stuff on social media that I need to. I'm not
okay.
great
Hey, Sean,
at that.
this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We just hired one of the best social media managers in the nation, and he's going to take over all of that for you. And you're like, no. Sean tweets his own tweets.
Right.
No. You can still compose the tweets, but he's going to put it out on multiple different platforms. He'll do video editing for you and everything. And you, as Rafael Devers, are basically saying, no. I will keep doing that thing that I'm awful at.
I'm awful at. Yeah, that's the best part, is that I'm bad at it, or I need improvement. Oh, my God. It's crazy. Well, so we'll have some good Boston audio on that coming up a little later on in this nice long segment. Appreciate you getting up with us. Payne and Pendergast with you on and was on with Josina Anderson. She has a podcast, and Joe Mixon was on with her and had some interesting thoughts on D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if any of this is super surprising, but I love hearing it. You're trying to feel good about the team going into the offseason here. Here was Joe Mixon when Josina Anderson asked him about just thoughts on playing for D'Amico Ryans. And we should remind people that when Mixon first came to the Texans, Mixon was getting ready to get cut by the Bengals. The Texans said, no, don't cut him. Here's a seventh rounder. We'll take him. We'll extend him. We'll give him a contract. But if you recall, like Joe Mixon, first press conference and everything, like he was very skittish, like he was.
It was like he had just been dropped down in an alien land.
Yeah.
Like aliens had plucked him up with a tractor beam and plucked him into a new universe, and he was still trying to get his bearings.
Yeah.
Like he didn't realize he was on the trading block necessarily,
right.
And then all of a sudden he gets picked up and dumped somewhere else.
That he's not super familiar with, and he's played his whole career in Cincinnati. He's been to a Super Bowl in Cincinnati. He was part of a resurgence there, so pretty jarring, but D'Amico Ryans made it all better for him. Here's his thoughts on D'Amico.
Since day one, when I walked in the door, when I met D'Amico, I talked to him on the phone very briefly, like the same day over the trade, like very briefly. And at this point, like honestly, like I said, when I got that call, like I'm not hearing nothing. I'm still trying to process, like, damn, this really happened. Like, this really went on. Walked in day one, I got the biggest handshake, hug, and I'm like, damn, like, I ain't, it's been
I thought there was a different vibe.
Like, I'm like, bro, like, and I grew up a Niners fan.
Okay.
Because I'm from the Bay.
Okay.
So I didn't see D'Amico when he was just an assistant over there.
Yeah.
He was a linebacker coach.
Mm-hmm.
Then he became a coordinator. Obviously, from afar, I'm a fan, but I rock with my team.
Right.
But like I said, when I walked in the building and I got that handshake, hug,
it felt real.
And after that conversation that we had, it was real. Like you say, it was real. And since that day, since that moment, like me and D'Amico been like this.
Okay, so what's cool about that?
He did the fingers crossed thing.
Oh, he crossed his fingers
like
this.
Yeah, we were like this. Yeah.
That hasn't been hijacked by some niche on. So okay, all right.
I don't
good.
think it's racist.
We can get away with doing this without getting canceled.
As far as I know,
right.
Joe Mixon did it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I never know what hand signals.
I know. I just
anymore.
keep fists. That's all I do.
Yeah. Okay. So the cool thing about that story is immediately it made me think of the opposite end of that spectrum. Is okay, Joe Mixon's being brought into the organization. My final year with the Texans, my 10th year in the NFL, was when DeMeco was a rookie. And I got injured early in that season, so I only got to spend a little bit of time with DeMeco before I got injured. And then at the end of the year, I told both Rick Smith and Gary Kubiak that I felt like some things were messed up in the way things were being operated on defense. In such a way that I figured, all right, I'm coming off an ACL. I'm going into my 11th year. I'm probably getting cut by having this conversation, but I had to say it.
Yeah.
I felt that there were some things that Richard Smith, the defensive coordinator, was doing that were just bleeped up. And I told Rick Smith that I thought a certain way he handled the situation was bleeped up. And I'm like, all right, I'm probably going to get cut. And lo and behold, I was cut. It was good. It was one of my first accurate sports predictions. And but I was away from Houston when I got cut. And then it wasn't going to work out for me to go pick up my stuff and everything for another few weeks. So by the time I showed up in Houston to pick up my stuff, it was it was weird because I had to park in the visiting lot, which I'd never done before, and I'm feeling very conspicuous walking in, just uncomfortable walking in. I don't know what the hell this is. I'm probably going to be treated like a postal employee and have a psychotic postal employee or something. And as I'm walking in, DeMeco was walking out of the building, and I saw him. I was like, "Oh, it's DeMeco," and I was going to congratulate him on having a really good rookie season.
Rookie of the year.
Tell him just how cool it was that he had done what he'd done, and he immediately became, because I'm thinking I'm the older grizzled veteran, probably going to retire soon, and it was the exact opposite. DeMeco was came up, he was like, "Hey man, how are you doing?" And just all that. DeMeco, and I remember being kind of blown away by just how sincere he was about it, and just I felt oh wow, I don't know if DeMeco even remembered me.
Yeah.
And he's really just inquiring about me and everything, and it was one of those little moments where you realize, okay, this kid's just wired differently than not just other players but other people.
Yes.
I think that first impression that Joe Mixon got is probably the first impression a lot of guys get from DeMeco.
That's a great story, man. That is
and then I went in and I tore everybody a new one.
That's right.
No, it was
Then
cool.
I went in and trashed everybody's lockers. And you know who was first? DeMeco Ryans.
I kicked over everything that was kickable.
That's right. You're not going to pander to me, rookie. I'm going to rip your locker in two.
I went in with crazy eyes. I wanted to put everybody on edge.
So that's interesting. So you had been cut, but you were going back to the building to get your stuff. Do they walk you through with a security person?
No. I knew. I knew.
Not that you would need it. I'm just curious if there's protocols.
Yeah, I don't know what the policy was or anything, but it is a weird situation, And I had been intending to get in there at 6 a.m., but I didn't get there until 9 a.m. It wasn't the official offseason program yet, but there were a lot of people in there.
Because there's nothing analogous to that in the real world. If somebody gets fired and they just randomly show up 3 weeks later at the building.
But I was an original Texan. Yeah. I'd been there the whole first 5 years.
You should be allowed to. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you were working in accounting or something like that.
I too, I kind of had a Will Anderson approach to things. I always felt it was really important to be, really, really nice and good to all the people in the building.
Yeah.
So at the very least that I got the karma paid back there, and that for 20 minutes of time when I wanted to go get my satchel of stuff, they treated me with dignity.
Did you have a lot of stuff in there you had to get? Did you have a...
No, it was all just Jay Brunetti, the equipment manager, had it all organized.
Oh, that's
for me.
nice.
Just personal clothing and stuff like that.
Yeah. Here's more from
my
Joe.
list of people to kill, all that.
We didn't have iPhones at that time. Otherwise you'd have a note on your iPhone with that. Now Seth had it handwritten, tucked in his locker.
We did old school.
Old school. Okay, here's Joe Mixon. This is more Joe Mixon with Josina Anderson. The biggest thing that he loves, the thing he loves most about D'Amico Ryans?
One thing that I love about D'Amico more than anything is that he's a player coach, and he don't care who you are on the team. If you doing your thing, he gonna let you know. But also,
however,
if you ain't doing your thing, like, he gonna let you know too, in front of everybody. So it ain't like nobody's.
He don't discriminate. Equal opportunity critic.
For real, straight up. But like I said, I mean, to be real, like I ain't never seen a coach that just love their players like the way he do. You know, everybody, when somebody make a play, he jumping up and down. It's just almost like, I'm sure he like, damn, I wish I was out there. But he getting his love and joy through us. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like I said, since day one, you know, came through here, and D'Amico just been everything. Like, when I say everything, like, the man really a national treasure for real. Like, so, you know, I'd be long gone, I hope, before he ever even think to leave his spot. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, like, everybody on this team, like, they love D'Amico. The culture he brought in here, the way he got them boys working, the way that players show up every day to work.
There you go.
Yeah. So, national treasure.
National treasure. Totally agree.
Now, this is the thing, and this is where I always get agitated, as you know, when people start thinking that this coach is too afraid to tear into guys, or this guy's too afraid to, you know, lambaste him or whatever. Like, the flaw in that thinking, and it's a problem with coaching at every single level, is that typically, if you've got the right kinds of guys on a team, you might have a few guys that do, like, respond well to getting torn into or what have you. But the problem is, usually when football coaches are screaming at an entire team, it's a message that's meant for, like, 3 people, and everybody else gets the brunt of it. Yeah. It's like you've got 20 doves, 20 endangered doves, and 1 pigeon in the middle of them. So to kill that pigeon, you blast the whole flock with bird shot.
Right.
You know, it's usually a few guys. The vast majority of guys on a football team or any sports team anywhere really want to do the right thing, and it's a matter of, man, sometimes just being corrected in front of the entire squad is enough, and without vitriol or anything, but just being coached specifically and sometimes aggressively, but in front of everybody, that's enough to motivate guys. And if you find yourself always screaming at an entire team, it just starts to fall on deaf ears.
Yes.
You just get you get a callous about it,
Yep.
you know. And I think with D'Amico, he's somewhere in between. I would put Pete Carroll at one end I'd put Tony Dungy at one end of the spectrum, and then Bill Belichick at the other.
Yep.
But Pete Carroll's also more on that kind of more soft-spoken side of things.
Monotone, yeah.
Yeah, in the NFL, and in sports in general, but especially in pro sports, the ultimate hammer is that if you don't do your job, you're getting cut.
Yep.
You're going to be out on the street.
Yep.
And that's all. That was always Pete Carroll's approach, was like, listen, I don't need to yell and scream at guys. I just create a culture where everybody knows that they're always competing for their job. And if you got the right kinds of guys in there, they're going to respond when you explain to them, no, this isn't good enough. And if you got guys who want to keep their job, hearing and being explained that, okay, I need to be better, that's enough motivation for them. And I think D'Amico does a good job of, like, coaching very energetically and very aggressively, but just because it's not with the tone of voice that they do in the movies or that they do in Marine Corps boot, not effective.
Yeah, I love what you laid out there. I love what Joe Mixon just said in that second cut that we played, because there was a point in the season, Seth, and I think it was probably about the time where the offensive line was just cratering, like right in the middle of the season, where Texan fans started to get frustrated. They started out 6-2, and then all of a sudden they're 6-4, and they're coughing up leads to the Lions, and that's when that's when a lot of Texan fans really wanted some degree of change, or they wanted D'Amico to turn into this different type of D'Amico. And there was this notion from some of the fan base that D'Amico was way too buddy-buddy with everybody. You know, that he's just too friendly and too positive, and he needed to do some of the things you're talking about some coaches doing, which I need him to get angry and rip into everybody. I liked hearing that from Mixon, and I never thought that it wasn't the case. but that there's the D'Amico who will heavily praise you when you're doing well, and then there's the D'Amico that will make sure that you don't do, or at least best effort to make sure you don't do the wrong things again.
Well, remember the Lions game when Aziz Alshire had been in the hospital with a flu like 2 days prior to the game, and he went out, and the first series was rough. I think the first 2 series may have been rough. And the story that emerged afterwards was simply that D'Amico told Aziz, "Listen, I can't keep you out there if you're going to be playing like that." And then it flipped the switch in Aziz. Then and Aziz, nobody's ever going to accuse Aziz of not caring or what have you. But D'Amico, it wasn't the entire defense that needed to be ripped into or anything better in that moment, and he ended up playing better in the game. And that kind of more, again, shooting the pigeon with a rifle so you don't kill all the other doves, a targeted approach to how you deal with different individuals. That's a skill in coaching, and I think D'Amico's very, very good at that.
Yep. People weighing in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. That was Seth's "Who's coming with me" moment when he went back in the building. Like Jerry Maguire.
Like Jerry Maguire.
Yeah. Seth went back to get his goldfish and his calculator, and he went into the cubicles there with all the regular workers. He's like, "Who's coming with me? I'm going to start my own football team, and it's going to be great. Who's coming with me?" And
I walked out with the third string long snapper. Yeah.
Yes, the Renee Zellweger of the team, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's funny. Seth went back with a checklist. My list of people, my lipstick, and my track shoes. Seth doesn't have lipstick
What's that
in
a
his
reference
locker.
to?
I don't know. I just found it funny that you had a list of people, lipstick, and track shoes in your locker. That's funny to me.
Hey, whoever texted that, explain the reference there.
Explain it.
I can't pull it up.
This is says, "Hey Seth, as you just told your story about how you were walking to the building, I'm passing by NRG Stadium right now. How ironic. Trice from Rochester is who sent that in. Yeah. East High.
The funny thing about that too is that when you walk in from the visitors lot, I think it's still this. I think the layout is still this way. Maybe it's changed, but the GM's office, the head coach, a lot of the important people are right there. That south club or that south entrance. Yeah. So you're kind of like, I don't know if this guy's. Am I being watched? All right. Is Rick Smith standing there smoking a cigar?
Hands behind his back, just nodding his head, like, yeah. Hey,
it was genuinely very amicable when I got released. I figured it was coming, and Kubiak was always awesome to me. I have zero issues ever with Kubiak letting me go when he did. It was when he called to tell me they were cutting me, it ended up being me giving him a pep talk about what a good job I thought he did that first year. So I had zero animosity for Gary Kubiak.
That's good. If I could pick anybody to cut me or fire me from my job, Gary Kubiak would be very high up the list, I think.
I feel like he, I don't know, he has to cut a lot of people, but I felt like he genuinely felt bad when he cut me. It's kind of, if you're an executioner after a while, it's another head you're lopping off, I would imagine.
Original Houston Texan.
Yeah, but I'd only been with him for less than a year.
I know.
It was.
But he respected the long, rich history of the Houston Texans at that point. 5 years.
When we found out that Kubiak was going to be the head coach, the Broncos were still in the playoffs. And I remember, I think my first quote in the paper that he might have seen was, "I'm kind of hoping they lose so we can get here and get to work."
Well, you're being honest. Hey, man.
I was.
Yeah.
I was honest. I was like, I was like, screw the Broncos. We need Kubiak here.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I hopefully you enjoyed that mix and audio. That was good stuff. I enjoyed that. All right, let's circle back to this Bregman Devers drama up in Boston. Ben, we got the WEEI. All right, so this is the morning show. This is this morning in Boston on our sister station.
And to lay it all out, Devers is flat out saying he doesn't want to move off of third base, even though he's a bad third baseman. I mean, I can remember having a conversation with Brandy about it in a Red Sox series where we were talking about, okay, this is one of the differences between the Astros and the Red Sox.
Yes.
The Red Sox, and if I recall properly, they were having a game where they were sloppy all over the place in the field.
I know the era of Red Sox baseball you're talking about because I remember they were an awful, awful, awful defensive team, like across the board. But Devers was
Even Devers, you're looking at the difference between Devers and Bregman. Like you can see when those two teams played. All right, these are the margins that really matter.
Yes.
So now that guy, we were talking about Devers specifically, and the stats back it up. He's negative run value every year defensively, except for one weird year where he was really good.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense. It's not good for the team that he's playing third base instead of Alex Bregman.
Right.
But he doesn't even want to go to DH.
No,
he's just flat out saying, nope, I'm the third baseman.
He didn't say nope. What did he say, Ben? Do we have
No.
No. We had someone say, don't ever stop playing. Rafael Devers, no.
Hey, Rafael, like Alex Bregman's pasta.
No.
Or no, not pasta. Or salsa. Do you like a salsa?
No.
His pasta sucks, too.
You don't like the chunky salsa?
No.
You don't like the watery salsa?
No.
You don't like the extra spicy salsa?
No.
Dude, Alex Bregman, within 3 weeks, I promise you, is going to have a clam chowder.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be awful. It's going to be
the worst
watery.
It's going to look rubbery ass clam chowder.
It's going to look like spoiled milk. It's going to be terrible.
There's one thing you don't want to screw up either. It's clam chowder.
No.
Because you can die.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got Alex Bregman up there actively trying to kill people with his clam chowder. And, yeah, he is a better third baseman than Rafael Devers.
I'm telling you, that's a possibility that he shifts gears and does clam chowder for 3 years up there. That's not even – you're semi-joking. I can see that happening. All right, so anyways, let's get to WEEI. Greg Hill, Jermaine Wiggins, and Courtney Cox, who probably gets confused for the other Courtney Cox sometimes. But they're the three-person show, morning show up on our sister station, WEEI. This was their conversation this morning about the Alex Bregman, Rafael Devers situation.
Is there anything that is more Boston Red Sox than finally coughing up and deciding to write a check to Alex Bregman and then infuriating your superstar third baseman to the point at which he is calling you publicly liars? Is there anything more Red Sox than that?
You know what? Interesting to me. If you can't perform at the position and somebody can perform better than you, isn't it about the organization trying to get better there? Like, what I get, like, give him a shot, okay, but guess what, Rafi, if you can't get it done, we're going to put somebody there that can get it done.
Well, I mean, he was acting like he had been promised by, I guess, Chaim Bloom, because Alex Cora backed the equipment truck over Chaim Bloom later on,
right?
That he had been promised third base for life or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know.
So this is fun, man.
This sounds like Brandon Cooks with Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
Oh, Brandon Cooks felt like he'd been promised things. I've been promised things, and now it's been pulled out from underneath me.
Yeah.
It's just so weird because whenever I watch Rafael Devers play, he seems like the opposite of a guy who would be – he seems happy-go-lucky. I'm like, oh, man, this is a guy who can hit the crap out of the baseball, but he seems to be having a good time doing it. He's bad at third base.
Yeah.
This would be – it seems like he would be the most amenable to this.
You would think.
And yet, Bregman already causing issues in the clubhouse.
Yes, yeah. Bregman, clubhouse cancer one day in.
This is the guy that was going to – he's Ed Reed. He's Ed Reed at this point. He's the guy that you thought he was going to teach you how to be a championship squad, and now all he's doing is pissing off one of your best players.
Yes. People are weighing in with ideas for Alex Bregman up in Boston. Bregman is probably more qualified to make clam chowder than salsa. He grew up in Albuquerque. Albuquerque's got a Tex-Mex flavor.
That's a racist take, and I'll not allow it.
It's a geographic take. Bregman's trash salsa plays well in the Northeast. That's true. I'm from the Northeast. We do not know good salsa up there. That is very true. He may brainwash some people into thinking that the salsa is actually good.
That old Pace, was it Pace? The old Pace ad where they're looking at the jar and they're like, "Where was it made? New York City."
I remember Pace salsa.
I heard salsa's. I heard Bregman salsa was made in Mexico or in China. It was
tastes like it.
You got an Alibaba.
Someone says that we should play the Jose Altuve "Come Again" clip and the Devers "No" clip back to back. Is that doable, Ben? Is that okay? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I didn't know. If
Get
you
on the ones and twos, Ben.
I didn't know if you had Altuve on the ones and twos.
Crank that crap out.
That's it. Yeah. For those who don't know, the Altuve "Come Again" clip. That was when you and I interviewed him like a year ago.
That's when I asked him about that moment when
Verlander.
Was it in the ALCS in 2017 when Verlander ducked his head back into the clubhouse and was just yelling at the dugout like, "Hey, let's do this." Mm-hmm. He had his shirt off and his shoulder wrapped. And on TV, in my memory, it had played out like an iconic moment. And so I asked Altuve about that moment.
Yeah.
And Altuve said,
"What was that again?"
So I went back and watched it. When you watch it, not a single person was listening.
No, he was
to Verlander.
He was crazy. He's like a crazy person on the median in the middle of the feeder road. Yeah,
there were like equipment staff guys just walking past him, not even paying him any mind at all. Yeah, so of course Altuve didn't know what the hell I was talking about. In my mind, I had built it up into this iconic moment where the veteran leader was just showing how it just like how to just show how to just grit your teeth and go for it.
Seth has been sitting on this question for 7 years. He'd been sitting on this question like, I'm going to get the opportunity to ask Altuve about this someday, and the face of this era of Astros baseball is going to climb on board and tell us how, you're right, Seth, this was the moment that flipped everything for us, that pep talk from Justin Verlander. And instead, when Seth set up and asked the question, he got...
when was that again?
No. You know, that time when Bregman, or that time when Verlander yelled at the entire dugout and not a single person even looked at him. Yeah.
What was that again?
When was that again?
No.
Was that? No. Yeah. Hey, Devers, have you heard about that story in Boston?
No.
If Alex Bregman, if it's ever his turn to give you guys a pep talk, are you even going to be listening to him?
No.
Yeah, exactly. You're mad at him. You're mad at him. All right, so that's how they're feeling about it up in Boston today.
Locker room, clubhouse cancer, Alex Bregman.
That's it, man. That's it.
He'll give you cancer with his salsa, and he'll give you cancer with his ability to play third base.
Texas line Breggy Bomb cream pie. Oh, that would be so fun if he just started pandering to Boston via food. That would be awesome.
Speaking with a Boston accent.
Oh, dude, that would be amazing. That would if Bregman started talking like the guys on Good Will Hunting, that would be incredible.
You know, the thing is, though, if he started speaking with a Boston accent a little bit, people in Boston wouldn't notice it because you never know what you're like. If you grow up in an area, you don't even realize that you sound any different than anybody else.
Yeah.
So it was like when Brian Kelly did it, when he did that weird Southern accent at the pep rally. People that have a genuine Southern accent are kind of like, what sounded weird about that? Like, he doesn't sound, because it doesn't sound to them like they're not going to think, oh, he sounds like us, but they're also not going to think he sounds any different than anybody else necessarily.
I can't believe that. I can't believe you're kind of letting Brian Kelly off the hook here for how bad that accent was a little bit. He was terrible.
Well, no, but from our listeners.
Family.
Yeah, well, because from our listeners' perspective, a lot of them were like, what are you talking about? That doesn't sound weird or anything. It doesn't sound like a Louisiana accent.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Because he's trying to do a Louisiana accent, and he's ended up doing like a stereotypical Southern accent.
Yeah. It was.
I'm here with my family.
Bregman's Boston baked beans. That would be the height of like the pandering right there.
Yeah.
Bregman Boston baked beans, clam chowder, baked beans, Boston cream pie, anything involving lobsters. Yes.
I feel good. I feel right. I feel already.
Yeah, we got to get there.
Even though, again, as he drives a wedge into the clubhouse up there in Boston, it's through no fault of his own.
No.
His only crime is that he's a really good third baseman.
As of right now, that is his only crime. You know, we'll see how he mixes in with his new teammates, but enjoying the drama for sure. I tell you, like we're light on headlines this week. So one of the biggest things that people are still talking about it on TV in the studio here, is this NBA All-Star Weekend. And going back and maybe the best take on this thing so far that I've seen is Kevin Durant, who just tweeted out, like, if everybody hates it so much, why are we doing this? And I'm like, good take. You know what? I mean, I know why. It generates a lot of money in TV. You know, you promised it to TV networks. But it's like the fallout from this is some of the weirdest stuff. Like, it's the biggest topic at NBA All-Star Weekend was what's wrong with NBA All-Star Weekend. Like, including from the actual people covering NBA All-Star Weekend. Yes. Yeah. It's like they had Draymond Green sitting there, like, saying that literally in between the games, you know, because for those who didn't watch it, I know a lot of you did not watch it, they divided all the All-Stars into 4 teams and played like a mini tournament, you know, 2 semis and a final. They divided the All-Stars into 3 teams, and then they took the Rising Stars game winner from Friday and made them the 4th team. And that agitated Draymond to no end. So, like, in between the games, he's like, this is just wrong. And we'll have this in the Pettycast a little bit later. It's just, as I'm watching this, I'm like, I cannot believe this is a professional sports. This is showcase weekend, and you've got announcers talking about how horrible it is. You've got players that are answering questions about them not trying in all the games. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing, especially when it comes back to it. And this is where you and I were talking about it during the break. I mean, the NFL Pro Bowl has turned into a joke as well. Yes. They don't even play football. They play flag football. Yep. You understand it a little bit more. You made the good point that with football, at least, it's the physicality of it all. It's at the end of a season. Like, it makes sense. And it's always been a kind of a modified version of football, even back when guys still cared. It wasn't as violent. Yeah. But with basketball, what's so frustrating is you feel like, wait a second, are you seriously? You can't go out and give me 15 hard minutes. Right. You know, you can't go out and just actually give a damn about a game of basketball in the middle of the season where you've got a week off ahead of time and up to a week off afterwards. It's frustrating. It is, and it got me thinking. Like, has any sporting event like lost its luster as much as NBA All-Star Weekend? You when I asked you that off the air, you brought the Pro Bowl's a great example. I just think there's better reasons for the Pro Bowl being that way, which you just pointed out. But to me, there's no excuse not to go at least half speed playing basketball. Like, these guys they are in first gear in that game, man. I thought there was promise in this format, at least just in that it might be because you create a tournament and people naturally are going to care a little bit more about it versus the veterans and all of that. Yeah. But no. There's nothing they can do to get NBA players to care about playing hard in the All-Star game, and that's what's so weird. Like, when they actually ask a player about, like, well, what do you think? You know, what do you think of this new format? Because they've tweaked the format multiple times now. Remember, like, for a few years they had the leading vote getters trying to do it playground style, like picking their teams and stuff like that. And they're like, well, I get what the league's doing. They're trying to make it more competitive, you know. And it's like, you're the reason it's not you answering this question. You are 1/24th of the reason that this thing is not competitive. I'll tell you another thing too. One of the formats that's been floated out there, I despise myself for why I don't like this format, but they're saying U.S. players versus international players. Yeah. I can't handle the ego blow of the U.S. players getting crushed in an All-Star game by the international players when you've got guys who grow up in war-torn regions, who's like impoverished nations where a lot of people that they grew up with this might be their only opportunity to watch them and everything. Like, no, I don't want that. I can't handle the ego crush to the U.S. just cruising through where all these players from Africa and Europe and Asia at times are just destroying the American team. So you don't even want the game. You're already counting it. You're nervous they're going to lose that game if they ever do that. Yes. Petrified. See, I still think the best. Who are our American-born centers? Yeah, that's a good question. Jokic and Doncic, and they'd be licking their chops, man. Man, where was I going? I had something in my head that I was going to say right there, and it totally escaped me. Someone said on the text page, next segment needs to be 5 Reasons I Hate You, Bregman edition. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I still think, and you got a little taste of it in this All-Star weekend when they let the rising stars actually play in the tournament. Like, that was the one game where there was you felt like, oh, man, I feel a little bit of effort here. I see a little something going on. You know, it moved a little bit.
Yeah.
I still think if they just take the 24 guys they picked for the All-Star game and just literally draw a line age-wise, and it's the olds against the youngs, I think that's got its best chance of making this game salvageable. But I've lost the energy to salvage it. I'm just waiting for the NBA to lose the energy to salvage it as well. But man, what a weird weekend. Steph Curry not participating in the three-point competition in front of his own home crowd is one of the strangest things ever to me.
What was his excuse?
I don't know, but he played in the All-Star game. He has no excuse. The only excuse would be injury. That's the only excuse would be injury. He was the MVP of the All-Star game.
It's ego. It's the same thing that I'm worried about with the U.S. taking on the international squad.
Yeah.
Is exactly what his ego can't handle going up and having a bad performance when he's known as the best 3-point shooter.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app. And you do it for an hour a day, and that's your entry into our Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. If you win, you and 3 friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at Circa, which is they have an amazing sports book there. They've got an amazing stadium swim experience where you can watch all the games literally in the pool, watch all the games on these huge screens out there. It's great. You're going to have $20K in your pocket, you and your 3 buddies. It's you and 3 friends that are going to get to go if you win. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Mock draft injection coming up next. Also, we're giving away rodeo tickets to see Bun B's birthday bonanza in the next segment as well. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. It's Payne and Pendergast. But first, I got to get you guys sleeping better. Got to get you guys some better sleep. That's me snoring right there that you hear.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do our mock draft injection here in just a second. This is a text I got, not on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I got this to my phone. It's from Reggie Atatula, who you can hear 10 to 2 each day with John Lopez on In the Loop. They do a fantastic show. Reggie said, how fair is it to critique Steph? Does he have to compete every single year? He's done 7 of these. He's an 11-time All-Star. Look, I like Steph Curry. Much to the chagrin of many Rocket fans out there, I'm a Steph Curry fan. My issue is with him not doing it in front of his home crowd. You know, he was played up huge as the face of this weekend in San Francisco. He gushed in the post-game press conference after the All-Star game, saying all sorts of things that almost nobody proud about how amazing the weekend was and how this was such a showcase for basketball. There's way more people, it feels like, complaining about that weekend than anything else. But my point is that Steph was, like, vaulted front and center as the host, if you will, like the de facto host of the weekend. So I think him chunking up 25 or 33 pointers for the crowd is not a huge ask.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. What the hell is this?
Been in 7 of them or whatever.
Yeah, come on. Just it's one time. Do it one time.
Come on.
All right. Were you making room for the youngsters? No. This is a league of stars, Steph Curry.
Yes. You're
Damn
one
it.
of them. Yeah.
I will not. And then the gaming of the Chris Paul and
Wemby
and Wembanyama gaming that little skills obstacle course or whatever. That
was just lame.
You know what? I'm doubly offended by that because, for one, all right, it's lame that they tried to game the system, yet at the same time, all right, like, have a better game where the rules don't incentivize you to tank the three-point shooting.
Right.
For those of you who don't know, they got this obstacle course, and there was a time element, but you got points for making.
No. The shots. Here's how it worked. You win by getting the shortest time doing the obstacle course. They have 3 balls in the rack. If you make one, you don't have to shoot the other 2. So making one speeds it up. And so instead, they just figured, well, it's faster for us just to essentially just dump the rack instead of even attempt a shot. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was a stupid rule. They should have foreseen that being an issue. But then when guys in the league where the gather step and everything else is they do everything they got to exploit the rule book to the nth degree.
Yeah.
You can't disqualify guys because they're playing by the rules. You know?
Yeah. And
so
they did.
It violated the spirit of the competition, and yet at the same time, you can't disqualify them for it.
They did. They walked over to them, and they walked over and said, you're disqualified.
The All-Star game has actively made me angrier about the NBA.
Yes, it's what it's done to everybody. It's not been a good showcase, man. All right, you know what you need, Seth? You need a mock draft injection. That's exactly
Give it
what
to
you
me, Sean.
Right into your veins. Yes. All right, let's do it. This is a Pro Football Focus mock draft. We do this. This is our mock draft injection. We do it each and every day at about this time during draft season, and we know what the Texans' needs are. The Texans' needs are interior offensive line, wide receiver, and interior defensive line. That seems to be the general consensus among a lot of the experts, too. Like, if you look at needs, those are the 3. And that's all we've seen them draft so far in these mock draft injections that we've done. So let's do this one here. Let's see what the Texans are picking. Do they pick anybody different than the folks we've seen over the last week to 10 days? With the 25th pick overall in the 2025 Pro Football Focus mock draft, the Houston Texans select Luther Burden III, wide receiver, Mizzou. They say this.
Yeah.
Nico Collins is an established number 1 wide receiver presence on the outside for the Texans, but adding a talented and productive slot receiver would make life easier for C.J. Stroud and make Houston's offense more dynamic and dangerous. Burden played more than 80% of his snaps out of the slot over the past 2 seasons. Dangerous with the ball in his hands, and that is 1,000% true. He is a really good football player.
Yeah, and he's I've heard people compare him to Kadarius Toney, but a more polished version. Not on the temperament side.
Less
Don't worry about
psychopathic
that.
version, yeah.
Yeah. And actually, on that side, on the swarm side of things, he's eager to block. He shows a tenacity when he's blocking, which is a little bit hard to reconcile with, though, too, that his drops tend to increase when there's footsteps nearby. So it's I don't know. He shows plenty of toughness when it comes to wanting to block and do all those things.
Yeah.
But he tends to either lose focus and concentration, or in traffic, just he's not as sure-handed. But he plays in an offense where he doesn't really have he's got a pretty limited route tree, and the vast majority of his catches were at 10 yards or less, but he does have really good deep ball ability, and he can track the ball really well. This would be a fascinating one. I think he's probably getting drafted around mid-first round to 25 or so.
He is, yep.
So, I wouldn't be upset with that at all. I think, and this is immediately, though, when you start thinking slot receiver, you go back to, is Nick Caley going to be more of a New England guy or a Rams guy or whatever? I think they're a good football team guy, or a good football player team.
Yes.
That is everything that Nick Caley has said, you adjust and adapt to the strengths of your teams. You could see him, though, being a really good complement to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I think at this point, because a lot of the stuff that you see about him is similarly what you're hoping you might get out of Tank Dell when he's healthy.
Yep.
In a new scheme, and they maybe use him more underneath and more effectively. But I don't think you can factor Tank Dell into it right now.
No.
I think that it was such a bad injury. You don't know when he's going to be back and what he's going to look like when he comes back. So I think if that's who they like and when he's there, there's drawbacks, but I would be excited about the upside of it.
I would too. I would too. I would be excited about that for sake of clarity on this particular mock draft as to who was off the board when the Texans were picking at 25th. The Membu kid, also from Missouri, the interior offensive lineman, interior offensive. He's a tackle, but he can play inside. He went off the board at 13. Emeka Ibuka off the board at 21 to Pittsburgh. On the board at the time, they picked Luther Burden in this mock draft, Seth. Tyler Booker, still there.
Oh, yeah.
Ray Zabal, still there. And then Kenneth Grant, who is the interior defensive lineman from Michigan that you like a whole lot, also on the board there as well. So this would be the Texans foregoing maybe the top interior, not moving from tackle to guard. Like Tyler Booker is a guard, and he's really good, and he's very swarmy, and they would be passing on him for a slot receiver.
I think the way that free agency is looking right now, and the wide receivers, there's not a lot of guys that I feel really good about giving a big chunk of money to. Whereas with interior offensive linemen, Trey Smith is the cream of the crop, the right guard from the Chiefs. But you can go out and find viable guys that you can plug in right away at interior line.
Yep.
More so than you just feel better about playing those guys immediately than you do a draft pick. Whereas with wide receivers, we've just seen so many teams able to take rookie wide receivers and get a lot out of them that the way this draft is shaping up, I'm thinking the Texans are probably going to get an interior offensive lineman in free agency, and then you enter the draft really more geared towards defensive tackle and wide receiver than anything else. And obviously that all changes depending on who's available. But I would be, if they had already signed an offensive lineman in free agency, then I would be super excited to get a wide receiver with the number 25 pick.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we're gonna know these mock drafts are all done based on how things look right now. The actual draft takes place once a lot of the pieces of the puzzle have been put in place through free agency. That's a good point. Hey, we should mention this time tomorrow we will be talking to Texans GM Nick Caserio. So be on the
probably tell us who they're going to draft.
Yeah, maybe we'll mock draft with him. All right, who you taking at 25, Nick? I am anxious to talk to him though. The point you just brought up about anytime it feels like anytime something like a topic is brought up now with the offense over the last few days, people are trying to play this connect the dots game to either the Rams or the Patriots with Nick Caley. And I'm guessing Nick has thoughts on that, as far as what this is going to look like and how Caley Street even factors into that at all.
I think that honestly with Caley, the versatility or the adaptability is a year-to-year thing, and he's said multiple times, and basically his two public appearances that we've seen from him, that you adapt your scheme to the strength of your players.
Yep.
So maybe they do take a little bit more of a best player available type of scenario where they're not as not like this is where it always gets dicey talking about this type of stuff. Who knows exactly how much they valued it before. This is the one thing that we do know from Nick, because he's spoken to us multiple times about it and he's talked about it. They talk about bands of players in the draft. And I think this is the kind of year where it's going to work into, all right, there might be a point where Luther Burden III, Ibuka, and Matthew Golden are still undrafted.
Yeah.
And maybe you move up to, maybe they're all still undrafted and you're getting down to like the 20th pick.
Yeah.
And maybe the Texans move up to try to get one of those guys
their
then.
guy, yeah.
Or by the same token, if a few of those guys are still not there and you're approaching 25, they might move back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Some years it's worked out well for the Texans. I think last year it felt to me like they were trying to draft a defensive tackle at the top of the second round or late in the first round because there was that band of 3 defensive tackles that all went within 4 or 5 picks.
Yep.
And the Texans just missed out on that.
Yeah,
band.
yeah. Sometimes you get a run on something and you can't move back up. That's the tricky part. It takes 2 to tango. All right, let's give away some Rodeo tickets. Nanza, March the 7th. That's a Friday. You want to win tickets to that? A 4-pack of tickets? Caller number 5 is headed there right now. You can win tickets live. Go see Bun B's Birthday Bonanza live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 7th. Call now, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5, and you're on your way. Keep listening all day long for more chances to win rodeo tickets. We'll do it again. We're doing it in the 9 o'clock hour, Ben? Again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour again. So if you don't win this time, you get a chance to win again later on in our show and in on the shows throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610. Pettycast. It's going to be a good one. We get petty. Ooh. We're always petty. We get super petty at 8 o'clock on Tuesdays. We'll do that coming up next.
I'll tell you what, there's surprises in the draft.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get our petties in here, people. Text in Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. Text line to 4610. What are you feeling petty about? What are we feeling petty about? What are others around the world of sports feeling very petty about? We do it every Tuesday at around 8 o'clock. Let's start with this one. This one is a soundbite that actually dropped a few days ago, but we held it till Tuesday for the Petty Cast. Jim Bowden, who is a former GM in Major League Baseball, former executive, he's a media member now. He writes some good stuff for The Athletic. He's a really good source for like power rankings of free agents and what teams should do, stuff like that. He was also recently on a podcast where he just crushed Houstonian Anthony Rendon, former Rice Owl, Lamar High School. What was the other one, Seth?
I think he went to George Bush High School, too.
Okay, yeah. So
that's out there south of George Bush Park.
There you go. So he's
a huge park.
From Houston, and his contract with the Angels has not been good. He signed a huge deal with the Angels after the Nationals won the World Series in 2019. 7 years.
It's been a Pujols-ian effort.
Yeah.
Out there. This is like their second Pujols, yeah.
7 years, $245 million. And here was Jim Bowden on Anthony Rendon.
Player should have been released 2 years ago. He can't play. He's done. He can't play when he's healthy. He can't play when he's not healthy. It's been one of the biggest busts of any free agent signing in this era. It's been a total disaster. And I said this, and the people in Washington didn't like it when I said the Nationals shouldn't re-sign him because he doesn't like baseball. That's not. It's like J.D. Drew. They don't love baseball. They play it because it's a job. It's work for him. Look, he could really hit in his prime. He always had injury prone when he came up with Seattle. He was injury prone when he was drafted. And the way I look at Rendon, I don't want to waste my time or voice or energy. I don't think we'll ever see him play a game again. I don't. If they want to put him on the emergency IL and keep paying him, that's fine. They can do that. I would release the player and just move on.
His last year in Washington, the year they won the World Series, it was the only year he was an All-Star. He had 34 home runs, led the league in RBIs with 126, led the league in doubles with 44. His OPS was over 1,000. Since then, he's hit 22 home runs. Total. Since then, 22 home runs. He's played.
Wow.
This is the number of games he's played in. Now, 2020 was the COVID year. He played 52 out of the 60 games. But in the 4 full seasons since COVID, 58, 47, 43, and 57. That's the number of games he's played in each year. And he's making upwards of
38 million.
38 million.
38 million a year, yeah.
Yep.
And he's okay, so OPS plus is a stat that kind of normalizes everything to the average major league hitter is a 100 OPS plus.
Yeah.
In his time with the Angels, his OPS plus is 100. Like he's been an average major league hitter while making $38
when he's
million
on the field, he's totally unavailable, you know?
So Bowden is this is a celebration of Jim Bowden's pettiness, I suppose, and he's basically saying, I told you so. Oh, you've been thought I was an idiot when I said you shouldn't retain him. And all you fans, you stupid fans. Exactly. He's being very petty towards you, the fan.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm torn on this because during one of the games during the 2019 World Series, I talked casually to one of, I'm assuming it was a Rendon family member because he's from Houston and they were in a group of they were all wearing Rendon jerseys. Yeah. And he didn't know who I was, I didn't know who he was, and we had a pleasant time. I was impressed by the Rendon family.
Yeah.
Or at least Rendon acquaintances. So now I feel personally offended by Jim Bowden.
By Jim Bowden.
Hey, he's an average Major League Baseball player, damn it.
In the 1/3 of the season that he normally plays, okay?
Shame on the Angels, not on him.
Yep. Jonathan Papelbon weighed in, the former closer for the Red Sox. I've played with both Drew
he's always saying nice things.
Yeah, I've played with both Drew and Rendon, and I can confirm 100% with Jim, they both hate baseball and having to show up at a big league ballpark. Oh, that's harsh. That's petty, too, man.
Is the $38 million really worth it when you don't love what you're doing?
Now I'm getting petty at Rendon. All right, let's keep moving.
Think about that. Like, can you not learn to love something for $38 million
Dude,
a year?
I told you. Who was it that oh, the $3 million that Nick Caley got offered by the New England Patriots. I'm like, you don't want to know what I would do for $3 million, let alone $38 million.
There are people in arranged marriages who learn to love their spouse, and they had no say in the matter.
Right.
You signed a contract for $38 million a year. Learn to love it, man.
Yeah, learn. And if you don't, just got nice things. Yeah. All right, let's keep it moving. This was the Philadelphia Eagles parade for winning the Super Bowl, which took place late last week. Their mayor's name is Sherelle Parker. She got up there. Now, she was up there talking for a while, to where Eagle fans.
Oh, like too long for a parade. Like
too long for Philadelphians, for sure. Yeah, they were chanting.
Well, even the athletes you love, you don't want to. Well, usually, especially because they're drunk, you're hoping like, okay, let's give me 90 good seconds, and don't end up going viral for the wrong reasons.
They were chanting "Wrap it up" at her. Wrap it up, wrap it up. But this is what I wanted to play. Here's the audio I wanted to play. She butchered a cliche.
Reminded us all through their excellence that nothing is possible when we work together as a team.
Oops. No, it's anything.
She's openly pining for a dictatorship. Right. Oh, my God. What am I going to do, Sean? What am I going to do? Criticize somebody for botching something? I do it once every 3 minutes.
It's fine, but
I screwed it up. It's once every 2 minutes. See?
There you go. But she was publicly speaking at the parade. Anything is possible. This is me being petty right now. This is me. This is Sean Pendergast being petty. Yeah.
I think the fact that she had gone too long and then botched that's the unforgivable part.
Yes, because she was trying to be inspirational. Nothing
is possible.
Like, wow, this is very existential. You're all going to die.
It's my message to all the kids.
That's right.
When I talk to them at this.
Hey, life is a big nothing.
It's all we're all dying. We're all destined for the same place. We're gonna die. So why bother?
That's right. Draymond Green was on the studio show for the All-Star game this weekend. Boy, what a buzzkill Draymond was, and I get it. Like in his general tone about the All-Star weekend, I think mirrored a lot of folks about the, it feels like there's way more negative than positive about the All-Star weekend right now. That's my feeling on it. But Draymond killed a certain part of the All-Star game weekend that I feel like he's partially responsible for. Here is Draymond saying that he hated the format of the actual All-Star game on Sunday, the 4 teams, including one of the 4 teams being the Rising Stars, not an all-star team.
You work all year to be an all-star, and you get to play up to 40, and then you're done. This is so unfair to Victor Wembanyama, who just took this game really seriously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who just took this game really seriously. When you talk about chasing after the points records, Melo and Kobe and all these guys who've had great scoring nights, they don't get the opportunity to do that with this game. Also, we can watch some rising stars. We're about to watch the Olympic team. Now we get the treat of watching the Olympic team play against a U19 team. Come on, what are we doing? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Kenny's team is done, by the way. Chuck won. Kenny's team was the one that's eliminated. Yes. Yeah, so SGA's still in it, Victor in it. But you're talking about the scoring records that we've heard. Tatum leading all scores, 55 a few years ago. It's harder to catch now.
They can't do that. They don't get to etch their name in the history books. It's the reason you'll be bringing All-Star MVP award.
Scale of 1 to 10, your thoughts of the format?
10 being the best.
Yes.
A 0. Sucks. This ain't basketball.
It sucks. This ain't basketball.
Yeah, okay, listen, it was a scale of 1 to 10, Draymond.
Yeah.
All right? No, you failed. You're as bad as the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's petty. Here's my glitch with Draymond is, dude, if your era of players, because it feels like this is a much more recent development. It feels like, and I don't know if it's a narrative. I just know when I was watching the All-Star games in the 80s, maybe the early 90s, I never sat there and watched it. These guys aren't even trying. Maybe it wasn't like Game 7 of the finals, but it felt like there was a torch being passed from like Jordan to Kobe in the try-hard realm.
Yeah.
And it's been passed on to this generation, and it's turned into the league just fumbling around trying to make it compelling. So I would say to Draymond, I'm like, look in the mirror at your own era of NBA players. Like, you're the reason why they're having to do these these stupid formats that they're doing.
You guys were so bad at playing conventional basketball in the All-Star game that this is what we've been reduced to.
Yeah. You're partially responsible for this, Draymond. And Barkley killed him for that, too. I don't have the audio for it, but Barkley was like, I couldn't disagree with Draymond more. Your era is the reason why this is happening here. So let's hear from a couple more. Let's get some college basketball pettiness in here. College basketball has been very underrated with its pettiness. This is John Calipari, former coach at Kentucky, who's now the coach at Arizona, and he hates his team, basically.
And for us to bust through, we can say what we want. Like, I wanted to make sure they weren't happy we're going to be okay. No. If we won that game, say it. We're in the tournament. If we won that game, we're in the tournament. So it's not okay to say we'll be all right. Now you're going to have to go get somebody else. I didn't want to put that on them because I got some guys a little bit fragile, so I'm having to hold them accountable but keep picking them up.
Calipari, the Arkansas version of Calipari, DGAF. Like, he just gets
Good job, Aggies. Yeah. You brought out peak Calipari.
Yes, yeah. It's not like that. It's not okay. Yell was jarring.
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
It felt. I don't know. That felt a little bit like Brian Kelly when he pounded his fists on the table.
Yeah, a little bit.
Felt a little bit contrived. I don't know if I believe you, Calipari.
All right. Speaking of coaches, as we continue with the petty cast, speaking about coaches who pound their fists or destroy something on the table, this is my alma mater right here. Micah Shrewsbury is the name of the Notre Dame head basketball coach. They have lost 4 out of their last 5. They're not good right now. And I know this firsthand, basketball, of all the football schools out there, maybe the one where there's the biggest gap between football and basketball as far as it being football versus a basketball school is Notre Dame. Like, Notre Dame, basketball there has always fought the second-class citizen stigma. And it's bad right now because the team is not good. There was in arena for their game against Louisville a couple of days ago than there were Notre Dame fans. Here was Shrewsbury. Take a listen at the very end. The destruction of an item on the table is a microphone, in case you're wondering. Take a listen.
We're going to get this thing rolling. I sat there and watched more Louisville fans in here than Notre Dame people. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for me because I'm the head coach here. And yes, I got us in this predicament. But don't come back when we're losing or when we're winning because we're turning this around, man. You better believe that. Everybody that gave up on me, believe it. Write this date down and believe it. Because we're going to get this thing rolling. I don't care if you gave up on me or not.
Oof. Yeah.
It's like an angry Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
After the Georgia game.
Yes.
After the Georgia game.
It's Ole Miss. Yes.
They're going to, and Ole Miss. Yeah, that'll. After the Ole Miss game. Yeah. They'll hey, play that Philadelphia Mare again. Somebody rescue me. You see why I can't criticize the Philadelphia Mare?
You're right.
Someday there will be a placard with that quote that players tap on their way out.
Mark this date. He told us to mark the date down.
Mark this date. They're going to put the date. They're going to put that date on a placard and put it above the door frame.
Yes.
So just like the play like a champion today.
Dude, he's so getting fired. Oh my God, he's getting fired. So that little thump at the end was a poor Mike. Last petty, real quick. You know who college basketball related, and I suppose broadcasting related, because this guy does both. I don't know how good he is at the broadcasting. I don't listen to his show very much. He's not very good as a coach at college basketball. Doug Gottlieb has not won a basketball game in 3 months for Wisconsin Green Bay. For those who don't know, Doug Gottlieb is you probably know him from being on ESPN and CBS Sports Radio, now with Fox through the years. Took the job as the head coach at Wisconsin Green Bay while still being able to keep his job as midday host on Fox.
Yeah.
They're 2-24 right now. The Phoenix of Wisconsin Green Bay. They're 2-24.
Are they last in their?
They gotta be. I'm just gonna say
maybe
yes.
They're. Yeah. Okay. Maybe there's been a battle for last or something.
I would have ignored this, Seth. I would have ignored this. I would have. I wouldn't have. I would not have been petty about this. But, and I know you remember this. He was on Radio Row last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. Doug Gottlieb. In the middle of the basketball season.
In the middle of the basketball season, he was doing his show from Radio Row.
From Radio Row, and I don't think Wisconsin Green Bay was playing in New Orleans that week. I'm pretty sure they're knee deep in the Horizon League regular season, which is all teams up in the ice belt up there. So yeah, he's 2-24, man. I wouldn't be petty about it, but Gottlieb is fairly obnoxious.
I'll tell you what, honestly, I guess the arrogance, I think, and also from somebody who's hot take sports radio dude and everything, who's probably lambasted and bashed coaches all over the place for years and years and years, to think that you could go in and do that job, it's a little bit of a comeuppance, I would say.
Oh, did I say Arizona coach John Calipari? Being petty, text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. Being petty, Sean said Calipari is Arizona, not Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, I said Arizona. I misspoke.
You said Arkansas later. So
I said Arkansas at one point. Yeah, I said Arkansas. I know I said Arkansas at one point. If I said Arizona, I apologize. Does it really matter?
Hey Ben, let's play the audio of that Houston Sports Radio host botching Calipari's school.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. People agree with you, Draymond. Going 0 on a scale of 1 to 10. That's a good petty right there.
If he had meant it to be, if he was intending it to be inaccurate, he should have said like -12 or something.
Right. Exaggerate. Yeah.
Yeah.
For effect.
If you're going to be intentionally wrong, you got to be way intentionally wrong, or otherwise you're just stupid. Yeah.
It's a text message. I hate, quote, if I could give 0 stars, I would, guy. That's Draymond.
Listen, and this is going to be leveled at a few of our listeners, so I apologize in advance. But I cannot handle one more. Oh, why don't they just have them play flag football? When it comes to like anytime there's somebody flagged for unsportsmanlike or anything like that, I'm like, yes, I understand the sentiment. It's not that I disagree with the sentiment. It's just that. This is not a new joke that you're making.
No.
I feel like people are saying that as if they just thought they coined it in their brain.
Dude.
They're like, hey, I've got one for you. Why don't they play flag football? I can't handle it anymore. I'll block you.
It's Houston, we have a problem. It's the equivalent of that. Like, no, that joke is dead. For like 30 years now, it's dead. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're giving away rodeo tickets in the 9 o'clock hour, so be listening for that. Up next, the Bengals. The Bengals are looking to pull off an offseason here that the Texans might need to pay attention to. We will explain why coming up next. Oh, Berkeley Eye Center, LASIK procedure. Yes, got to get you guys seeing 2020 in this new year. It's still it's not where I'd say Happy New Year to somebody, but it's middle of February. It's still early. And if you are looking to get
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. The Cincinnati Bengals, of all teams, are trying to pull off a coup here in this offseason, and the Texans might need to pay attention to this. The Texans are not one of these teams anymore that just has all sorts of cap space they can go spending willy-nilly. They spend a lot of money. They don't have a ton of space, certainly by cutting guys and restructuring deals, and they're definitely going to do some of that. They need players, free agency draft, whatever the case may be. But the Bengals are openly trying to get extensions done for, I would say, their three best non-Joe Burrow players. Their two wide receivers and Trey Hendrickson, their defensive end. Jamar Chase doesn't have a long-term deal yet. T. Higgins is on the cusp of being a franchise taggee for the second time. And I believe that window starts today. Now through March, early March 4th, I think the date is, teams can put the franchise tag on one free agent to be on their team. T. Higgins already played under the franchise tag last year. He would get a raise from, I think he made $21 million last year. He'd get a raise to about $26 million in 2025 if he were to play under the franchise tag. The belief is they're going to tag him and then either try to get a deal done by the middle of July or trade T. Higgins. So they're trying. These are three top of market guys that they're trying to sign, Seth, with Joe Burrow already under contract for $55 million a year.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting. And immediately when you get into situations like this, I think of the Texans back in 2011 or 2012 when they let Mario Williams go.
It was after the 2011 season. Yep.
After the 2011 season. Eric Winston right around that same time, too.
Yes.
They found themselves in franchise history where, wow, we've got a bunch of good players.
Yep.
And they had to give Arian Foster, or they gave Arian Foster a new contract. And you got to make some tough decisions, and you got to let some of these guys go. And I am of the opinion that, or I guess the other side of it is you can spend, and you can spend off into the future. The Eagles right now are in a spot where in 2027, this is where you look out 3 years from now to get a feel for, okay, how leveraged is a team against their future.
Yep.
The Eagles have the least cap space in the year 2027.
Yep.
And you can say, all right, well, you know what? And Howie Roseman, the GM, has basically said, yeah, you know what? Like, you got to deal with this at some point. We felt like we could put together a really competitive roster. We gave some big contracts out to multiple players, and hopefully we can capitalize on it now, but we'll have to pay the piper somewhere down the road. The cautionary tale is that in 2027, the team that's just below the Eagles or just above the Eagles in terms of cap dollars or cap room are the 49ers, who are who are just barely they're spending just as much as the Eagles. In the 49ers, it feels like, oh boy, they made that big spending splurge in the last couple of years. It didn't result in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And what do we do now? Because we got to probably start trimming some fat at some point. So I think that the Bengals they got to, or at least they might be considering, okay, do we take this gamble of saying we've got Joe Burrow and we've got Trey Hendrickson, who's a really good defensive player. Do we just go ahead and spend against the future? They're not a team that's typically done that.
No, they are not a team that's typically done that.
And for Texans fans who might be a little bit nervous about the Texans being up against the cap much more so this year than last year, in 2027 they have the sixth most room. So Nick's done a pretty good job of spending aggressively but on shorter-term contracts. So they've got a lot more flexibility than some of those teams that are really backloaded.
What do the Bengals have on that list that you're looking at right there?
Okay, so the Bengals in 2027 are like ninth.
Okay.
They've got the ninth most cap space. In 2026, they've got the third most cap space. So the Bengals have room to maneuver.
Yes.
It's just a question of, all right, is this franchise that used to be super stingy, but now they're more like a normal spending NFL team? Do they get super aggressive and really start pushing off some money into the future?
Yeah, and I think look, these are decisions that the Texans are going to be faced with sooner rather than later. You know, Derek Stingley Jr. is already up for a contract extension once the league year begins in March. He's the best cornerback in football. If at worst, he's one of the 2 or 3 best cornerbacks in football, coming off an incredible season. Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud are both going to be eligible for extensions after next season, and they're both these are, and I'll throw Stingley in there too. Like, as they're trying to figure out Chase and Higgins and Hendrickson in Cincinnati, the Texans are going to be figuring out Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., Nico's getting paid. They're going to have to figure out what to do with this offensive line that is overpaid right now. And then add in that C.J. Stroud becomes the equivalent of Joe Burrow in this analogy, probably making more than Joe Burrow, because he's the next one up after this. So these are situations, like, I'm glad you looked up that site, Seth, that shows the 3-year outlook. Like, I'm looking at this Bengals situation, and I'm like, okay, I'm paying close attention to this, because these are the gymnastics Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are going to have to go through in a year or two.
It's a big gamble, and if it pays off, then it's worth it. And if it doesn't, the GM gets fired. But it's that measured, aggressive spending. I don't know if this is good for radio or not.
Okay.
I'm going to try to make it. If we go by the teams that have the least cap space in 2027.
Okay.
So teams have spent pretty aggressively and have pushed some stuff off into the future to where they're going to have it'll be dicey and they're going to have to make some hard decisions.
Yeah.
Tell me whether it was worth it or not.
Okay.
I'll move from the Eagles, who have the least cap space in 2027.
Definitely worth it for them.
Eagles, worth it. 49ers.
Made it to 2 Super Bowls over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but this last year was when they actually just did that final big spend.
Yeah. And
I'm guessing that this is not going to be worth it.
And they haven't paid any quarterbacks, really, other than Garoppolo a few years ago.
Right.
So
if they pay Brock Purdy, it's going to get even uglier. Bills.
Well, hang on, I'm still thinking about 49ers. Was it worth it? That's a tough one, man, because there's something to be said. If we're just to sit here and do an exercise, or if he didn't win a Super Bowl,
they've been in a right. Yeah, let's not even say that. Like, did it pay off in terms of being a very, very competitive football
You're
team?
going every Sunday. You're going to the stadium thinking, man, we got a great team and we can win. And we all season long, you've got hope for the Super Bowl. I'm going to say yes for the 49ers.
And I'm just going to hold on with me for like 3 more teams, because it gets really fun.
Good.
So Bills, I would say yes, it's been worth it.
Yes.
Then it's the Lions. I would say that's been worth it.
Yep.
This one's a little bit fun, but not as fun as the next one. Dolphins, worth it or not?
No.
Yeah, especially Tyreek Hill. Who knows? Like, what? Every 3 weeks there's drama with whether or not Tyreek Hill wants to remain a Miami Dolphin.
They haven't won a playoff game since 2000. Like, win a playoff game. You know what I mean?
This is the one that feels awesome.
Okay.
So, with the 6th lowest amount of cap space in 2027, having spent heavily and leveraging against their future, your Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That is on them, man. Like, they let Trent Baalke run up all their credit cards.
Yeah.
And then they just, they said, okay, he just took off for Mexico, like that kind of thing.
And now they're in debt settlement resolution. They called up the number where they can negotiate down your debts and everything. And it's not fun for a few years,
That's
I've got
brutal.
friends who have gone through that. They got to get their credit rating right. And it sucks. It sucks for a few years.
It's not fun, man.
You can't go on family vacations and everything, But you got to do it.
And
then after that, the Packers, which I would say the Packers right now, that's still be worth it.
Worth it. Like that. Some of that is probably, when is it worth it? I'm thinking, like, how far back am I going to?
Right.
They were a 13-win
currently that's still part of their spend right now.
Yeah.
Is that they feel like a team that could turn the corner.
They're a playoff team. I think you couched it perfectly. It feels like they're kind of in the middle. That's a tougher debate than some of these other ones. That's of the teams you named. That's the toughest one, because I don't know, like, Jordan Love the second half of the season was not the same Jordan Love that got the $55 million a year contract.
And then just to round out the top 10 in terms of teams that have spent the most heavily, on into the future, the Browns, the Ravens, yes. The Cowboys. Oh, good job, Cowboys.
No for Cowboys. Dude, the Browns. The most depressing ones, if you didn't have, like, an emotional attachment to anything, like, if you're just, like, I laugh at the Browns one and I laugh at the Jacksonville one because, the Browns did the Deshaun Watson trade with the Texans and the Jags are in our division, so screw you. But if you were detached emotionally, like, that's, that Browns one Holy crap.
No, man, they've got nothing to show for it.
Are they still?
Just
I think Deshaun.
nothing at all.
I think Deshaun is still on their cap right now in 2027. Even though his contract is up in 2026, they did the voidable year thing and shoved even more money into the future. Boy, what an awful, awful deal. The
amount of dead money Deshaun Watson will have in 2027 is $26 million.
Yeah, he's still on there, man.
Yeah.
Wow,
if he were yeah.
Dude, is he even playing?
Then in 2028, in which the contract year is void completely, is $9 million.
Oh my God, that's insane. He won't even be playing. Do you think he takes another snap, Deshaun Watson?
I think. How are they proceeding right now? He had the setback with his Achilles, and is it pretty much just a foregone conclusion
that he's out for this year? Yeah,
he's not the guy this year.
Yeah, this year because he had to get surgery again on it.
I know. I just didn't know how they were, or at least publicly, how they were framing it. If they're even trying to make if they're trying to make it look like, there's a chance, and he's our guy. I don't know.
I saw a few articles talking about Myles Garrett, about trading him. That I don't know whose idea it was, but it's a good one. That, okay, if we're going to trade you Myles Garrett, you got to take Deshaun Watson with it. you got to take those guaranteed salaries the next couple of years for Deshaun Watson.
$172 million in dead money this year.
Yeah, and some of that, like a lot of that, is salaries that are guaranteed the next two seasons. Would you rather get 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett, or would you rather get Deshaun Watson's guaranteed salaries the next 2 years completely off your books? Like, say you would you rather have 92
$172 million off the books?
It wouldn't be 172 because some of that is dead money that they've already paid in bonuses. It would be, I think, like $90 million. It'd be his base salary for the next 2 years. So would you rather have 2 first-round picks or an extra $90 million in cap space if you're the Browns?
Oh, I see. So if they traded him, it would be $80 million, like $81 million.
Is that what it is?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Some of it depends on who you're trading him to. You know what I mean? Like, what are those getting those first-round picks from? You know, if you're trading Myles Garrett to, like, the Cowboys, where you figure they might be picking in the top 10, it's different than trading Myles Garrett to the Chiefs, where those first-round picks are, 31, 32.
Part of it, I think part of it with Deshaun, though, too, is there's that whole the veil that hangs over the entire organization because of the Deshaun Watson trade, that it might be worth it just in terms of being able to just clear the slate and move forward without all of that hanging over you. That part might be worth it. Whatever the math is, that part alone might be worth it.
The emotional math, yes.
Yeah.
Getting him out of there. NBA report cards at the All-Star break. I did not like this one. This professor who gave this grade to the Rockets can go screw himself. We're gonna tell you what the grade was.
He can go. You know what that professor can do? We can go find old emails of his.
Yes. Yeah. And get him fired.
And make them public. Dox him. Let's dox this SOB.
Yes. Tenure schmenure. Yes. Let's go. Also, you have a chance to win a trip. We're gonna do that next, by the way. Also, you have a chance to win a trip to Vegas in our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. This is an amazing contest. All you got to do is listen an hour each day to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, and you and 3 friends are headed to Vegas to stay at Circa, hang out in their sports book, hang out at the stadium swim. It's amazing. You're going to have $20K in your pockets, you and your 3 friends, total of an extra $20K in your pockets to spend while you're in Vegas. Download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Now, Daily Black.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth and I are getting, I don't even think this is petty. I think we're getting appropriately agitated with the grade giver for The Athletic on their NBA report card, All-Star Break NBA report card. And you know what? And this is going to agitate me even more. The author of this article, grading every team's season at the 2025 All-Star Break, is the Athletic NBA staff.
Yeah, so this is the staff at large. Yeah. They don't even put their name on it.
Nope, will not put their name on it. And you know why we're so agitated by this faceless staff of NBA writers at The Athletic? I'll go find all of you if I have to, because the Rockets, who are even limping into the All-Star break 3-7 in their last 10 games.
You're right.
It is undeniable that if we're grading for the entire season, this is a team that is well ahead of schedule right now.
I'm going to say this. I think that I'm reading through this, and as I start to see some teams that were graded better than the Rockets, they're getting credit for, like the Blazers they got graded better than the Rockets. They're getting credit for 23 games. So the Rockets preseason win total was 42.5.
Yep.
They're on pace for 51 wins right now.
Yes.
I think the Rockets are a victim of having established themselves more solidly than even these idiot basketball writers realize. So in their minds, they're judging the Rockets on a different scale than they are some of the teams where you're like, oh wow, yeah, the Blazers are really doing some good things, and they've gotten the ship right. They're still a bad basketball team.
Okay.
And you're giving them a B+, where you're giving the Rockets a B-?
Yeah. Now, this is where I'm curious. Is the Rockets, are the beat writers the ones giving the grades to their teams that they cover? Because Kelly Iko's name is on the paragraph written about the Rockets and their B. Have we said the grade yet? B- is what they got.
Yeah, I said that. I think if they usually the way I guess these things work is they either all vote or they give points and everything. They've got some kind of a system. But then you have the beat writer write up the synopsis of where the team is.
That's what I choose to believe, because I choose to believe Kelly, who watches every minute of Rockets basketball, wouldn't look at this product and say it's a B- right now.
No, because otherwise then you've got guys grading on their own scale in their own minds and then putting it out there. Doesn't like as far as they only doled out. It's a tough curve. They only gave out 5 A's.
Okay, who are they?
The A's are this, and these are the ones that tell me if it makes sense or if it's bogus. So these are either A's or A-. I don't know if there was an A+ in there. Let's start with the Grizzlies. I say that makes sense that they've got a better grade than the Rockets.
They're a good team. But an A,
rookies and
an A to play Grizzlies tough this year.
That's a good. Oh yeah, if you went to head to head.
You know what I mean? Like I do. Like the Rockets. The one thing, and we'll go through the rest of the teams in a second, Seth. But just where the B- for the Rockets is a disconnect for me is I get it. They don't look great going into the All-Star break. They've beaten a ton of really good teams this year.
Right.
They're not lamb killers.
Some of the B's are the ones that really annoyed me.
Yeah.
The Cavs, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Who the Rockets beat twice, by the way. But yes, it makes A makes sense for them. They've had a good season. Yes.
Okay. This one, they got an A-, I believe.
Okay.
2 games ahead of the Rockets in the standings. The Nuggets.
The Nuggets.
Yeah.
Some of that is probably, if I had to guess, they've gotten better as the season has gone on. They were behind the Rockets, as you point out. They're probably getting some residual love from being a recent NBA champion. It's a benefit of the doubt grade. Like ultimately they'll probably be a top 2 seed maybe in the Western Conference. But
all right, Lakers.
I can live with the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. No.
That's completely just glow from the Doncic trade.
Yes.
Which, if you're grading them to how they've done so far, all right, yeah, they're going to be a better team with Doncic.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like you can vault it. If the Rockets are going to be a B-, and you got to look at how they've done this year comparatively to other teams in the league and everything. If you're going to grade them at this point in the season, you can't vault the Lakers up to an A just because they've had a couple of games with Doncic already.
It feels like there's a lot of forward-looking going on with these grades right now of what the beat writers think it's going to look like at the end of the year, and the Rockets just got through the toughest patch of their schedule. That's where I give them a little bit of latitude. I think a B- is absurd. This is what the paragraph says from Kelly Iko. After hitting the ground running, Houston has been a rough watch the past 2 weeks. 23rd in offense, 19th in defense. The Rockets' fourth quarter struggles, 23rd in net rating in the fourth and in the clutch, continue to haunt them and could cost them. They only just climbed out of a 6-game slump by beating the banged-up Raptors. These are all things I agree with. This is still an exciting, aggressive team that has a great shot at securing home court advantage in the first round, but's in serious need of a vibes boost and needs more than a returning Jabari Smith Jr. and Fred VanVleet for a tough stretch run in the West. Well, they need more. It's not coming through that door. Like, the trade deadline is past us right now. You know.
Okay, this is one that bothered me. The A's didn't bother me as much. I missed one of the A's in there. There was one of the A's made sense. It's not, I don't have it listed.
Celtics, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, this was the A. The B minus.
Yeah.
The team that got the exact same grade as the Rockets.
Yeah.
In this is the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay, they're not even, dude.
They acquired De'Aaron Fox, Sean. Oh,
yeah,
how are the Spurs a B minus and then the Rockets a B minus?
This is the NBA we live in now, Seth. This is symptomatic of the NBA that we live in, where player movement is more exciting than the actual product on the court.
Especially for these annoying writers.
The Doncic trade, the trade itself brought way more excitement than anything I've experienced on the court in the last couple of years with the NBA. And so you're absolutely right. If the season ended today, the Spurs aren't even in the play-in right now. And they're a B minus, and the Rockets are competing for a 2 seed.
The Spurs and the Rockets have done exactly the same thing this season.
According to these grades.
Yeah, according to these grades, which I guess it is a testament to what the Rockets have done, and I think they've established themselves as a legitimate playoff team.
Yes.
They've had a rough stretch heading into the break. I'm hoping that it's just fatigue and inexperience at that point that led to that rough stretch, and we'll see a revitalized version of the Rockets.
Yeah.
But it's disrespect, Sean. It's disrespect. And I will not stand for it from this New York Times-owned organization, The Athletic.
I disagree with Kelly a little bit on what he said there. They need more than a returning Jabari Smith Jr. and Fred VanVleet for a tight stretch run in the West. I disagree. I mean, they probably need more than that to go get to the NBA Finals or something like that. I do think to get back on the track they were on, where they were competing for a 2 seed, I think that's – Jabari Smith Jr. is almost a separate topic to me, because that conversation is, do you throw him back in the starting lineup? Does he come off the bench? I think for all the criticism Fred VanVleet gets, because he's a bit streaky as a shooter, maybe his shot selection isn't the best all the time. His floor generalship out there, the lack of it has been very evident through the last several games for the Rockets.
And I think there is a part too where Udoka, he said it through gritted teeth after the final game before the All-Star. All right, some of this might be fatigue. And he hated to admit it. And yet, at the same time, it's one of those counterintuitive things where you think, well, you got all these young guys. Why should fatigue matter? Part of it is learning and understanding the pressure and the grind of the regular season when you're an actual basketball team, that sometimes it takes a while for the young guys to figure that out. So it's not that Udoka likes that as an excuse, but it might be a legitimate explanation for some of the loss of physicality and tenacity that we saw earlier in the year. So I think that alone, just by being refreshed and maybe getting a little bit of a reset, the team can start looking more like they used to. Like this, you see this in endurance sports, like ultra endurance sports, like in the Tour de France or in like ultra marathoning. People actually get better as they get past their physical peak as they're older, just because they've learned how to handle the fatigue more so than there's a mental side to it that I think applies to like a long basketball season as well. So I think I do think you're going to see a revitalized version of the Rockets when they come back on Friday.
I agree. And they're getting a nice long break. I mean, they're getting a break all the way to Friday. The games start back up tomorrow night. All right, I just wrote my grade down, Seth, real quick before we go to break here, on a piece of paper. So I wrote mine down. I'm slipping it under my computer. What is your grade? What is your grade for the Rockets?
I would give him, honestly, if it weren't for this last stretch of 10 games, I would have given him an A- pretty solidly.
Mm-hmm.
I got B+, but I try to remember, look, this is a team This is a team that's on pace to have 10 more wins than their preseason win total. It's
yes.
They've already far surpassed expectations.
Season's
What
been a
did you
huge
say, B plus.
B plus also. Yep,
You
wrote
put it
down
up
B
to the-
plus.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and kind of the same thing. I toyed with an A minus a little bit, but it's tough. When you're hovering at the 4 or 5 seed to say that you're in that A realm right now. But the season's been to me, it's been a huge success. You can parse out different parts of the season, but the season itself has been a big success. All right, B plus official grade for the Rockets from the Payne and Pendergast show.
I might have to cancel my subscription to The Athletic.
I can't. It's really good. They have good stuff.
Yeah. Damn it. Damn you and your quality content.
And your easy-to-read fonts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. And their draft guide. This is turning into an advertisement.
I know.
So their draft guides are usually actually really cool because you can get the brief rundown, but then you can click and it'll give you a little bit more of a rundown, and then you can click again, it'll give you a huge rundown.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I apologize, Athletic. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I'll never leave you. I promise. I grade you A+. All
right. Bregman causing drama at Boston Red Sox spring training. Is it his fault? I don't think it's his fault, but there is drama surrounding the Red Sox after the signing of Alex Bregman. We'll dig into that coming up next. And also a quick reminder that we're giving away rodeo tickets in the 9 o'clock hour to Bun B's birthday bonanza. So stay tuned for that. Stay there.
Payne and Pendergast.
The ex-Woba just came.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio joins us tomorrow at 7:30 on the show. Yeah, mark your calendar, Seth. Nick Caserio, EVP/GM of the Texans.
I feel, it's gotten to be a running joke, almost annoyingly so, people asking Nick Caserio about his diet and what he eats or will not eat. Talk about whether or not he drinks coffee. Because at Texans commenter on X suggested we ask that question.
Okay.
I'm curious. I do, because, I worry about coaches and front office people with their sleep schedules, and that I feel like sometimes by the end of the season, they've run themselves so ragged that they can't make good, rational decisions. It's gotten better in recent years because people, they've got data now on how stupid you get when you don't have sleep.
Yes.
I'm guessing Caserio doesn't drink coffee.
Okay. Would you recommend he drink coffee?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually, one of the reasons that I've been a little bit testy over the last week, as you noticed, I'm working my way down to zero coffee.
Oh, are you? You're weaning yourself off of coffee, huh?
I'm getting myself off of all drugs that I don't need to be on.
Okay.
Now that I'm 50, I'm like, all right, I know how this goes. All of a sudden, you look up one day and you're taking 17 pills with every meal.
Yeah.
My only goal remaining in life is to be on as few medications as possible and drugs. So I include coffee in that.
That's good, man. Good for you. Okay.
I feel like I turned a corner. I feel good today.
You do. You've been on point today, man. You've had a good show.
I tried some new drugs, so we're good.
Those are drugs I need.
I totally won't start taking those every day, though.
Right.
This time it's different.
Seth and I will be at spring training this time next week for the Astros. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us there. We're looking forward to it. The Astros they've started this weekend. We get to go to a game every day we're there. I'm very excited about that. But the big story right now with ties to the Astros, Alex Bregman has arrived in Boston. Gold Glove third baseman, $40 million a year. They've already got Rafael Devers, who's making well over $30 million a year for the next decade to play, he thought, third base for the Red Sox.
He wanted to rake at the plate and suck at third base for the next decade.
Yes. Yeah. And he thought it was promised to him by the former GM. I guess Chaim Bloom was the GM there. He was at least in a position to lead Devers to believe that he was going to be the third baseman forever. But so this has been a big topic. Devers basically said through an interpreter yesterday that he ain't giving up third base. He's going to play third base. He doesn't know about any conversations about moving him off of third base. If he were to move from third base, the logical place to send somebody who's good at hitting and crappy in the field would be DH.
Right.
The one question that Devers was able to answer without the aid of an interpreter was this one.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No. No.
He doesn't want to go to second base.
Nope.
He does not want to be the DH.
Nope.
He does not want your green eggs and ham.
He does not.
Is any role you ask him whether he's comfortable accepting or not. The answer is
no.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
It's just it's third base. It is really funny, as I think a lot of Astros fans have had this similar experience. There's times where you've watched the Red Sox play the Astros, and you think, oh, wow, yeah, that's the value of having Alex Bregman at third
100%.
After you watch Devers make an error or just not make a play that you think Bregman would make. It's glaringly obvious that he's not a great fielder.
Yeah.
And yet he insists that's where he needs to remain.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. Here was Alex Cora yesterday trying to fend off the media when it came to the decision he's going to have to make on Devers.
Like I said a few days ago, decisions are going to be made here about, roster construction and what we're going to do in the future, and we're going to make sure we have the best team possible out there, and he has a lot of pride. We know that, and he feels like he's a third baseman. He's going to work out as a third baseman, and then we're going to make decisions accordingly, But I think here, It's not about Bregman or Devers or Cora. It's about the Red Sox, right? And whatever decision we make is for the benefit of the team.
Yeah. And what makes it even more fascinating is the amount of money they're paying Alex Bregman. The $40 million a year, he's like the fifth highest paid player in baseball. He's like the seventh highest paid average annual value of all time. Scherzer and Verlander are on that list. They're on new deals now. So they're paying him $40 million a year. If I had to guess how this is going to end, I would guess that Bregman. I'm going to guess Bregman's playing second base on opening day.
Bregman, even though we've been having fun with Bregman, now be a guy who's driving a wedge into the clubhouse. Like, obviously, Bregman, I would be really surprised if he doesn't just be very diplomatic about this.
Yeah.
I think he's going to tell Cora, like, listen, it's a long season. We'll see how it plays out. We got to give time to I'm cool playing wherever we want to play.
Yeah.
And that over time, Devers will get to know Bregman. I think the other guys who are already on the team, if I were a Boston Red Sox player, I would look at it and I would think, listen, look, Devers, you're not a good third baseman.
Right.
And Bregman, we know, is an awesome third baseman. The best thing for the team is for Bregman to play third base.
Yeah.
And look, Devers, you're an excellent batter, and you might get even better playing just DH. That could be really good for the team.
Yep.
I feel like there will maybe be enough. Devers probably just needs to hear a lot of positive support from people about how much they love him and how much, hey, maybe this is people. He needs to have explained to him that, man, people will love you for making this move.
Yeah.
People will. Red Sox fans will say, like, man, okay, yeah, I know it was hard for him, but he did the right thing and he stepped aside so Bregman could play third.
Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier, they're literally asking him to take the thing he does worst. Don't do it anymore, and your pay doesn't suffer. You're going to get paid the same amount of money, but you don't have to do this anymore. I would be like, if this is the real world, I'd be like, what's the catch? Like the only thing worse than being underpaid in the real world is being overpaid, because it's like, what's this guy doing for all this money over here?
You know where it could end up really sucking for Bregman, though, is that if he gets off to one of his nits,
yes,
that you've always been able to at least point out, but look at those plays he made at third base.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to make super impressive plays at second base.
It's true.
You don't have nearly as your throws to you only have opportunity to screw it up in throwing to first base from second base.
That's right. Let's circle over to the Astros. So that's the drama going on up in Boston. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Altuve spoke to the media yesterday. Hey, Ben, let's skip down to 3 on Altuve. We haven't played that one yet. Did the Astros do enough this offseason, and can you still make a run at a World Series?
I think we offer him a good deal, but like I said, free agent, you never know. You really don't know. But in the end, it's not a great deal, man. I'm super happy, and I know everybody's happy here for him because he deserves it. He works hard for that, and he got it.
You think this team is still built to make a deep run in the postseason?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You see a lot of great hitters. Now with Paredes and Walker, definitely, these kids can hit, and they can hit homers. And you got Jordan, and you got Jake and Duval, and you got me. So we're gonna go out there.
You got me.
You got me. Yeah, look at Altuve puts himself 9th in the power ranking.
Yeah.
That's the way you handle a power ranking question.
Yeah, take note, Devers. All right. Yeah. And then the first question was, the actual question was, do you think the Astros did enough to retain Bregman? That's why he was talking about Bregman's deal and how good a deal that was.
Yeah, and I think that Altuve, I don't think he has a disingenuous bone in his body. I feel like he probably was genuinely happy for Bregman in that deal that he got.
Yes.
But it's one of those bittersweet moments where you can be happy for somebody yet sad at the same time.
Yeah.
But as far as how he answered when he felt like could they make a run for the World Series, I felt like if I were going to read way too much into it, he seemed as confident as he probably ever has at any given point. He knows how hard it is, and in any given year you've got challenges. But he almost answered it without even really thinking about it. Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course we do.
Yeah, I think, and I feel good about the team. Like, I think there's, they obviously a lot of shuffling has gone on with guys leaving and guys coming in. But I think they're as good a team as the one that won the division last year. That their infield and I'm treating Altuve as a second baseman still. I mean, that's a solid infield, man. Walker, especially defensively. I mean, that's a damn near, you got Pena is an elite skill set, elite defensively. I know he made a lot of errors last year. Christian Walker's won the Gold Glove 3 times. You are so much better. That's kind of getting lost in the wash of, you traded Tucker, so now you got this hole in the outfield, and Bregman and Paredes, how's that swap out going to go? Is Altuve moving to left field? All these other things. The Christian Walker signing has been kind of lost in the wash in the conversation. He's a very good first baseman and plays a position that the Astros have been literally among the worst at for the last 2 years.
And you've already had Hughley in the outfield, but now this smooths out the entirety of the lineup in a way that you feel better about. Yeah. It's not you don't have gaping chasms in your. I mean, gosh. In your top 4 back when Abreu was when they were
trying to
when they thought Abreu was going to be Abreu.
Yep.
I feel better about that.
Yeah.
I think that the only other thing is I sit here and I try to think the way people feel about the Astros and 2017 whatever, it's always going to be there. I try not to worry about it too much. The one thing that still does bother me is the fact that Altuve was unfairly painted out to be the biggest villain by ESPN and the likes of them. The whole buzzer nonsense, all of that stuff. I wonder if at the very least maybe some of the perception around that changes when the story is out there. If anybody there's actual baseball writers that don't realize that Altuve didn't participate.
Yes.
Because they'll write things about it and obviously they'll show they don't get it. Maybe that part of the story is more palatable to people outside of Houston now that Altuve is the only one remaining.
Maybe,
That it's, okay, look, all these other guys have gone off on this diaspora. Altuve remains, and the organization is steadfastly loyal to Altuve. And that, by the way, he didn't – you can blame him for not stopping or whatever all you want. We can argue about that. But, he didn't participate in the actual sign stealing.
Yeah.
Can you stop pointing to him as the guy that is the emblem of it all?
Under the places, they've been embraced everywhere they've gone.
Right,
Springer, the Toronto fans are probably mad about it for some reason. Springer goes there, and I know you've pointed out they don't love him there like we loved him here, but they also don't complain. They complain more about the fact he's got a 600 OPS than he was part of a cheating scandal.
I know, and part of it is just that it's someday when Jose Altuve gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. I don't want it to be I don't want that to be a huge talking point because it shouldn't be when it comes to Altuve specifically.
Him. Yep.
And it's for a guy that's done and handled all of it the right way and stood by his teammates even though he didn't participate. That part of it is just it's hard for me to stomach. And as much as I try to let various other fan bases are going to act like fan bases do. It's just a shame that with Altuve, who does almost everything except base running, is exactly what you want out of your baseball player, both on and off the field. It's hard. It's hard to watch it.
Hey, did you have on your bingo card Kyle Tucker being the clubhouse DJ? They were talking about that yesterday. Apparently, Tucker has left a big void behind in terms of controlling the music.
He took over. It was Springer who started Club Astros, and then Tucker came in to be a. I think I had heard about it, but I didn't know if it was that was his official designation or not. It was one of those things I never really thought much about.
Yeah, so here's Spencer Arrighetti was asked this yesterday. He was and you're going to hear Arrighetti, Jeremy Pena, and Mauricio Dubon. And here was Arrighetti getting asked, hey, are you going to be the clubhouse DJ guy now? Tucker's.
That's not my job. I'm waiting for somebody else to do that, to be honest. But yeah, I've actually been asking that question. I'm kind of like, hey man, who's the music guy now? I'm leaning hey, maybe Dubon, maybe one of Jordan, who knows? But yeah, Tuck was the vibes guy for sure. I mean, he was a lot of things, but he was the vibes guy for sure.
I think Dubon's a clear pick. Dubon's a very outgoing person, and he has a great mix. He hits every culture. He hits every genre of music. He listens to everything. So I think Dubon's a clear pick for the DJ.
Yeah, I got a good mix over there in Spotify. But I'll try it. Hopefully, make everybody happy over here.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you got a lot of different tastes. People come from completely different countries and everything, different age groups. That's a lot of genres you got to mix to where you're not leaning too heavily into one or the other.
Man. Yeah.
The one thing he had talked about his strategy for it last year. He says sometimes I'll do a search on a rap heavy type of thing, whatever pops up, and just hit shuffle.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's some medium stuff. Day games I'll do country. So he either has his own playlist or he'll go on the search page and find some stuff. He put some effort into it.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's. We giving away tickets now, Ben? All right, let's do it. Let's give away rodeo tickets now to Bun B's birthday bonanza. Call now 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is on their way to the rodeo March 7th. That's a Friday. Bun B's birthday bonanza 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 and you're on your way. Keep listening all day for more chances to win rodeo packies. Every other hour today, we're giving them away. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. All right, the lists are starting to come out now with the top 50 free agents from various outlets in the NFL. And a name got added yesterday. Where is the most likely destination for Stephon Diggs, according to ESPN.com? The best destination for him now that he's a free agent. We'll have that for you coming up next. West Point Lincoln.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Seth and I went through some of the PFF, Pro Football Focus, the list of the free agent wide receivers. Stephon Diggs is now going to be a free agent. His contract voided with the Texans yesterday, so he's going to hit free agency now. And it doesn't end the dream of him coming back here. He may be back. You never know. So we hit the PFF list earlier. ESPN just put out moments ago their top 50 free agents over the list here in a second. One of the ones you want really badly, Seth, is number 2 on the list, Trey Smith, the guard from the Kansas City Chiefs. They give best team fit for each of them. Yeah. So before I went through the top of the list, of course, any list I click, immediately I'm like, all right, are there any Texans free agents on this list? And are there any free agents out there that are viewed as the Texans being the best fit to bring in? So who's going out, who's coming in? So I searched Texans, right? I put it in, and it's only found twice in the entire article. So I page down, I hit find, and there it is. At 25th, Stephon Diggs, wide receiver, is considered the 25th best free agent out there. So I found it twice. Texans, Stephon Diggs going out. Best team fit for Stephon Diggs, the Houston Texans. That was the second time. It's the only time the Texans show up. Diggs going out.
All right.
Diggs coming back.
Yeah, this is the issue, is that I would be happy about Stephon Diggs returning. I thought that there were some underrated great plays and connections between CJ and Stephon Diggs this year where it was either in a loss or some of the really impressive plays were 12-yard gains but it was a tight window throw and you could see that they're on the same page. That stuff was really good and I'd love to see that. It's just that I think that the way that free agency might work out is that it's easier to go out and find a guy that at the very least you think you can plug in and be a suitable offensive lineman than it is to go out in this free agency class of wide receivers and find a guy that you feel really good about that you don't have to pay a boatload of money. I just feel better about spending at guard right now than I do about wide receiver. And then in the draft, where the Texans are drafting at 25, the way this draft is shaking out, it looks like there's going to be a bunch of appetizing wide receiver options. And we've seen in the modern NFL, there's so many guys that have come in and contributed as rookies, and especially if you're getting a guy that's got traits like speed that he can be used in some aspect to help offset Nico Collins, that I'm not overly desperate to bring Diggs back in or to even go after a Marquise Brown or anybody like that right now. I'm more focused on the big fellas in free agency.
Yeah.
It's interesting, real quick. What did you say that they have him? Oh, he's the 25th overall free agent.
25th overall, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's the Pro Football Focus free agency rankings. He was 11th. Wow. And I think it was the 3rd or 4th best wide receiver.
4th wide receiver, I know that.
4th wide receiver.
Yeah,
but the injury part of it still makes me nervous too.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a shifty small. He's not super small, but he's stocky.
Yeah.
But he's a speed guy, especially short area quickness, and he's coming off an ACL at age 31. I'm still nervous about that.
This paragraph about Diggs in this article on ESPN is very presumptuous. It talks about Texans need playmakers in the route tree to go with Nico Collins. Might miss a big chunk of time. So re-signing Diggs makes sense. It lists his stats, how he did last year before suffering the ACL. Here's the presumptuous part. Once healthy and clear to play next season, Diggs can create separation and produce after the catch for C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley. It's like, wow, you're just assuming everything's just going to be hunky-dory after this ACL tear. And I guess by wanting Diggs back, I'm kind of doing that too. I'm just like, this thing almost makes it seem like you rub some dirt on a cut or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's an ACL. You got to, and maybe it benefits both sides, the Texans and Diggs, to let a little more time go by before you reconsummate the marriage here. Make sure he's fully healthy.
When it comes to the guards, Zach Martin is their 20th ranked free agent in this, and I'm too skewed by how he looked versus the Texans this year because he was out there banged up and injured and trying to play through an injury. He's been steadily declining over the last few years, where he's still a good player, but he's not the stud that he once was.
He's a Hall of Famer at his peak, you know.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
How much do you pay for a guy like Zach Martin? But just by virtue of having a guy that's still a very good guard, but has had some injury issues and he's getting up there in years, I still feel more comfortable with him than I would Stephon Diggs coming off of injury.
That's interesting. Okay, so if you could have Stephon Diggs on a 2-year deal or Zach Martin on a 2-year deal for the right, because I think they both probably fall into a similar price range, right? Guys over 30, been banged up, coming off injuries. Would you rather have Zach Martin or Stephon Diggs?
Okay, I'm trying not to be biased by his game versus the Texans this year, and then also the fact that his brother was overpaid by the Texans.
Yeah, that's
themselves.
Right. We would have a new Martin
maybe you can bring some of the weight room equipment back. Maybe if they sign Zach Martin, they'd be like, hey, and we basically clear a couple extra $1,000 because he promised to bring back Nick Martin's stolen equipment.
Bench. Yeah.
I think I'd feel better about Zach Martin.
Yeah. Martin played in 10 games last year due to a right ankle injury, but his pass block win rate of 93.7% ranked 15th amongst guards. So he's not what he once was, but he's better than anything the Texans have in the building right now, for sure, I would say.
Now, the other part of it, though, too, is that we brought in Shaq Mason when he was an aging player, and he wasn't quite as good as he used to be, and then now I feel like we've seen him age very rapidly over the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, it's a risk. There's no doubt. T. Higgins.
Yeah, I know. Here I am. I'm being a finicky shopper, aren't I? Guess what, Seth? You're going to be able to point out negatives about anybody that you're not signing at the top of the market.
Well, and particularly guys who've been banged up. You know what I mean? Like you and I are shopping definitely in the pre-owned lot right now. You know what I mean? Like it's pre-owned and they're not refurbished all that well. You know, that kind of thing. T. Higgins is number one on everybody's free agency list, it feels like right now. It sounds like he's going to get franchise tagged by the Cincinnati Bengals. Team fit him Washington Commanders. Here we go. The Commanders are to this offseason what the Texans were to last year's offseason.
Yeah.
Sexy young quarterback heading into his second year. Ton of cap space.
They've got a lot of cap room.
Ton of cap space.
Yeah, but they need help on defense, too.
Yep.
So they're they're probably going to be the Commanders in so many respects are like the Texans from last year, except that in Jaden Daniels' rookie year, they had a genuinely powerful offense. They had that little bit of lag there midway through the season or in the back third of the season.
Yep.
But you had a really promising young offensive rookie of the year quarterback, and they've got cap space. So they're probably going to take a big swing this year.
This list has them best team fit for two players, which would be, I won't say equivalent because I don't think these players are necessarily equal, but their big splash would be T. Higgins, who they may have to trade for if the Bengals franchise tag him. And then number 17th on this free agency list, Seth, overall is Hassan Reddick. Best team fit Washington Commanders. Hassan Reddick, who may have had one of the dumbest holdouts of all time in the history of football this past season.
With two teams. He held out out twice. Yeah.
Well, and the Jets were dumb for trading for him. Eventually he got back on the field and it was whatever. But if you get the version of Hassan Reddick that can go get you 11 or 12 sacks, it's a good offseason, man, if you're the Commanders. So Trey Smith is number 2 on here, Seth. I think he might be priced out of the Texans market.
And Trey Smith didn't play as well as he typically does throughout the playoffs, and he had an injury that was making him questionable. I think before the final regular season game, and he played. And I don't recall that he was listed on the injury report, but I wonder if that was it because it's not like he hasn't played well in the playoffs before or something.
Yeah,
he didn't melt down emotionally or mentally. That's the only. As a couple of our listeners pointed out, watching him in the Super Bowl, does it make you feel any differently? I'm trying not to be too swayed by that. He's been consistently a very good guard for several years now.
Yeah, it mentions here, has the foot speed to mirror interior defenders, 6'6", 321. He can anchor against bull rushes. He's a really good player. He's a really good player. And then Sam Darnold, 6th on the list. Best team fit, Las Vegas Raiders. So Chip Kelly might get his guy.
Yeah, we're not in on that one, Sean.
Nope, not in on QBs. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. I'm going to answer a text in the next segment here. I said that I think the Astros are as good a team this year as they were at the end of last year. I don't think that's a huge reach. I don't think they won 100 games last year. But a texter is taking issue with that. I'll answer why I think they're better. Texter brings up good points. I will counter those good points.
You'll bring up better points.
I will, for sure. I've got 5 minutes to think about it. So we'll do that.
He gets 140 characters.
Yeah.
I've got an entire segment to respond.
I'm gonna school
and that is the kind of job you want, kids. Stack the deck as much as possible.
That's it, man. That's it. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. Slam Dunk Vegas contest. If you win, you and 3 friends headed to Vegas to go to Circa, hang out in the sports book during the college basketball tournament. $20K in your pocket, an extra $20K. That you can spend in Vegas. The stadium swim is amazing. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest.
Kirk Holmes is where you need to.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I said in an earlier segment that I thought that the Astros, I think they're as good a team as the team that finished up last season. Texter says, Tex, I'll give you credit here, Texter, 7085. You can run around Houston all day today saying, hey, did you hear that text from 7085? That's me. I'm 7085.
You might as well be the Texas Hammer on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line.
Good call, Seth. Nice work.
Me drinking less coffee is paying dividends already.
Big time, man. Big time. How are they as good a team as the team last season? You lost Bregman, Tucker, and Presley for Paredes and Walker. Got solid players in return, but they're not as good as this year. Fair point, and I'm not saying they're light years better. The biggest thing for me, and I understand last year's team also was missing Kyle Tucker for 3 months. I get that. Theoretically, he wouldn't be missing 3 months this year. That spate of injuries to the pitching staff last year was historic. And the fact that the Hunter Brown that we're counting on having this year only existed from about the middle of May on.
Hunter Brown was almost going to be out of the league.
Yes.
And then the guy who gave him the advice, Alex Bregman, to start throwing his sinker, helped resurrect him or turn him around.
Yep.
The pitching by far, I think, is the biggest difference. When the texter makes a good point in talking about apples for apples.
Sure.
But if you're replacing, for one though, he kind of talks about Walker like, who cares? Walker is replacing a devastatingly vast hole at first base.
Yes.
There was, you got nothing out of it. It was a drain on your entire lineup. That's a big deal. Just having a guy that's a good fielder and can hit credibly at first base, that's a big difference from last year's team. But the pitching is night and day unless they have another ridiculous spat of injuries. You cannot, with any degree of objectivity, expect the pitching to be as bad in the first several weeks of the season as it was last year.
No.
They had no chance. The Astros had no chance with the way the pitchers were pitching. Whether they were healthy or not, it was just atrocious.
Yeah, remember the numbers on the number of guys they had used through 2 months into the season was absurd. Like, if you go look at their baseball reference page and go look at some of the names that actually pitched innings for the Astros, they would call up for start. They come on up from Sugarland, buddy. You're here's the ball. Go ahead.
And I think that, and honestly, all right, Fangraphs, if you want to try to be objective or more objective about it, Fangraphs projects them for 84 wins.
I'd go over on that.
They had 88 wins last year,
yeah,
but with all of those injuries and everything. So on paper, I think if you assume total health of last year's squad versus total health of this year's squad, I don't. It's hard to make an argument for this year's squad if last year's squad was totally healthy.
Yes.
But in terms of where are they this year in comparison to last year with all those injuries, I don't feel like they've lost all that much ground.
No. And then, look, they're as constructed right now. They're going to need some guys to, and I think they're kind of counting on this. I do think there's a big element where they're counting on Chas McCormick to not be a 600 OPS guy again. Maybe he's not an 800 OPS guy again like he was 2 years ago, but I think they're clearly counting on him to be a competent Major League Baseball right fielder this season.
This is where I have to try to be stat nerd, Seth, and say that, hey, in baseball, us smart folks, what we do is we're not prisoners of the moment. And you look at the sum total of a young player's career and figure out where he is, and that's generally where he'll probably land. He's been at the plate, he's been a little bit above average on the sum total of his 4 years. He's 108 OPS plus. It's just that last year was so curiously and shockingly bad.
Yep.
That what I have to hope for is that either his approach at the plate or mechanically or injuries or what have you, there was something that caused all that, and it's not just a big black box of a mystery.
Yeah. Texters, the listeners are not going to like to hear this from me, but I'm starting to allow myself. Seth, you know I'm easily sold to, as you know. I'm starting to allow myself to get a little excited about Lance McCullers. Don't kill me for it, but I'm starting to allow myself to get into
whatever,
that.
David Johnson lover.
I know. I admit it. I skew towards optimism. But if you do get him, man, like that's now all of a sudden you got a 6-man rotation there.
But you can't allow yourself to get excited about
it's too late.
Too many ifs. You're allotted 3 ifs.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Once you get to a 4th if, you're trying to make your mortgage payment with a parlay at that point.
Yeah. Okay. So what are I like that. So what are if I'm allowed 3 wishes, 3 ifs for this team?
Yeah.
Chaz returns to, and they got to be reasonable ifs.
Realistic ifs.
Yeah, like Chaz doesn't turn into Juan Soto or anything like that. But I would say Chaz McCormick becoming an average right fielder again. Like he was well below average last year. That'd be one. Lance McCullers giving you 20 starts this year and finishing the season. Like not 20 starts and he's hurt and he doesn't pitch in the postseason. Is that an unreasonable one?
How many starts?
20. Normal pitcher starts like 32 or 33 games. So like half the season.
His career high for innings pitched was 162 back in 2021.
Okay.
And season is 128 innings pitched.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Is that if he goes 6, it could even ask him to average 6 innings. I feel like he's going to be a 5-inning
probably
guy.
Not. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but let's say if he went
innings.
an average of 6 innings.
100 innings, how's that? 100 innings worth of starts from Lance McCullers this year. And
is that a realistic if?
And he finishes the season healthy, which just made it really unrealistic.
In the last 5 seasons, he's had that 162 game season. Then he hasn't pitched.
It sounds like, you know what? The more we talk about this, like this is a guy who's been injured for entire seasons, big chunks of seasons for really his entire career.
We haven't seen him since 2022.
I know. Yeah. So that's probably an unrealistic one. When a guy hasn't,
I'm not allowing you any Lance McCullers ifs.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, how? Okay, so Chaz McCormick, reasonable if.
How about a Spencer Arrighetti if?
Spencer Arrighetti has a sub-4 ERA this season. He's like a solid...
As a full-time pitcher. Plays the entire season. Solid innings. He's not Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez level, but he has like a 3.89 ERA, and he takes the ball every 5 days, that kind of thing. And you know what? The other if I might add on to that, too, is then Hayden Wisniewski. If Hayden Wisniewski goes through the Astros car wash and is a bona fide full-time starting pitcher.
Yeah. Okay, they're in rotation.
Wisniewski might be the secret X factor that you don't see mentioned a lot. I know people in Chicago were very, at least when he got traded. I saw a lot of people in Chicago say, you know what? Yeah, I bet this is a guy that we've always wondered if he could be a full-time starter, and the Astros is a place where you can find it out. So there are a lot of people that are still bullish on, or at least intrigued by the upside of Wisniewski.
How worried are you about the Presley thing? The texter brought up, hey, we lost Bregman, Tucker, and Presley, and we brought in Paredes and Walker. You can mind meld the two-position player for two-position player thing into something where, that feels even, or close to it at least. But the Presley thing, I don't know. Where are you on losing Ryan Presley?
I'm not. I think that Presley is at that point in his career where, he's on that decline. And I was a guy that always stuck up for Presley because I felt like too many people didn't like him simply because he wasn't a classic closer that was just powering his way through everybody. He was more of a trafficky guy, but he got the job done, and he was an all-star because of it. But it's probably the right time. Yeah. It was a classic it is what it is moment.
Yeah. Biggest issue I see is losing Tucker in the outfield. Losing his bat hurts tremendously, but losing his presence in the outfield is going to be
you know what? He's
really tough to replace.
Yeah, I guess his presence in the outfield, except that he hasn't been as good in the outfield as I expect him to be the last couple
remember
years.
The one year where it looked like he wasn't trying out there?
Yeah, I remember that year. It was like,
that year, which was really
almost
2 years.
Could have gotten to that, I guess, but at least he picked it up on the second bounce.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. No, I don't want to diminish. Tucker's a great player, obviously, but you're gonna have to find a different way to get it done, man. 7085 just texted, "Hey, I'm 7085." I can see. Yes, that was funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, Tucker. It was 2 years ago that he was bad in the outfield.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a -5 run value.
That's
Last year,
right.
he more turned into an average outfielder. I'm not. There's nothing about him in the last couple of years where I've been really excited about his play in the outfield.
And you know that in Chicago, they think they're getting the one from 3 years ago that won the Gold Glove. That's the one they think they're getting out there in Wrigley. It's a tough wind, man. It's a tough wind there in Wrigley, right next to the lake.
I mean, it's, okay. We've tried to figure out ways to not like Alex Bregman anymore. Kyle Tucker, given his general kind of demeanor, the fact that way back in the day, remember A.J. Hinch just flat out said that Kyle Tucker needed to get on board with the way the Astros operate and have a certain urgency about you.
Yep.
Okay, Kyle Tucker got his, he doesn't have his big contract yet, so they'll get the best out of him.
Yeah.
But I wonder if long-term, if he ends up being more of an Anthony Rendon type of guy,
Ooh,
where you got people wondering just like how much did he actually really love baseball?
Wow.
Or how much was he really willing to commit and work and sacrifice for it?
Oh, man. Put that Rendon evil on him. Ooh. Every season of success, this is a Jim Adler text. Every season of success, the Astros have had multiple players perform, quote, better than expected. As long as the stars show up, I fully expect those, quote, other guys to carry their weight. Yeah, who's been the biggest in the 2 seasons they won the World Series? Who have been the biggest other guys? Like, I would say in 2017, it was definitely Marwin. Led the team in RBIs. He was not a star, but he was an other guy. I would say in 2022, it's probably Javier. Right? Like Javier all of a sudden, like in July, turned into the best pitcher in baseball by a lot of metrics, you know? They weren't counting on him.
Yeah. I guess another big X factor would be Ronel Blanco, too, I think.
Last year, for sure. Last year. I'm just thinking historically. Blanco needs to pitch the way he pitched last year, or else some of my contention that they're as good falls apart, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and he struggled more as the season went on. You know, he still had some good starts in the second half, but he struggled. He was lights out in the first half of the season.
So what's up, Reginald, other than, you acting like we're the biggest Steph Curry haters in the world?
Yeah. Look, that came about of, like, I listen to you guys every morning when I wake up.
Thank you.
And every once in a while, I'm just like, actually, not every once in a while, pretty much every day, there's something that you guys say that I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to talk to you guys when I get in, and I always forget it. So I was like, I'm going to actually text.
Oh, is that why you text?
Yeah, okay. I was like, I'm just going to actually say
that. Keep doing that.
Do that. Yeah, absolutely do that, because the way I took it was like, wow, I really struck a nerve with Reggie on this particular take.
No, you just had you had an interesting conversation, as you guys always do, and I wanted to kind of just be a part of it. One was a little aggressive, I think.
You don't sass me, though.
I threw my phone against the wall.
I don't think you.
See, I knew. That's why I don't text you directly, Seth, because I know I don't want to change the flow of what's happening.
Oh, stop it. Oh, yeah, I know. You know I get distracted. Yeah. The one blow-up I've had in a long time, was during Radio Row when somebody distracted me during a segment.
Yes.
Blow up.
Yeah, with a guest sitting right there.
Yeah.
But it was appropriate.
It was appropriate. I had basically asked for somebody to do something a specific way multiple times, very politely, and tried to correct them. And it came the time to be more of a old school football.
Yes,
game.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more force.
It was falling on deaf ears, so Seth made sure it didn't fall on blind eyes.
Yes,
exactly
right.
Yep.
But I pursuant to, I was just thinking about it. I was like, I mean, Steph has done that he's done the 3-point contest quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm a big Steph fan,
So
but
that was just my thought.
The fact that he didn't do it in front of his home crowd, I thought was a little. Yeah. Especially considering just all the other little elements of All-Star Weekend that
and
seem
what
to
they
be
need.
falling apart. Yeah. Exactly. You guys have a good question of the day today that you told
We do
me.
have a good question.
Actually, the question that, because we're doing a couple of kind of question type situations. Obviously we always want people involved on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I'm interested in which one caught your attention more.
Well, the one that I thought about more after you told it to me was the one that I think is the actual question of the day.
Mm-hmm. What's the most awkward?
The Yu Darvish, Yuli Gurriel dynamic. Yeah. So what? So give me the question in the loop.
What's the most awkward situation you've ever been
played into? And I'm having a hard time thinking. I would say for me, it was because theirs is a work situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're two coworkers. When I was,
it doesn't have to be.
No. But for me, the ones that pop into my head is when I was at the other station I was at on their national network. doing weekends from time to time, you'd get. I mean, their whole thing was mix and match.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there were several times. I don't specific names off the top of my head. There were so many shows I did like on Saturdays and Sundays over there where I'm like, are we almost done? You know, like I just didn't enjoy doing the show with some of the people I did.
Yeah.
But some of the people I was like, all right, well this is not the show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's probably the closest thing I can think of.
But it can be, a relationship. You marry someone and their sister, or whatever.
Wait, slow down. You marry someone
like you dated their sister or something. I'm just spitballing here.
Wait. I misunderstood the original question. What's the question?
The most awkward situation you've ever been forced into.
Yeah, it's obviously you have Hughley signing and to play alongside
Yu
Darvish there in San Diego.
Clown.
Or like Alex Bregman kind of showing up and, hey, he's this great clubhouse guy, and all of a sudden the third baseman.
Yeah, that's actually a really that's actually a really good example.
Awkward situation.
Yeah.
He was thrust in. Bregman didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
But it's got to be a very uncomfortable situation.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. So that's the closest I could think of. You know, like it's,
I gotta have this one for you tomorrow, Sean. I gotta think on this.
Yeah.
Well, definitely think on where we're starting our show is, based off of somebody asking yesterday, like, can we go back and not cut Noah Brown situation?
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, if I had a time machine, I'd like to go back and impact that. And I was like, okay, if you did have a time machine to go back and change something in Houston sports, what would you change?
But you have to actually go through.
Yeah, you have to go and do it. You have to go and do it.
So I got to find a way to get the Texans to re-sign Noah Brown.
That's right. You got to
and then have him not get injured yet again, like he did this year.
Well,
I guess is that because he ended the season injured. So no,
I don't know. I don't know what kind of medical skills Sean has, but
none.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this will be good. Multiple questions, multiple scenarios out there.
Yes, we do.
Indeed. All right. Well, we will get out of your way then, fellas. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and boy, I'm going to have a 20-item list of
all right, we're coming back.
We'll text the show. Return the favor.
Text the show.
Or indignity. I don't know.
Yeah. There you go. All right. We are done. We're out of time. KALT AM, KALT FM HD2, Houston. That's what you're listening to. It's an Odyssey sports station. I am done. Seth is done. Ben is done. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are here. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. In the loop on a Tuesday here in H-Town. You heard the man, call and roll. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you. And he's out here with a couple of really interesting koozies in here.
He's got some koozies.
I don't know what the occasion is, but he's got koozies for all of them.
I forgot my tumbler today, but I actually carry koozies around in my briefcase for real.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
These are your very important business items.
We were talking Texans. I was using my Texans koozie when we were.
Wow, you're thematic.
We were talking Astros. I don't think I was perfect score when it came to it, but I had a Queen, Dolly Parton.
That doesn't look like Stevie Nicks.
That's Dolly Parton.
We're not doing that again. We're not. What? That's a side conversation that will remain a side conversation.
Queen, Stevie Nicks. She's the wench hanging out on the other side of the castle. This is the queen right here.
And that will lead to a koozie confession for me later on in the show. But yeah, we got a show for you today on this Tuesday. Hope that you're having a good time. Go ahead and get involved with the program as we always want you to do. There's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Yes, sir. 713-572-4. I feel like I just have to up my energy whenever I say that. One more time for me if you don't mind.
The Texas Hammer!
Yeah, that's right. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And then also shout out to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for giving us the live streams both on YouTube at Sports Radio 610 and then Twitch 610 Houston. But yeah, let's start here because we were talking about the wide receivers and how you go about addressing wide receiver for this Texans team. Like I think Seth, kind of led us down that path yesterday in some ways, talking about how he thought, just kind of one wide receiver, and you kind of, go with more of a normal pattern of having two guys that you really depend on and then having your depth. I lean towards kind of having those three guys, and we started talking about Mechie, we started talking about Hutchinson, and somebody was like, look, man, I'm not trying to hear all those other guys. We should have kept Noah Brown. I was like, look, if I had a time machine, I would have done that.
Yep.
And then the light bulb popped up ahead of me.
Hey, time machine.
If you did have a time machine and you wanted to change anything in Houston sports, 713-572-4610, what's the thing that you would change?
Well, we bounced this off of Tyler Milner, who was here early. And he went with one more recent that I think some people would agree with, and that is Game 7, A.J. Hinch, and how he handled the pitching, down the stretch. Still hurts inside a little bit. sitting out there in right field and watching that happen, and then home runs and everything else.
Were you looking in the pen? Like,
yes,
you were actively, because you were sitting out there in right field.
I was in right field. I was looking in the pen. I was with my two sons.
So you saw
Will Harris coming out there tired as hell?
I saw Will Harris coming out. And the day before, man, you're going to get me mad again.
Go for it.
The day before.
Get in your bag, Queen. Or King, rather.
A.J. Hinch said, nah, Will Harris, he ain't got nothing. Basically, that's what he said. He's tired.
He said he's gassed.
He's gassed. And then he brings his ass in.
Hey, come in here and give us some of that gas.
I'm going to go in the Wayback Machine, though.
Okay. That's what a time machine is.
A Wayback time machine. Wayback time machine. The year was 2005.
All right. I was expecting like the 70s. You said way back.
And the Houston Texans were drafting in the first round. David Carr we knew what David Carr was. He had like 35 touchdowns, 45 interceptions. He was not the guy. You had 3 years of David Carr under your belt, and the Texans drafted Travis Johnson, who we all love.
Cigar man.
We all love Travis Johnson.
ISO. You by yourself on this one.
The year before, they had drafted one Andre Johnson. David Carr was not the answer. We knew that by the end of year 3.
I don't know where you're going here, and I'm very scared. I'm going to be honest.
Several picks. Not even behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks behind Travis Johnson. Aaron Rodgers was drafted by the Green Bay Packers. Had the Texans made the decision then to draft Aaron Rodgers and team him up with a decent defense and Andre Johnson, hell, who knows what we'd be talking about right now.
Well, I know some of the things we'd be talking about right now, but I within what context? And
Go ahead,
we
Sean.
welcome back Sean Pendergast.
No. It's funny. You know who I've had this conversation with?
Travis
Johnson.
Yeah,
Travis Johnson
I have
himself.
too.
Reggie, you don't need to back away from the table.
Yeah.
If you talk to Travis Johnson about it, he'll be the first to admit, like, yeah, they should have drafted him.
I've always believed him to be self-aware, but I just want to make it abundantly clear. I love Travis, and I'm not willing to say anything blasphemous.
Aaron Rodgers and Andre Johnson. Think about it. I mean, could we have a Super Bowl? That wasn't too far removed.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, well, he has one. Here's the tough thing. Like, he has one.
Yeah.
And this is the thing.
But he's one of the greatest ever.
You're not wrong about that.
He sat behind somebody for a couple years too.
Yeah, that is fair. You change that dynamic. Does he become the same player? I am inclined to say yes.
Yeah.
However, I think that is a question that people constantly ponder about. Is like, what does that look like? Also, he is notoriously onerous. Like, he is notoriously not easy to deal with.
I don't care.
And I don't know that this is an organization that was like well set to be able to deal with that dude.
I do not care. Aaron Rodgers and Andre.
Like, Aaron Rodgers is the like highly potent. Like, he's kerosene. Like, he's gasoline, right? It is highly potent. But if you do not, like, I wonder, would you have gotten the raw power to work? Would you have been able to harness that in the way that you wanted, or would that have been and ended up being a mess? Would he even been here for a very long time? Like, I don't know that all those things come together.
I would sure like to have found out. I sure would have liked to have found out. Aaron Rodgers and Andre, come on, man.
I mean, look, I would have loved that for Andre's sake. Just like, hey, man, somebody who gets him the ball in a way above what he was dealing with there. All right, so this person absolutely on the YouTube is where I was going. And before I go there, I would like to take you back to All-Star Weekend. I promise I'm not going to do this too much to you. It's not about All-Star Weekend itself. However, All-Star Weekend in the NBA this weekend was in San Francisco, and they practiced at Oracle Arena, where the Warriors used to play. This is James Harden, obviously former Rocket, talking about being back in that building.
You know, as much as like being in this arena gives me like nightmares, because I had to go against them. Like, it was like a real battle. Like, we literally created teams just to beat the Warriors. You know what I mean? And somehow, some way, you know, they always ended up, you know what I mean? You know, in the finals.
Yeah, and so Tommy on the YouTube says Chris Paul's hammy injury in the Western Conference Final 2018. I don't know how I fix that going back in a time machine. Like, if I just had ultimate power, sure, but if we in the situation that going back, I also am not entirely sure how I do this, right? Because they missed 27 threes, right? But three-pointers was the way that they got there. But level with you. I'm coming from the future. 3-pointers aren't on the menu today. Like, I understand. Look, this is what got you here. Can we change our approach a little bit? Because again,
that was the offense right there.
Right, like that was the whole offense. However, like you lost by 9 points.
Yeah.
I feel like if we could turn some of these 3-point attempts into something other, into getting downhill, into like creating some fouls. And I will readily admit, it's been a while since I've gone back and watched that game for obvious reasons. Why would I do that to myself? But I feel like if we could change the way that they approach that just a little bit earlier in that game, you could make it more competitive and maybe get a win. Like I can't fix Chris Paul's hammy, and that was like devastating because it felt like, he stays healthy and they go on to the finals and they definitely win that thing.
They should, yeah.
I'm like, hey, at the very least, if the thing that feels like it's readily changeable is just changing your approach a little bit if you knew ahead of time. I don't blame them in that moment for taking all those threes because that's how they got there. But if I have the benefit of hindsight, hey, man, let's see if we can change the way we do this. If we can get downhill a little bit better. Yeah. If we can do a little bit more of this pick and roll, get into the lob and those types of things that they like doing as opposed to leaning so heavily on the three. Maybe you can get past this.
You have one, Figgy?
Yeah, I was thinking, I kind of want to respond to that because this kind of popped in my head. What about the trade, the Chris Paul for Russell Westbrook trade?
Yeah, I mean,
because Chris Paul, he actually played better that year with OKC and actually got them to the playoffs, which we thought he was all washed, and he had like another year.
He's still not washed completely.
He's not the same.
Yeah. But he was.
We traded him because we thought he was washed. We thought that was it.
Yeah, there was that, but then there was also the fact that I think that he might have strangled James Harden.
This is true.
Like,
that's
to be fair, you traded for another dude who maybe probably wanted to strangle James Harden at some point. Like, that was the tough thing about James Harden. He wasn't a worker necessarily, and not to say that he was entirely lazy or whatever, but just his get down did not jibe with these two dudes in Chris Paul, and then even more so Russell Westbrook. They're all about putting in this work. And the cultural thing ended up being a little bit of a distinction. But I think it's fair to ask that question, like, hey, man, do you run that back again? Although, again, then we come back to the idea that you thought he was washed. He also, like, got injured right at the wrong time, those types of things. Like, there's a lot of things that you look up and you go, hey, does that happen again, especially in the way that you had to play basketball? I don't know.
We're getting some really good ones. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. The first one I thought about, and this is kind of recent. I love Stephon Diggs, don't get me wrong. But I think about Brian Thomas Jr.
Ocho wins? Ocho wins?
Yeah, I kind of wonder. I wouldn't change it again, but I always think about the what if.
Yep.
What if you stayed right there and you actually picked that receiver?
Yeah, this past season alone.
Yeah. And we're not talking about drafting receiver in the same way that we are now. Maybe you still want to add one, especially with Tank's injury, assuming that everything, like, I understand butterfly effect stuff happens. Yeah. Like, assuming that things happen somewhat similarly and you have, like, Tank getting injured. But you have, in that instance, you have Nico, you'd have a young ascending player in Brian Thomas Jr., and you're like, all right, well, we have these two things to work with. Maybe you add a tertiary player that's, like, on the operating in free agency, just kind of adding somebody in because you have these two dudes on extended contracts. But we would definitely be in a much different place.
Yeah, and I'm not saying the Texans made a wrong move. I felt like the move they made was the right move, but I'm like, damn, if you had Brian Thomas Jr., you got this receiver core, these three guys for the next 4 years.
There's several coming in.
Y'all are killing this. They're on killing the Jim Adler, the
This one is low key a huge one. Just don't run a quarterback sneak.
Dog.
Just don't run that quarterback sneak. They were the best team in the AFC until he was it an ankle foot, something like that, and did that. What about going back and signing Peyton Manning when he was the Texans were in the market? It was being reported. The Texans were interested in signing Peyton Manning, and then he ended up going to Denver and winning a Super Bowl and going to 2.
Yeah,
they went to 2.
Yeah, they went to 2. One of those they got absolutely smoked.
Yeah.
And then the other one he was not particularly good in. That defense carried you there. So I don't know how much I lean towards that.
This
However,
was a defense team though.
Yeah, the alternative. Yeah, the alternative.
But you also had Brock Osweiler.
That's exactly when you get to the alternative. You're talking about the big Brock, right? Some fair ones that come in. Nolan Ryan leaving Houston is one of those. If you could find a way to convince him to stay, I appreciate that. How about this? Like, we did not go back and talk about, like, the Oilers because there's a few of the things that you can hit with the Oilers. I don't know. I do appreciate, like, what kind of negotiation tactics you might have because the 832 is like the Oilers never leaving, but also having a new owner. And I'm like, how are you making that happen? If you can make that happen, that's great. But if you could find a way to. I understand that'd be huge. We would not be dealing with we wouldn't be dealing with your favorite woman in the world, Amy Adams Strunk
woman.
That's right. You wouldn't be dealing with that particularly in the same way all the time. But like there's a few.
How about run the ball? When you're up 35-3 against the Bills.
I was about to go there.
Run
100%.
the damn ball. That would have been a win. That would have been a win right there.
Yeah, and you put yourself in the big game, give yourself an opportunity to actually bring one of those home because it is one of the shames in Houston sports that the Oilers never got over that. Because, I mean, they had teams that were capable. They had teams that were good enough. Go back in time. I'm surprised that this did not happen enough or did not show up as much on the text line. Go back in time and not hire Jack Easterby.
Oh, yeah.
Someone else went with Bill O'Brien. But I was like, I think this is the first time, unless I missed it.
I mean, Bill O'Brien, we know his shortcomings, but Easterby was the one that just set it off the rails. I can't believe I didn't think of that one.
Yeah, I was like, hey, I figured that would be the overwhelming response. Would be, hey, Easterby, don't do that. But yeah, that one just came in, especially because like that is a time that absolutely tormented the Texans.
What about the D-Hop trade?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
It was awful.
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons. That's where it started going downhill at that point, man. Because I mean, you could have kept him for another year.
Yeah,
like people like to bring up the whole contract thing, and he would have played another year, man.
At
and
least.
you would have, you definitely would have went back to the playoffs.
Somebody says, what about signing Barkley?
Oh no, that's a great one. I mean, nobody dislikes Joe Mixon, but Barkley was an MVP candidate and, Offensive Player of the Year, 2,000 yards, all that. And they were reportedly, again, deep into conversations towards signing him.
Okay, so we're really stretching. You be the judge here, Lopez. I'm going to the court of the Honorable Judge John P. Lopez. Somebody said, don't run Colt McCoy into Alabama's line. Obviously talking about, which year was that? The
2011
national championship game.
11?
I think you're right there.
Yeah.
It was 11. Do we count that as Houston sports? Because it's the University of Texas, obviously.
Well, you want to go college, there's a huge...
Oh, well,
there's a huge...
How about rebound the basketball?
Yeah, how about rebound the basketball?
Right, and just win the national championship instead of letting NC State get over on you? Yeah, no, that's absolutely one of those. Absolutely fair, one of those to come up. Somebody said replay for the Renfro touchdown.
Oh, yes.
Oh, so I like what you're doing here. You're bringing modern technology back and be like, no. See, look, I got video right here.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Like you're like Pat Bev that one time on the court where he brought the camera. Like, look, no, right here. It shows.
And the 936 said something that no one.
I don't think you're going to. Yeah.
No one in this city has the guts to say.
No, I'm not.
But.
Nope.
But.
Nope. We're fighting. We're fighting on this one. I refuse.
But. It is probably accurate.
No, I refuse.
No one wants to say it. 936, I give you credit for the courage you have on display right now.
Nope.
Draft Jordan instead of Elijah.
Disagree.
Come on. Come on.
I understand. I understand.
No one has the guts. You don't have the guts.
Yeah,
no.
man.
I would have
he's
the guts.
Nigerian, so
I would
he ain't
have
about
the
to go
guts
against this Nigerian person.
I would have the guts if I agree.
That's what it is.
I'm willing. Absolutely.
Right,
Best player in NBA history.
Who wouldn't want Michael Jordan?
I would. I wouldn't. Give me the dream. A local cultural fit. In some ways a hometown boy.
Your boy.
My man.
Your family.
No, I'll take that. My man.
Your family.
So you don't like 6 or 7 championships?
You certain you're getting 6 or 7?
Pretty certain. I'm pretty certain.
Look at y'all. Ungrateful. Ungrateful. With all the things that Hakeem Olajuwon has done for this city.
I said no one has the guts.
You ungrateful.
This is the one I was talking to y'all about yesterday. Sometimes I kind of think about if the Houston Texans hired an offensive head coach.
Yeah.
I think about I think they made the right decision, but often I think about if they had that Andy Reid type of person with C.J. Stroud, that offensive genius with the quarterback.
Sure, that's a good one.
All right, keep sending those in. I kind of want to keep bringing these up. Somebody says, side note, Dream chose U of H because he got off the plane. Actually, that whole story is fantastical. Mira Fader wrote a really interesting book. We talked to her a few months back.
I've talked to coaches that were around at the time.
And she I think she's the first one
to get stuck at the Houston airport. Oh, really?
Right. I think she's the first one that really went through and actually I think documented official capacity. That story was fun to tell,
myth.
But it's urban myth.
Yeah.
Man, there's so many people that have brought these things. Man, there's all sorts of things. Go back in time, have the Astros beat the Rangers in the World Series. Well, at least the ALCS is what we're talking about. What 2023 is that what we're talking about? Okay, all right. I feel you on that. I'm with you. Yeah, keep sending those in. I'm so interested in the various places that y'all have gone. Khalil Mack instead of Jadeveon Clowney that one year.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
That's a great one.
I mean, Jadeveon was fine, but no, you absolutely would have gotten much better out of Khalil Mack. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'll try and do my best to sprinkle those in throughout the show, so keep those coming in. But you've got an interesting perspective here, Lopez, in the NFL versus the NBA. Should the NFL learn from the NBA?
What?
In a very particular way. And I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this. We'll do that next.
Yeah, man. Right now, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and my friends over at D&M.
610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show
John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and sometimes you just find a hit that you were not expecting to be a hit. We stumbled upon this idea of if you had a if you had a time machine, rather, and you just went back, what would you change in Houston sports? Of course, the caveat being you would have to go back and change it yourself. You'd have to go in your personal form and go and try and make some things shake. And man, y'all keep coming up with some good ones, like going up and trying to convince the Texans. Don't just go up to 12. Go all the way up to 10 in 2017, and go ahead and draft that boy Patrick Mahomes. And boy,
he was on the list though, man.
Things would have been very different. Like obviously, in the moment, getting Deshaun Watson, cool. You did a great job. Yeah. Except now we know things.
Yeah.
And with the knowledge of the things that we know, I would absolutely much prefer Patrick Mahomes in that instance.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys keep setting up there's a lot of really interesting ones.
What about this one? When Deshaun requested the trade before all the allegations, when if Nick Caserio said, you know what, we'll trade you right now.
Yeah.
Just get everything you can. You probably would have got way more than the 3 first-round picks. For him.
Could you have gotten more? Because it was desperation of the Browns that made that happen.
Was amazing. But me personally, like seeing how Deshaun played the last couple years, I would have thought it would have been more than that because you never had a quarterback like that request a trade that young.
Yeah.
Well, you would have gotten at least 3 firsts.
Yeah,
maybe,
3
maybe
firsts.
A little more.
Yeah,
few seconds.
Yeah. Maybe if you pulled the trigger, then you would have gotten even. Man, that'd have been wild though.
Yeah.
And then you don't have.
He probably would have been in Miami.
Then you don't have him back there playing safety.
He wanted to go to Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Somebody said I changed us blowing that 24-3 lead against the Chiefs. How you doing that? You about to go back? You about to get in there?
Yeah.
About to get on that field?
Oh no, they could have stopped. They could have not called that fake punt.
Not called the fake
and
punt.
And maybe went for it on 4th down.
He didn't have a play, Figgy.
Oh God!
Just come back and be like,
yeah,
hey,
let's move. I
need you to have a play for this particular. You go in there in the coaches meeting. Who is this? Don't worry about it. Just listen. I need you to have a play. Yeah. For this particular circumstance.
This man had Justin Reed trying to run
who was hurt,
who had a torn labor, trying to run a fake punt.
Yes.
Goodness gracious, man.
832 said Miami or Carolina was going to send 2 full drafts. All right.
I think so, man.
Maybe not that, but could have gotten more.
I've gotten a lot.
Yeah. No, it definitely would have been like 3 firsts, maybe a couple seconds. They would have got.
And then all hell would have broken loose. And they're like, "What the hell?
Yeah,
what's going on?
Can we rescind the trade?"
By the way, shout out to all of you fellow real Houstonians.
Oh, get out of here!
Avoiding and rejecting the notion that the Rockets should have instead had Jordan instead of Hakeem. Blessings be upon you for your wisdom. With that being said, Lopez, whatever you want to talk about.
What do you mean?
You have an interesting take. You have this thought that maybe the NFL has something that they can learn from the NBA, and I think that most people, especially coming off the All-Star weekend, are very down on the NBA. And so I imagine that people would kind of scoff at this assertion. But I'm interested. I'm interested to hear what you're going with here.
Well, so the NBA was not. It wasn't as Teflon, as impervious to anything bad as the NFL.
Correct.
But it was pretty dang impervious. And now there's a big discussion about, boy, they just don't know how to do this. They don't know how to do that. I mean, we've gone down the list. Fans, ratings, fans are all going down. So I started thinking, because over and over again here in the last month, the NFL has been spreading itself pretty thin, talking about going to 18 games, talking about they've added games in Brazil and Germany. And, of course, they go to the UK a lot. There's future games scheduled in Madrid and Dublin. There's one going to Melbourne, Australia in 2026. They're going back to Brazil and Mexico in the near future. Should they learn something from the NBA about getting too much too soon, asking for too much too soon, spreading yourself too thin? Because, first of all, this is obviously detrimental to the players, and you talk about health all the time and recovery. You're going to need another bye week. You're going to, they're talking about 18 games sooner rather than later. The way there's just today, there's news that Netflix is saying, yeah, we want to stream some more games. Oh, another game or two? No, all of them in the noon window or on the Sunday windows. So they're going to go in direct competition with CBS and Fox. Amazon Prime. They're streaming games on there. They're spreading themselves awfully thin, awfully fast. Is it possible that the NFL needs to learn from the NBA and maybe take a step back here?
I mean, possible, yes. I still think that's kind of unlikely. This thing feels tough.
Yeah.
I understand you, and maybe this is the pride that goeth before the fall, as is foretold. The NFL and football in particular feels like it is the one thing that resonates with America in a way that like none of these other sports can, right? I think with basketball, even somewhat with baseball, and I think that sometimes baseball it gets, the peril that it seemingly is talked about is overstated in some ways, but I think that football still seems to be perfectly calibrated for the speed of life in America and for the right amount of violence that America likes and all these things.
The game
itself inherently. So like we're not talking about the foundational things in the ways that people are talking about. The basketball game itself needs to change. Baseball has made some adjustments to the game itself to make it more palatable. Football seems to be right still in that pocket with it. And maybe I'm just ignoring the idea that eventually it comes for everybody. There is a fall of every empire. It just feels like there's still so much room to this one. But I mean, yes, they probably need to be cognizant and aware of the possibility of that. However, I thought I would have told you a long time ago that this was well too far. And here we are with the NFL still cooking. And not only still cooking, looking around the landscape and being like, it is the only thing that matters. How many, 90 something of our top 100 televised programs in America are football.
Yeah.
And a large majority of those are NFL football. Like it does this because it has the leeway to do this, and I think that it's very particularly situated for it compared to.
But
the
would
NBA.
you agree they are spreading themselves awfully thin, awfully soon?
Sure,
right.
And it's a question I always ask myself. At least let's pertain it back down to the streaming, right? The NFL, one of the benefits of it and one of the things that has kept it very high is that the accessibility. It is always going to be on local channels. At least there's going to be some game in every market on local channels. But is it now? And that was one of the things that it would always do is like, hey, man, there's not this barrier for entry in the ways that baseball and basketball a lot more sooner ended it behind the paywall of cable, right? Whether it was regional networks or what have you. Like, there's always been a free element of football, and that accessibility and that large pool has always been a benefit for it. And they're moving a little bit away from that. I'm like, is that eventually going to hurt them? But it just feels like the culture of football is so damn strong in this country that I'm not sure that you can even break that.
No, I get that. We all agree on that. I just think, even if you have local teams and you always have, you can watch your local team in that local market, we're entering an era where you can't watch, you may not be able to watch all the other football. We absorb all the games that we possibly can. If it's on, we're going to watch it. But now, Amazon, ESPN Plus, Peacock, Netflix wants to, let's think about just this one aspect. Netflix is going to probably outbid either CBS or Fox in the very near future to get Sunday afternoon games. That's that's a lot. That's asking a lot of fans.
It is.
That's asking a lot of fans.
It is.
And see, I feel like we had the same conversation with Amazon when they took over Thursday Night Football. And you still get some people who say, man, I don't have Amazon Prime.
Exactly.
But when you look at the numbers, when the numbers come through, maybe that one person don't have Amazon Prime, but them numbers be high as hell where that's where all these other streaming platforms is like, hey, let me get in on this too, because the numbers is showing everybody, or probably 90% of people have Amazon Prime somehow,
but ultimately,
because they still watch the game.
Ultimately, you're going to have a big chunk of people that just live in San Francisco, and they're Texans fans, and they won't be able to watch Texans. They're going to live in Omaha, can't watch the Texans.
Well, the NFL has already been selling you the opportunity.
They do not care.
If you want to watch your team, there's already been direct
that's what I'm saying.
The Sunday ticket, and
they're nickel and diming you. It's not nickels and dimes, but they're nickel and diming you.
And they've been doing that. Like I agree with your assertion, and I think if I was operating purely from like I am only considering logic in these things, I would be with you where it's like, hey man, Mark Cuban years ago, I've always held on to this statement of the idea that hey man, you know,
how did he put it?
Pigs get fat. I've held that's ingrained in my memory because I'm like, yo, that is a cautionary tale that hey, you try and get too greedy, and eventually the viewing public or whatever your customer base will say, no, you've asked for too much. And then I've seen the last decade or two of the NFL where they keep doing this, and at every turn I'm like, ooh, maybe, and they just keep blowing through what I imagine are these stop signs.
Yeah.
And so I've got to a point where I've been browbeaten by just how their ability to make money hand over fist, despite the things that they are doing that seemingly don't actually serve the audience necessarily. And so I'm to the place where I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it because it just feels like they're too big to fail.
There is a bridge too far out there somewhere, and I'm wondering if they're starting to get there quicker than they should.
Yeah, and maybe this ends up being kind of like what I've said with the NBA as well. And as you're saying, and the 2A1 crystallized it, they don't care, right? Because ultimately,
they don't.
The money keeps coming in. The numbers that matter is the money keeps coming in a big number.
They do not care about Joe Blow at home with no cable, man.
Yep.
They do not care. They looking at them streaming numbers.
Yep.
And the streaming numbers are going up, money, and really more importantly, the TV rights are going up, and they're able to make all those shake. It kind of seems to stink, and as we continue to move away from like the things that serve the customer, I do wonder what the stopping point is, but it does not feel like
it's going to get to a point where regular TV won't even exist. You're going to have to watch all this stuff, like all these CBS and NBC. You got to watch all their stuff on the app, on their personal app.
Yeah, it's possible. All right. Be pondering that, I'm certain, throughout the rest of the day, as it seems like everybody's pondering the time machine question that we posed earlier today. We'll get back around to that, and we still got B. Scott coming in today. It is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, where all day long, Bun B birthday bonanza tickets are on the menu. We'll give those away in the 11 o'clock and the 1 o'clock hours, so keep it locked right here. Plus, I hope you're listening just in general on the Odyssey app because that is the way to enter into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. I'll tell you more about that again later. But coming up next, let's get to our official question of the day. What's the most awkward situation that you've been thrust into in honor of Hughley and Yu Darvish having their own very awkward situation that they'll have to deal with? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach.
773 Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, friends, I'm going to be completely honest with you, as I often am. Sometimes I'm not, but for the most part, maybe about like 95%. Our question of the day is inspired by Hughley Gurriel signing to play with the Padres, where he will now be teammates with Yu Darvish.
Yikes.
And yeah. That's an awkward situation.
Awkward.
That's right. And why is that awkward, Lopez?
Well, how do I put this?
You want to show the people what he did?
No, I don't. Will
that get him fired? I don't think that would get him fired.
You sound hopeful.
He might get reprimanded. No, I'm just trying to see. So I never think about what can I get away with.
Just cover up the camera.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool.
He made a gesture after hitting home run off of Yu Darvish in the postseason. That was not exactly kind. Not exactly kind.
It wasn't a thumbs up, huh?
No, it was not.
Okay, all right.
So now he's got to walk in. He's got to walk into that clubhouse maybe today, and see Yu Darvish.
That's right. You think you seems like a pretty nice guy.
Remember, I think in the next at bat or next game or whatever, Hughley tried to calm it all down by he stepped out and tipped his helmet before he batted.
Like, hey, please don't hit me, dog.
Yeah. That's exactly what he was doing.
But I mean, that got us thinking. Hey, what is the most awkward situation that you've been thrust into? Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna be honest. The text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610 is still jumping from our trade our time machine question. I'm in a little bit of a dilemma.
We can go in two lanes. We can go freeway.
Okay, we want to go two lanes.
We can go freeway on this. I-10 West. Yeah, you got the passing lane in one. You got the other one. So you can go two lanes on this. Time machine is really, as you said, continuing to take off. We might have to revisit that. And then what's the most awkward situation you've ever been thrust into? And the example I gave, I think, has happened a lot, where like a dude married this woman and found out, as he was dating or whatever, they'd actually dated the sister. That's all.
That kind of happened to me. I told you all about that. My lovely wife, she went off to college. And her roommate was somebody I was kind of talking to before. And I'm like, we both looked at each other like, okay.
How you doing? But at least you don't have to see her a lot.
Yeah.
My most awkward situation happened in 2009, believe it or not, and has to do with this radio station. So I interviewed and did some, they asked me to come over here, and I did some mock shows with Vandermeer in the dead of night. We were coming out here at 9 o'clock at night to do some mock shows, etc. So they offered me the job. Everything was taken care of. Everything signed, sealed, and delivered, except I had 3 more months to work at the former radio station. So I had to work over there for 3 months, going to meetings, doing events, doing the whole
act like you care,
acting like I cared, knowing that I was going to be here in 3 months and counting.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
That sounds kind of illegal, man.
Well, it might have been. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. But I was there for 3 months, knowing that I was going to be here in October of 2009. It was wild, man. Hey, we should go blue. I'm like, yeah, we should do that.
So people trying to make plans in the future. You're like, I will not be here.
I won't be here.
I will not be here. This is interesting. From the 8 through 2, somebody said Hughley Gurriel and Yu Darvish fixed this 2 years ago. They actually went to dinner together. I didn't see anything about them going to dinner together. I imagine, especially with the particular racist undertones of the stuff that happened, that there had to be some level of conversations at some point. I don't know that would still not make this some level awkward. But possibly, maybe they have entirely buried the hatchet, and that's fine. That doesn't stop us from talking about the fact that sometimes you get into awkward
Still
situations.
awkward.
Yeah,
I imagine so.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe they come in and they're like, "Hey, man, it's all business. It's baseball."
No.
I imagine that it helps. One is a pitcher, one is a position player. They don't really have to spend all that much time together. That's one of the things I'm always fascinated about with a clubhouse is kind of the smaller divisions within it and the ways in which you don't really they don't necessarily work in the same department at the same building, right? We could kind of operate with my guys or whatever. Now, it's always beautiful when you see like a clubhouse that is a lot more close together all the way around. Like it's one of the reasons why it was kind of incredible that Bregman, was the way that he was and like reached out to Hunter Brown and was helping him and such. Like because that's not something that inherently those guys necessarily spend all that time together per se.
Now let me ask you this: Bregman obviously is in an awkward situation, but you haven't said anything.
Yeah,
there's got to be one.
The thing I'm thinking about isn't really one that I was thrust into necessarily. I told you guys recently about a date that I went on where it was very abundantly clear that this is not going to be it. Where she was younger than me, and then she was like all day kind of talking about how she getting into fighting interpersonal relationships with folks. All that, and I was like very very early. I was like, okay, this is not going to be something that keeps going. Well, drive home every day. Park at the house, and it was very evident that she wanted us to go somewhere else. I was like,
we're done.
Yeah, no, I was like, yeah. But I was like, that didn't really fit into the theme. But that's where my mind kept going. Thanks a lot for that, mind you. Somebody said all that TV and streaming talk is the reason why I'm not a diehard fan. Oh, that's from last segment.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that for me that was where my brain went, and I can't. I feel like I'm the type of person that I kind of tend to try and forget those awkward moments. I'm burying them.
Yeah.
And so I'm having a hard time like digging into the ones that absolutely fit them.
I know there's a lot of awkward moments that people are thrust into because of politics. Thanksgiving and Christmas.
That's a good point.
And all that. It's like, well, we got to go. We can't not go to your mom's house. That kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, but so-and-so was there and they're blah, blah, blah. That happens a lot.
That's a great point.
One that I had going on 3 years ago now when my mother died. My full brother, got very upset that I was the executor of the will.
Oh yeah, those are tough. That's tough.
I'm the youngest of 5. And
he wanted that honor.
Why she make you that?
Yes, and my parents made me. I don't know why. Whatever reason they had, the executor of the will. And so my big brother's like,
you're the responsible one, huh?
Maybe that was it. And then he's like, wait. You got to make all these decisions? I said, yep. Yep, I owned it.
How about this from the 713? They said they hired a new drummer before they fired their old drummer to the studio with 2 kids in the room, turned into a more awkward. Oh, so that
he was ready to play.
Yeah, you didn't let him know he was going to get fired, which honestly, I feel like that you got to. I understand the will to kind of want to tell people in person. At the same time, tell me before I get to work, right? Tell me before I've geared up for this day of work. And I feel like that's where that drummer was. He was ready to, all right, here we go. Let's get my drum set. Hey, did y'all get me a different drum set? What's happening here? Actually, he comes take a seat for a second. We got to tell you something. Yeah, no, that's very awkward, but I feel like you could have avoided
I bet you this one happens a lot. My ex-girlfriend and my wife became best friends.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Like, wait a minute. You sure you want to go out with them?
And the tough part about best friends is that eventually they're going to get to
it's going to come out.
Eventually. Yeah. Eventually you'll get there. Like, if they were just kind of cordial, maybe you can sidestep some of this. Best friends, you might as well just let it go. All those stories, all that stuff, you're going to become a topic of discussion.
I was in an awkward position here one time, man. It was a sales guy. He had I didn't know this, but he was walking out of his office, and he had some stuff in his hand.
Oh no!
And so I'm like, "Hey, what's up, man?" I'm like, "Where you about to go, man?" He's like, "Today's my last day."
Oh,
no. I'm like, "Oh!" At that point, it looked like he was really sad. So I'm like, I know he ain't just up and leave on his own. And I didn't even know what to say. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna miss working with you, man.
That's all you can say.
I ain't really know him as much.
You weren't mentally prepared for that conversation.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh man. I'm like, I just made it so awkward now. Somebody who get let go, leaving the building.
That's happened a few times.
Yeah, it was one time. Shoot, up here, I had to walk around the other way, man. I was just I just can't look at nobody knowing that's their last day.
Yeah.
Somebody said had a friend who married his wife, had several kids, then divorced after 4 years due to cheating on him. During her cheating on him, and then she remarried with that guy, which was his brother. Oh wow,
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, Thanksgiving, all Easter, rough. Somebody said you can't top this one. They were dating 2 girls at the same time. One of them was in the apartment. Other one came knocking on the door. Yeah, but this is the thing. Here's the thing, friend. You were not thrust into that.
Yeah.
You chose that life.
Yeah.
That was one that you wanted to. And somebody said on a construction site, people say and do the worst things you could ever imagine, and you still show up to work the next day and work with that guy and get them back. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess
Godspeed.
Not that much, not that awkward in that instance. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's the 11 o'clock hour, which means we open up the window for our first ticket giveaway to Bun B's birthday bonanza for the Houston Rodeo, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So that'll happen in the next hour. Plus, I believe B. Scott should be joining us. So coming up next, let's go around the NFL with B. Scott on 105 through the fan, or Sports Radio 610.
Why did D'Amico choose Nick Caley to be the Texans' new offensive coordinator?
With his energy, his leadership ability, understanding how to tailor the offense to the player.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL on, yes, indeed, Sports Radio 610, not that other thing that happened. We welcome into the studio the homie, Brandon Scott. B. Scott, what's happening, man?
Oh, man, it'd be good if I turned the mic on. Good to be
it's all
here,
good.
man.
It's not the first mistake that's happened on this show today.
I was going to say, I don't even know what you was talking about, that other thing that happened.
That's right.
Man. But it's good, man. Good to be here, man. And y'all were talking about, I could not help but to think about all the awkward moments in my life.
That's right.
And the most awkward ones are ones that I would never share on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably for most people. But I do have one that is pretty interesting that happened about a month ago, about maybe a month and a half ago. Right after New Year's, I spent the time in Denver. And I was assaulted by a woman in broad daylight. Assaulted by a woman on the streets of Denver on the 16th Street Mall. No, physically assaulted by a stranger, unprovoked, in broad daylight.
You did something, didn't you?
I did not do anything.
He walked.
Now I do have people that theorize that maybe I reminded this person of somebody, or maybe they thought that they owed me one, or I was somebody that they owed one, and maybe I was just like collateral damage, or that sort of thing. But this happened, man. Like I'm crossing the street on the 16th Street Mall. There's construction everywhere. Anybody that's been to Denver lately would know that, man, it's just torn up.
Yeah.
And so I see a woman pulling a barricade, coming closer and closer to me, and I'm moving out of her way because she looks like she might be unhoused or, something. But I assume she must be a construction worker since she's working on this barricade. And, dude, before I know it, she hooks me with the left.
Damn.
Right in the lip.
Damn.
And she didn't.
Just popped it.
And listen, I ate the punch, but she didn't miss. She did not miss for a second. Didn't draw blood. I ate the punch. Wasn't really a.
Did she stick and move, or was she just here?
So she hits me. I got a coffee in my hand. I immediately throw my coffee at her and say, "What the F is wrong with you?" Yeah. And then start following the woman. And then at that point is when I realized,
I better not.
Hey, I'm willing to beat this woman. I really don't have any moral objections to it. But what's going to happen to me, though?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so then I started thinking about
so
that.
She just walked up to you and popped you in the mouth.
Popped me in the mouth unprovoked. Had never seen this woman, had never spoken to this woman, had never seen her in my life. And can't tell you the last time I had been punched in the face. But now it was like January 3rd.
Okay.
Of this year.
Yeah. So it just happened.
Very, very awkward, because what do you do when you're ready to beat a woman?
Blood?
No blood. No blood, no cuts, no nothing. Ate the punch. It was, really, I was glad that it was just her.
Big woman?
I was bigger than her.
Yeah.
So,
Look at you doing reporting. He just started getting. Let me get all the details of the situation.
No, she wasn't big. She wasn't bigger than me. So and so I was glad that it wasn't like a dude that was bigger than me. Would have knocked me out because I wasn't expecting to get punched in the face at 11 o'clock in the morning.
I don't think anybody really
in
is
downtown Denver.
Yeah, I don't know if
or
anybody
16th Street Mall. So
really and truly is. More people coming in with their awkward moments as well. Somebody said from the 281 was telling a guy how hot a lady was. It was his daughter. Yeah, dog.
Oh
man.
In a similar vein, Jamie said they made fun of a customer about her hair looking like a chia pet to her coworkers. Coworkers said, that's my aunt. So all those probably in a bad space. And then somebody else said they were delivering a package to an unlocked office door to find out owner and admin getting it in. So there's a lot of those types of things. Yeah. Those definitely thrust into some awkward places.
Yikes.
Awkward places there. All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. And we begin with the news that today is the day where franchise tags begin being available. As of 3 p.m. Central, the opportunity to franchise tag or transition tag your players is open. And I just want to start by saying we're all good on that, right? Like we're not expecting to see anything like that, right?
I don't even know who I'd want to franchise.
The only possibility is Stephon Diggs, and that's not a possibility.
Yeah,
I think the number would be something about 26 and a half.
Yeah.
And that's literally more than you would be paying Nico Collins next season.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a smart idea.
Yeah. I think you're glad to be in a position where you're not even having that discussion, where you're not even having a player who is, because the franchise tag, transition tag, all of that is like an awkward kind of mediation between are we going to part ways or not. Like I want to, I want to keep you around. I'm obviously not cutting you, but I'm not committing to signing you to a long-term deal. Puts a player kind of in limbo, but also, sets them up at least for a year. But and so, we've seen it work out for some players, right? Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, ultimately. But you're glad to not have that situation.
No, for sure.
No, so
at least not yet.
At least not yet.
Yeah,
right. Like I think that's
Will Anderson coming up pretty soon, and Stingley coming up soon,
and look, CJ seems like an obvious one. But that's why the offensive coordinator stuff is important, and getting the offense back on track is important. So you're not looking up in a couple of years and talking about, you expected to pay CJ $60 million a year, and to reach a place where you're talking about, are you going to franchise tag him? Like that's something to look ahead to.
Yeah. I think really the big part, start early on any of these. Like all these dudes feel like ones that are easy decisions on you would want them to stay, and it just seems like the smart way of doing this is getting those things done earlier rather than later, and then just playing the Tetris that is fitting them within the salary cap to make those extensions work. Because the later that you wait, we've seen teams wait late on whether or not they want to extend, and usually that's trying to decide if they like those players, which I don't think is the case for the Texans team. And then you pay more. You just inherently pay more in all these circumstances.
Yeah, and the Texans do seem like they have a few like where we sit right now, CJ seems like a no-brainer. Will Anderson seems like a no-brainer. Derek Stingley Jr. seems like a no-brainer. So, and those are foundational pieces, so you feel like you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I think, and one of the things that's interesting also around the division, I don't think anybody really has franchise tag candidates in a real way, so I don't think that's anything that we really have to look at. Now, speaking of franchise tags, we go to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is an interesting team in this regard because they're in a place where they're trying to keep their core together or some level of a core together. And obviously Joe Burrow, but then also you have the likes of T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. All of them, they need to figure out and settle how they will keep them together. Now, of course, Joe Burrow is the lock. He's the one that you're locked in on. But Jamar Chase still needs to figure out. They need to figure out contractual situations there. And T. Higgins, according to reports, as of yesterday, the Bengals seemingly plan to use their non-exclusive, mind you, franchise tag on T. Higgins for a second straight year. And that's a prohibitive move. Like the cost of that jumps with a particular percentage.
Like 26 or something like that?
Right? Because not just that first median one, it's year over year having to get that. I'll get you that number here shortly. But do you like that for the Bengals particularly? And do you think that's a smart move considering that, otherwise they would lose him if they did not.
They've already taken enough steps back, right? I think they've got the issue of having probably not invested enough in the right spots. And so for them, they're in a rock and a hard place. And they're kind of a cautionary tale for the Texans, really, when you're a team that drafts well and accumulates talent that's all around the same age, all around the same time. And you got that, we talk about that window of the quarterback being on the rookie deal and being able to build around an elite quarterback who's not expensive. Now, obviously, Joe Burrow has, and he's talking about, restructuring his deal to make things workable to put a team around him, but they are a cautionary tale in that way, right? Because we're talking about this exact thing with the Texans of having a lot of players who were drafted around the same time, who have hit, who look like guys you're going to have to pay eventually. So this is something to monitor from that standpoint. But as far as liking it for the Bengals, I don't know what other options they have if they want to be competitive, if they want to maximize their Joe Burrow window, whatever that is.
Right, and they're trading the short-term commitment for a lot of money. You're right, it's 26.16.
It is.
Is that secondary franchise hit that they would have here, and that's just above what is the typical non-exclusive tag, which is 25.7, which is what you'd be talking about for Stephon Diggs if you were for some reason to do that. Stephon Diggs and the Texans did not get anything done yesterday, which I don't think was expected necessarily. So that void year is going to be there. That's the dead cap money that is going to be there in the $16 and change million. And I imagine that Nick Caserio and them were already considering that. They already know that they're going to have to flip switches and do some level of, cap accounting in order to figure out what they're doing. But you can't change that there.
Yeah. This is just going to be a real interesting offseason for Nick Caserio. Because I think it's a lot different from last year when it was just like go all in, spend all of this money on players, let's trade and everything. They're going to have to be a lot more creative and make, I think, a lot – like the decisions I feel like they made were bold, but they were also easy decisions. Like let's add Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Let's go get Joe Mixon. Let's pay Daniil Hunter a lot of money, right? Like those were fairly and relatively easy decisions to make. I don't feel like the decisions that they got to make this offseason are going to be as easy to make.
I don't think they're going to be as easy to make, but I think when it comes to Stephon Diggs, that's the one that we all have to focus on.
Yeah.
Do you want him back versus what you can get in another deal?
Yeah.
But then you have the cap hit.
Yeah, well, I think the answer is no. Like, I think you probably don't, especially coming off the injury. I understand that he's been durable throughout his career. I wouldn't mind seeing it, but like that's the interesting part. Like, do you want Stephon Diggs back? But if not, that position is urgent.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So what are you doing if you don't bring Stephon Diggs back? Which is also an interesting follow-up question.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. We were just earlier. Netflix seems to be in on the idea of wanting a Sunday afternoon NFL package. So, NFL told Matt Baloney of Puck that the company's interested in bidding for NFL's Sunday afternoon games. That's the name of the publication.
Puck,
I don't know.
Matt Baloney of Puck.
Yeah, is that a real name?
What you want me to do?
Is that a real site?
Side note.
What you want me to do? What you want me to do?
No. Side note. Real quick. Matt Maloney, the former point guard for the Houston Rockets.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's what my mom used to call him. Matt Baloney.
Matt Baloney?
Just because she was country and they were used to mispronouncing people's names.
Oh, those are the most fun things,
Yeah.
especially
So Matt
with your
Maloney
parents.
was Matt Baloney.
I feel like everybody's parents has one word that they never get right. Like I have a friend who his pops in trying to say Dodge Durango would call it the Duranglo.
Yeah.
It's just one that I love the idea of Matt Baloney.
My mom can't say funeral.
Oh, for real?
She said funeral. Yeah, she can't say it.
Yeah. It's like that sometimes, man.
It really is.
But yeah, Matt. Why they pass it to Matt Baloney? Why they let Baloney shoot it?
So yeah,
Sorry,
man.
Mom.
No, but that's something that we're trying to move further into. And I feel like this might be the international circumstance.
I think you're right. Yeah.
But I mean, but the international games would probably be like if they do a package, which again, it seems like they're pushing towards. But that feels like that's the morning. They want to get in
They
on
went
this.
Sunday. They want to replace Fox or CBS.
How are y'all with this? Are y'all good with this?
I am. It doesn't really matter. I'll watch it. You know, if we were looking for me.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not the person to ask because I'm obligated
That's
to.
where I'm at.
This is work.
Well, not even just obligated though. Like,
and I was telling Figgy this during a break. You know, they're going down this path, and you're gonna have to pay for Netflix to watch all the Sunday afternoon games, which is a habit for most of us. And we get, but every month you got to pay. You have to decide: am I paying Netflix and Amazon Prime and ESPN Plus?
Don't
and
forget
this,
Peacock
and,
if you want to watch
Peacock
some of
and
these
this.
games.
It's gonna. The discussion earlier was: are they starting to spread themselves a little thin?
Here's my theory though. Like, and I don't have the numbers on like subscribers, like how many subscribe to Peacock and Netflix.
Yeah.
I don't have all of that. But my theory is, since we know that the world is everybody's watching everything that we do. If you got one app, then everybody has all of your information, right? I think that they've done the calculation and that they understand that there are more people, maybe not necessarily like me, that has every app, but a lot of people now who have most of the apps.
Yeah.
Because I'm one of those people now who just over time, and it's not just because of sports, but it might be because of some other programming, the reason why I got Peacock, or the reason why I've had Netflix now for a decade, or the reason why I haven't watched the NBA on TNT, on actual TNT in years now.
Are you on Max
because
now?
I watch it on Max, and I know to do that. I'm programmed to do that. How many more people are like that, and how much are these leagues doing the calculation of how many people are becoming that way?
Well, I don't even know if necessarily that being the metric here, because from the league's perspective, maybe that would make sense, but from the various streaming platforms perspective, then why do you pay for the NFL? You pay for the NFL because you're like, there's people that are going to go there no matter what, and that's a level of programming that'll bring new subscribers. I think the thought process is the NFL is such a strong draw that then people will go anywhere.
Yeah.
And I think that lasts to a certain extent. I do wonder what the breaking point is.
Yeah,
you were talking about, because there has to be one.
There is a bridge too far. We just haven't seen it yet. There is going to be a point where people are like, man, regular people, not sickos, are going to be like, I can't do it.
That must be me, because I must be in the sicko category.
You are.
Because I've got all the apps.
You are.
And so I'm like, what do you mean that I can't watch it? I've got Peacock.
Yeah.
Sure. I watched Yellowstone on Peacock.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure I did. And other stuff, like I've got Netflix.
I didn't mean to sound so surprised. I was just like, I have not watched it. And so.
Man,
How long until the Super Bowl is streamed?
Ooh.
How many years?
So it's 20,
I don't think it's that far away.
10?
Yeah, I was like somewhere in the 5 to 10
yeah.
range is where I was going.
Where the Super Bowl is streamed only.
Stream only because they did stream it on Tubi recently.
Yeah, it feels like there's
so they testing it out.
But that's more of a Fox. We have it, so we might as well try and gas up.
But they are
other thing
testing
that we
it.
have,
They are testing it out though.
Because here's the thing: if Netflix gets this, they're going to get a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's true.
Netflix is going to get a Super Bowl if they get this deal.
Yeah,
and
at least one.
I think that'd be what 33. Is that what we're looking at
something
there?
Like that.
Well, but I guess the question also, like another part of that is how long before even the big over-the-air spots are offered in that way? Like when do we get to the point where we're just stream only?
Well, that's a question about question about like the larger media landscape and does cable die?
Like which happens first, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I have a feeling
like regular TV.
I have a feeling like in 10 years we're going to be looking back at this conversation thinking how stupid we were. Of course there's going to be stream only.
I think I'm stupid right now.
Of course it's going to be stream only.
Well, because everything, I mean, at what point is everything a smart TV?
Yeah.
And everything is on your phone. And it's like, well, what do you mean change the channel? Turn that TV off. Like, what are you talking about? The TV is the computer.
Okay.
It's the phone. It's the iPad.
I think 100% less than 10 years.
We're already there where it's all very muddled.
Yeah, all of these big corporations are already leaning towards the app now.
Yeah.
Like, go to our app to watch the game and, all this other stuff. So I think they leaning towards it.
Our Airbnb that we stayed in New Orleans.
That's right.
The TV was a smart TV. I cut it on, and it's a Roku.
Yes.
It's got all the apps on it.
That's right.
And what did I say? I was like, oh, you know what? I got all of these apps.
You did, sure did.
I ain't got to worry about nothing about no TV.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen sooner rather than later.
Man, speaking of nickel and dime, man, they nickel and diming us, man. I need to go through and see what I've been watching and save some money. But
they're taking us for a ride, man.
That's how to get you. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. It is a Rodeo ticket Tuesday, and we got to give some away for the Bun B. I almost called it the B Scott. The Bun B birthday bonanza that B Scott likes, just to put him in there, and you can go. You just got to be calling number 9 right now to 713-572-4610 to get. Was it 4 tickets? Is it 4?
It's a 4-pack.
Yeah. And I think we have Coco Jones and Keith Sweat confirmed. A couple of R&B kind of.
Jagged Edge.
Jagged Edge was confirmed. I missed the Jagged Edge confirmation. Okay, all right.
I didn't even know they were still in the league.
Me neither. I am now happy to let the people know. And all you have to be is call number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. All right. Coming up next in the loop, it's about that time where we give B. Scott a little bit of time, a little bit of space to give B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yeah, he's here. B. Scott from Hiram Clark in the studio with us, as he is every Tuesday. What's happening, my man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I'm here with a few thoughts, man.
Okay, very good.
I have thought of a Stephon Diggs replacement.
Okay.
In light of the news, of course, I think it was more so of just like housekeeping.
Yeah.
We kind of checked the box. We knew this was happening, but since it did happen, it got me thinking, okay, if not Stephon Diggs, and they could still decide to, strike a deal with Stephon Diggs. It's not like it's, for sure a done deal, but I don't think they're going that route. I don't know if Stephon Diggs wants to go that route, but I wonder if there is a replacement within the division that is now in a similar place that Stephon Diggs was last year, and that's Christian Kirk. I'm keeping an eye on the Christian Kirk market. What exactly is it? Is he going to get traded, or is he going to get released before, what's the deadline, June 1st or whatever it is that before it's a different kind of cap hit.
Yeah.
Like basically he's the cap casualty for the Jacksonville Jaguars this offseason, and Christian Kirk to me fits a similar role and need that Stephon Diggs would have if he were still here, and even last year, kind of like wanting to go and get that second receiver last year, I think was the case because you still had Tank Dell. So now you would even say that the urgency is even greater.
Yes.
But to me, Christian Kirk could serve as not just a consolation prize, but a decent, I think, replacement for what Stephon Diggs could have provided you. What say y'all?
Still pretty young. Like 28.
28, 29, yep. I think he'll be 29 this season, if I'm not mistaken.
And I guess he was injured this past season, missed some games.
But he's had a
But he's been pretty durable.
Season-ending injuries on the last couple of years, and last year was the big year, but it was a collarbone.
Yeah.
Wide receiver with a collarbone, I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's still got, all of the qualities that made him, honestly a success there in Jacksonville when that deal was, largely criticized.
Big year a couple of years ago.
Yeah. The first season he validated that contract, I think, more so. So yeah, that's somebody I'm keeping an eye on. What y'all think?
No,
I don't mind it.
I like Christian Kirk. Like he's still been a good wide receiver. I think he's really just been a casualty of that contract, which was when the Jaguars were just like, we got money to give away, and so they were paying people more than they probably should have.
Yeah.
Not thinking about what that does, like when you frame this player now as this dollar amount as opposed to like just the player.
But
it changes the way that he's supposed to play.
He lived up to it.
Yeah, well,
then he got hurt.
That first year, then he got hurt, and even the second year he was pretty good, and then he got hurt, and then last year was kind of a wash because again he had the collarbone issue. But when he was out there, when he was available, he was excellent. He was he was obviously their top guy. Also, it is worth mentioning with that contract, he opened up a little bit of, y'all remember, it was Christian Kirk getting the contract that he got that had Tyreek Hill stand up and say, well, wait a minute.
Hold on,
wait a minute.
What'd that say about us?
Y'all gonna have to pay.
Gotta redo this.
If this is what Christian Kirk is getting, y'all gonna have to pay me. And it really, honestly, like flipped and reset the wide receiver market.
It did.
I think the wide receiver market is what it is today, starting with what happened with Christian Kirk going on now 3 years ago.
But that's neither here nor there for this squad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now it's much different. Like Christian Kirk is not getting that type of contract. He's not coming in with that sort of expectation that he's going to be the guy that got the big contract. No, this is him coming off of that contract. And by the way, he's paid. He's rich now. He's got that money. You could probably get him for $10 to $12 million or whatever it might be. Whatever you paid Robert Woods or whatever it is. So to me, that is an interesting name to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing like what it would come for. Like that's really the big thing because I mean you're talking about he's still on contract, so maybe if they cut him, like you said,
I'd rather not trade.
Yeah, because I'm always very hesitant of the double pay where you trade for a dude and then you have to like sign him to a contract. I don't think that Christian Kirk would fall in that bucket, but you trade for him and you'd be dealing with a guy who you have a short-term deal on. And I mean, there's void years tacked onto that, so you'd have to negotiate or like figure out the way that you'd be handling all of those things. But like just as a player in and of itself, also one of the things I like is get another dude who has like the opportunity to give you some deep. deep shots. And I know that's something that is inherently, baked into what C.J. Stroud likes doing. So having another guy who is capable of doing that.
Speed on the offense.
No.
Just straight up.
Especially not enough speed that's just going to go and attack downfield in the way that you really want. So, yeah, no, I'm with you there. I like it as a potential. It'd have to be at the right number. It'd have to be, affordable.
Yeah, a lot of my idea is predicated on hoping that nobody is bold enough to go out there and trade for him.
Right.
Because, I don't want the Texans to do that. But also, I'd like to sign the guy, so I don't want anybody else to do that either.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of – there is some hope trafficking of, hey, hopefully that market turns out to be him of being somebody that you could get off the street, so to speak.
I like it. I like the idea. There's a few of those guys that are interesting. And, look – I end up getting in trouble a little bit because I'm not going to be locked in on one dude in particular in these spaces because I've always subscribed to the notion that there's a lot of ways to cook chicken. Like there's various ways to get to the desired effect, and you can get me there in various ways. Someone on the text line is pointing to somebody like Darius Slayton, who is somewhat similar in that vein, where he's going to be a free agent. He's still pretty young. He's going into his age 28 season. And then, similarly kind of situated where he is a good wide receiver, maybe not a great wide receiver, but he can come in and provide you something. I think in both of those instances, I would still like to see a wide receiver drafted, though.
All right, let me run another idea by y'all. This Nick Caley thing.
Okay.
Are y'all not worried that, obviously we want him to be a success, right?
Of course.
We want it to work well.
What would it say about me if I was like, no, I don't want it to be a success.
You're wrong.
I want it to suck. And you know what? You're free to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
I wouldn't be mad at you at all. But I'll speak for myself. I want it to be a success.
Yes,
okay?
Agreed.
Now, if it is, though, are y'all not worried that this dude is one and done and we're right back here in a similar situation?
Oh, I think that's a possibility, but I'm not worried. You almost want that.
You do.
Yeah.
But I feel like Bobby Slowick's journey here is a bit of a cautionary tale. Between listening to Nick Caley at the end of last week and then reading all the literature that we've gotten over the weekend, right, namely the DJ Bieniemy article in ESPN, thinking about it, and that gave me a chance to reflect on the parts of Bobby that were, the parts of that experience that were successful. I mean, this guy went from interviewing for 4 to 5, however many head coaching jobs, and even one despite the drop back this past year, going to do the Jets interview. Going from that to losing his job and having to go on as whatever his job is now with the
senior passing game coordinator.
Yeah, where he's basically sharing that job with another guy with Darrell Bevell. To go from that to this in 1 year, it's kind of a cautionary tale for Nick Caley of hey man, you remember last year when D'Amico Ryans was like, hey man, my advice to Bobby would be to be selective. It would also be to strike while the iron is hot. And I'm not saying that anybody offered him a job because I don't know that or have that.
Right.
But if they do, the next year 2 could look like what it looked like. Well, maybe you disconnect with the players and the communication breaks down, or the offensive line gets hurt, or something happens with the quarterback.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows what's going to happen in year 2?
I could not agree more. I think it's a good problem to have. It's the neighborhood. You want to be in that neighborhood where your coordinators are leaving.
Well, I don't know inherently as an NFL team that you do, but the cautionary tale is not hiring Nick Caley. The cautionary tale is hiring a defensive head coach.
Yeah.
That's why the league has gone to this trend of hiring offensively inclined head coaches, because then you don't worry about your offense turning over year in those ways, especially because defense tends to be a little bit more year over year in some ways.
Offensive-minded head coaches lose D coordinators.
Sure, but that's what I was talking about.
That's the world in which you want to live.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is defense year over year is already kind of a tumultuous thing anyways, and I think it's a little bit less fraught when you have a defensive head coach. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm actually very comfortable with what you have. You have to then be comfortable with the notion of, hey, you have to hire a guy pretty frequently because they're going to be taking him from you. And I think that I'm not worried also because if that happens, that means that you see D'Amico Ryans as a dude who made this hire correctly, and that gives you more, I think, confidence for me that he'll be able to do that again the next time, and that it was just the first time and it was hectic and it was his first time doing it, but now he's kind of ironed out some of the kinks and he'll know what to look for in the next offensive coordinator that you would have to hire if things are successful.
Yeah, I wonder for Nick Caley how he's kind of taken all of this in, because he's really got an opportunity here given what the team is and what the quarterback is. Are you are you on this journey to kind of like really hone in on being an offensive coordinator, or is it going to be like one of those situations where you got to look out for what's best for your career and strike while the iron's hot? And is the advice not what it was a couple of years ago, and that's be selective? Go ahead and get that. But go ahead and get that job.
It's the John Calipari model of look, man.
Yeah,
I know I'm a stepping stone. Come in and do what we do. Now, I will say the one cautionary tale of the things I'm concerned about. Sorry, not to take too much time here. Is he's not bringing in the staff, so it's not like, hey, we're gonna have this guy who also is a part of that system, then probably slide up into that role.
Yeah.
Where you talk about a young quarterback, new coordinator, whether it's a good one or whether it's because a good one left or because a bad one left. A new coordinator is a new coordinator, and so C.J. Stroud having to learn, a new iteration of the offense, or entirely new offense in a year's time. That is the thing that makes me go, oh, okay, well, do you want to continue to keep putting him under that pressure, even though I think that he's smart enough and capable of picking up whatever you put down?
I don't want to ignore your next thought, but we might have to kick it down to the next segment because I think it's an interesting one.
Oh, we got more thoughts?
He's got a big one.
We got
He's
more
got
thoughts.
a big one.
Yeah,
okay,
we
you know what?
We definitely got more thoughts.
You know what? I'm flexible. Coming up next, let's get some more thoughts and what's popping here in the loop. We'll do it next.
Texans new OC Nick Caley turned down.
Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin'. And we are joined, as we always are on Tuesdays, by B. Scott. There's some more thoughts in there, and I would like to get into those.
All right, so I am awkwardly leaning into this Jose Altuve in left field.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
For as absurd as it sounds and as ridiculous as it might seem, I'm starting to kind of get into it because it's just easier to understand why it is that they're doing it. Think about it like this. If they had an actual left fielder, if they had a certified guy out there, it'd be a much more difficult thing to do and a much more difficult conversation to have because you're not moving this guy out of that position to put Jose Altuve out there. But they don't. And what they do have is an issue with Jose Altuve at second base.
Correct.
There is your utility guy, one of your backups in Mauricio Dubon, is objectively a better, just overall infielder, but specifically a better second baseman than the guy that you've got playing second base. Defensively.
Right.
Yeah, no, obviously defensively is what we're talking about here. Because the whole issue is, obviously, you want to keep Jose Altuve's bat in the lineup. That's the part that is non-negotiable. You're not taking your leadoff hitter, your franchise icon who still is good, Jose Altuve, out of the lineup. You're trying to find a way to keep him in the lineup. Desperately, by the way.
Yeah. Correct.
Trying to find a way to keep him in the lineup. And so what do? You go out and put him in the position that, for one, you've got a hole at. There's nobody there. And B, it's also the space where sometimes you'll hide your weaker defensive players if they can do it. If they can just play replacement level outfield play, right? Just replacement level. Then you can survive with them out there, until you maybe figure something else out. Or, on the nights where, maybe you have Jose Altuve, maybe Jose and Yordan at some point or flip-flopping or whatever it is, platooning the DH in the left field spot. So I'm leaning into it because I think it fills a hole, I think, in left field, and then also fixes an issue that has come up at second base that maybe we weren't as quick to acknowledge because who was playing there.
And I'm not even sure I would use the word fixes. It just moves the issue to a slightly less prominent place. Like second base is just too important.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The decline.
The decline in left field is much more doable than it is at second base.
100%.
So, and I guess that's why I use fixes, because what you can't have is, look, let's just call it what it is. Jose Altuve statistically, and you brought up this stat last week. The OAA.
And I didn't remember the name, but I knew the stat.
It's outs above average, and he was the second worst defensive second baseman in terms of outs above average last season. It went from slightly below average the year before to just off a cliff last year. And we know that also there have been times where he's had the yips just throwing it to first base. Yeah. That's another issue in left field, by the way, of who's he ever throwing? Where's his relay ever going? But
shortstop and third, as opposed to other places.
But the point is, though, you can't have it. You cannot have that level of play. And I think their decline defense, we don't really talk about this a lot, but their decline defensively is, to me, connected and tied to their decline overall as a team.
So here's where, first of all, I have a bad feeling about how it's going to look in left field. I get it, though. Second base is more important. You're on the ball.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if you have a bad feeling about left field, how you feel about second base?
But listen, hear me out, as they like to say. I have a bad feeling. Even if you set that aside, what he might look like in left field, are you kind of rearranging the deck chairs offensively? Because your second baseman is not going to be very good offensively at all. Mauricio Dubon, first of all, you're taking away the utility part of his game, which is crucial to this team. But he's a guy that doesn't really bat over 250, 260, doesn't have an OPS over 600, 650. The point is, yes, you're putting Jose Altuve in left field, and even if you can set aside growing pains or whatever you want to call it defensively, you got to bat in left field, and that's what you really want. What are you doing to second base?
Yeah, no, it's an issue. It's an issue. Yeah. I cannot dismiss that, Lopez. My hope is that Mauricio Dubon is just kind of a stopgap, until somebody emerges within the organization that can play. And I feel like there are some candidates that could possibly do that. And until you get there, maybe Mauricio Dubon is the guy. Maybe Jose does still play some second base. You know, like you're kind of just figuring it out until somebody emerges as that guy. The issue, kind of pertinent to this point, is that Jose Altuve can't be the everyday guy.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the awkward part that nobody's really wanting to say out loud. With all due respect to Jose Altuve, rightfully with respect to Jose Altuve, but he ain't good at second base no more. And you got to keep his bat in the lineup. And so, do you try to hide him? Literally, like hide his little ass in the left field, and then figure it out at second base with what seems like, you know, not just Mauricio Dubon, but hell, maybe anybody that plays second base on their team might be a better option.
Yeah, and I think that, again, this feels like one of those things where you might be moving around the deck chairs before a short period of time, because it feels like, look, man, how fast can Bryce Matthews get to the majors?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like is the conversation that is being had, and especially that when it comes to that, how fast can he get to the majors? It's not defensively; it's how fast can the stick get to a place where we feel comfortable with that being in a major league lineup facing off against major league hitting. I think that's where you probably are. Two Texans and baseball gurus. Left field gets a lot more action than second base. Most guys right-handed, they pull the ball. Yes, they're gonna have to pull the ball. You have a little bit friendlier left field, but we're not gonna pretend like, you know, I understand left field gets action. I'm not going to say a lot more action than second base, friend.
Yeah, no, it might get more action volume, but I'm talking about in terms of degree of difficulty of the job. I'm not talking about how often necessarily, because that can also change from game to game, right? Where the action, like what if you go up against a more left-handed heavy lineup or a pull heavy lineup, like that can change from game to game. I'm talking about the degree of difficulty of the job. Mr. Baseball Guru, want to be a smart ass. Look, I know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, you tell me, do you not hide your worst defensive players in left field if you can?
That's what everybody does.
Is that not a thing?
Jordan was out there.
Did I make that up?
I can't say that you made that up.
Come on.
I cannot say
that's all. And that's clearly what they're trying to do here, right? Like it's kind of really transparent, the hand that they're playing here.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. I'm with you there. Like this is the place where I have to be, right? Because of the way that you have the circumstances that the Astros have themselves in. But yeah, this feels like the best way to try and go about accomplishing those goals, not having that huge hole at second and trying to keep that bat in the lineup. We'll see how well it goes. And of course, that's what spring training is for. We'll get a feel for those things. All right. How about this? The AP basketball poll came out for the week. The Houston Cougars moved from 6th now to 5th. They're constantly making that step up. And it feels like, as of right now, I think I was looking at Joe Lunardi's bracketology line. Now, uncomfortably enough, he has them on the number 2 line in the bracket with Auburn. And I was like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
But, they would be on the 2 line. How high do we feel like they can go?
I think they can be a 1.
Right now, they're looking really good.
I think they can be a 1 because the SEC is going to sort of prey on each other going into their conference tournament, et cetera. 5 out of the top 7 teams in the entire AP poll are from the SEC. That's not going to be the way it is at the end of tournaments.
Yeah.
So UH can easily get to a 1 seed.
Yeah, I have to double check now if it's the same for the Big 12, but I know the last time I talked to y'all it was the same. Like the Big 12 had 5 in the top 25 as well. So what I'm saying there is I think the strength of the conference and the strength of their schedule and what they've been able to accomplish up to this point, the brand of ball that they've been playing, these wins that they've gotten, this tough stretch that they've had, right?
Yeah.
Most recently I'm talking about against Arizona and showing up the way that they did. I feel like the quality of wins ever since that, that Texas Tech game, I feel like the quality of wins that they've put out there have been the type that show you number one seed type of stuff.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is 5 of the top 7 are
I got you.
So they're going to it's going to
cannibalize. I got you.
It's going to end up be 2 or 3. The only problem is, doesn't UH play Texas Tech at Lubbock coming up next week?
They do. They have a couple of tough matchups still to come in their schedule. And, of course, that includes Iowa State here locally on Saturday. They'll get Arizona tonight. Arizona State. That's an entirely different challenge.
Yeah.
And then Texas Tech on 24th.
Yeah.
So
they got to get through those.
About a week.
Yeah.
So they've got some tough ones. But, again, I thought that game on, was it Saturday, that they won against Arizona at McHale? I thought that was huge because, again, and you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, B. Scott. I said this yesterday. I think that's a game that in the last 2-3 seasons that they lose when you don't have one of your major offensive guys going. You could defensively keep teams close, but they couldn't get that over. It was great seeing Uzan come through and like add the additional scoring in a place where he was not. You don't typically budget that in on the offense in order to get over.
Yeah, Uzan probably somebody that we don't talk about as much, especially with the kind of season that Juwan Roberts has had. I know we talk a lot about Emmanuel Sharp because of the injury and how important that was getting him back. But Uzan, like we're talking about the depth or the number of guys that you can go to for a bucket. This is the reason why the answer to your question earlier, how high can they reach or how far can they go? The reason why they can be a number one seed, and we talked about this before, is because they still play the same brand of Kelvin Sampson type of basketball defensively that they ever have, but now they got more options offensively and can do more on the offensive end and can even compensate for nights when they don't look as good because they got enough guys that can get you a bucket.
Yep. So feel good about that one. If anyone cares, which I'm not sure anyone does, I'm still working on making sure to get to the Iowa State game on Saturday. And some other things, real quick, what's popping. We will officially get the matchup of USA versus Canada on Thursday after Canada got a win. What was it, yesterday? Was it yesterday afternoon? So, yes, I don't know that we'll get fist fights again, but I imagine that a lot of
it's going to be physical.
And that's the thing. They don't have to fist fight. They just got to get out here and play physical, and we know that they will in that rivalry. And confirmation that what we got during Super Bowl week between Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker.
I knew it.
Patrick Mahomes Sr. admitted that was staged.
Yeah.
It didn't look staged. They did a good job, but I just like, the next less than 12 hours later, they're saying, oh, yeah, they're boxing. They're fighting, whatever it is.
Yeah. One of those, you might want to rubberneck and just see how does this go.
No.
Is this still happening?
I'm good on that one.
Yeah, it's happening. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I don't want to admit that I'm interested.
Just post a clip on Twitter.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
but that's
part of it.
That's part of being interested. Yeah, man. I just.
I actually.
I ain't about to pay for it to go out my way, but just put it on the timeline.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna be like, so what happened now?
I got to see this.
I'm good on it. You can keep that one for me. And yes, 409 is correct. I keep doing this where in my head I'm like, I know it's one of these pronunciations, and I always get it wrong. It's Uzan rather than Uzan.
Our apologies.
Yes, definitely apologies. And it's because my brain, I'm like, all right, I'm going to remember this next time, and then I know I have to think about it, so then I stop and think about it. I'm like, damn, which one is it? It is Uzan. And he had 19 in a big victory on Saturday versus Arizona.
Shout out to 409. Uzan doing his thing.
Doing his thing.
Doing his thing out there.
Yeah, put some respect on his name and say it properly, and we will. All right, B. Scott, we always appreciate you hopping in with us. Great thoughts as always, and we will catch you next week on this program. But I mean, you hop on with the drive and everything. You around?
Yeah,
you already around?
Yeah, man. I'll be around tomorrow at 4:40. So y'all check us out, man. It's been fun.
All right.
As always.
All right, man. You know it. All right, in the loop. Sports Radio 610 coming up next. Let's get into this. Do any of these likely free agents intrigue you, including? Are there any must-keep free agents on the Texans right now that you have to sign back? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the
third-party delivery platforms.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Much appreciation to the man, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, for joining us all last hours. He always does on a Tuesday. Always a blast to catch up with the homie. Great thoughts.
Big ones.
This week. I'm not to say that he has ever had bad thoughts.
Oh, sure. He's coming in here with some bad ones.
Name one. Name one.
I'm just kidding.
No, but I was very intrigued. And maybe I was just happy that sometimes it is about just hearing what you want to hear from somebody you respect. Maybe that's what it's about. Because I was like, yeah, someone else with me on this left field Altuve thing.
Yeah.
Well, but again, I'm reserving judgment till we get the fellas out there to West Palm Beach, Sean and Seth, next week.
Next week.
And a SPO. That's also very important. Baseball SPO out there. Next week, appreciation to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for a little spring baseball, see what's happening with the team. So I'm excited for that and for them to give me a little, give me some ideas of what they're seeing with Altuve at left.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. Also, you can have some boots on the ground in Vegas as long as you're listening to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app. An hour each day is your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, where you'll have an opportunity. You and 3 friends, in fact, will head to Vegas to stay at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas and enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim as part of the Ultimate College Basketball Championship. Plus, you'll have 20 grand, 20 G's in your pocket to help you to spend while you're in Sin City. So make sure you're on the Odyssey app listening that way. An hour each day to Sports Radio 610 for a chance to win. We want our winner to come from the great city of Houston, or at least from our listenership here on Sports Radio 610. Do any of these likely free agents intrigue you in the NFL space for your Houston Texans? That is the question we are asking here because, we're about a month out from free agency hitting.
It's kind of starting to ramp up now that the tag season is here.
Yes, exactly.
You know?
Teams are starting to now really contend with what their roster looks like right now. Who are the guys that they're going to have to, say goodbye to? I think we all agree to the idea that there's no one that you would even consider franchise tagging outside of like Stephon Diggs, and that doesn't even seem reasonable. And I guess before we even get there, why don't we talk about the free agents that you have on this team right now, your roster, before you start looking at free agents outside. Do any of the free agents that you have right now, or that are free agents for you, are any of them must keeps for you?
Okay, so let me go through the list.
Do a set call reading?
Naming.
Okay, very good. Very good. Fair enough.
It's an easy yes or no. Does it intrigue you? Is it a must-have? Is it whatever? Stephon Diggs, we've dug into. I think we all have kind of established that. If we can, yes. If it's value, yes. If you get someone else, you still have to deal with the dead cap hit. So just a quick yay or nay on Stephon Diggs.
I would like Stephon Diggs, but I feel like it's going to take a while to get there. I think he wants to test his market. I would want him to test his market. And according to Spotrac, which is not the end-all be-all, but his average market value is about 13.5, which seems like it's reasonable. I feel like you maybe can find some level of answers for cheaper.
Yeah, and speaking of B. Scott, he brought up Christian Kirk.
Yeah, but I would like him to return, but I'm not willing to say that that's a must return on Stephon himself.
Yeah, I got the same exact answer. Like for the right price, maybe, but I'm looking elsewhere for right now.
Yeah, unless
he wants to return for a good deal.
I'm beyond just like maybe. I would like him back,
of course,
but I just
value.
I feel like they're
yeah. All right, so let me go through these a little quicker. And spoiler alert. 1, maybe 2 at most of the Texans.
You got one in a possible?
One in a possible.
Are you a Spades player? No, that's a no.
No,
that's a no.
Too damn long answer.
Spades players don't go.
Yeah,
maybe. I dabble.
Spades players either say yes, or they immediately challenge you to a game with bravado.
We ain't ask you if you know how to play.
Spades ain't a game where you half-ass it at all.
Well, let me answer now. For about 10 years, I was that guy. And then it sort of faded away. Like I would.
Wow. So why would you stumbling over the answer then?
He didn't want to be challenged. That's what he knows what it is.
I was like, oh yeah, every time. But not. It's been a while. That's
Sorry, I don't want to continue to move away from the point because I want to talk Texas.
No, we can talk Spades.
But this makes me think who at the station is a good Spades player. Well, just keep that in the back of your mind.
All right.
We'll keep that. I'll kind of want to.
So one and a possible for me that I would even keep. So I'm gonna go through them and give me
your
answer.
You going board?
Robert Woods? No.
I don't think you need to bring him back necessarily. He was 7'6". There's no way he
Just
commands
jump in,
that.
Figgy.
I'm surprised he made the team.
Yes.
I
That's
thought
fair.
he was going to get cut this year or last year.
Eric Murray?
Eric Murray's interesting. I think he covered himself.
He lasted longer than I thought
me
too,
too.
man. That was a Bill O'Brien special right there.
Mario Edwards is my one.
That's your one.
I think so. Fits the system. Good season. I don't think he's going to be expensive.
He made 1.6 this past year, 1.6 mil at the age of 31. Like, he's still relative.
He's got 2-3 years.
Yeah, he's still got some time, and I think he played pretty damn well for you.
And interestingly, Foley is my possible. He's another free agent.
Yeah, and you spent a little bit more on him. He was a $5 million guy.
I think he might get an offer.
That's fair. That's fair. He might get an offer, and it feels like that's the place where you're looking to kind of add, especially if you can add like a high level player. We were just talking about this with B. Scott before he walked out of the studio. I think that interior defensive line is still something that they're definitely going to address on draft night in April. I just don't know how high, because there's a large pool of them. At defensive tackle. He has 24 guys that he believes to be starter caliber versus 12 in, I think, an average year or last year.
Yeah.
The tough part about that is there's a lot of guys that are starter caliber, but that feels like that's on the level of Foley and Mario and those guys. But it feels like you would really love to possibly get somebody who's a level higher, and I don't know that you have a lot of those.
Yeah.
But, I mean, right now you had a great rotation of guys that were starter caliber. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to have one of those types of guys on cost controlled on a rookie deal. I just don't know that you want to use premium first round, second round pick on them. I think maybe third round and further is when I open myself up.
And this is one that I might be on an island on, and it's very likely that that Reggie's going to throw a pen at me when I say this. But Dare Ogunbowale, I think I'm good
on keeping him.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, on not keeping him.
All right. Well,
letting him walk.
All right.
Yeah.
Look. I always knew you was trying to get Nigerians out of here.
That was that guy?
No, Dare 1.5 is what you were paying him this past season, and I feel like Dare's in a place where he's a 6-year vet. As a running back, I think people know the game, man. I don't know that there's going to be a situation where someone swoops in and wants to pay Dare a whole bunch of money. I think he
serves. But if they just
offer
2 years,
he serves more value to you as a team than any other value in any other team in the league. Like he's just good culture guy, been here. Kick a little bit, so it gives you a little bit of comfort.
I'm about to say, how much you paying them?
1.6 for 1 year. Okay, I'm good.
And that's why I think that you could very easily kind of. Now, of course, the question was, is there anybody you need to have? And I think the answer is, I don't think you need to have Dare. But I think that that's one of those things where it's low enough stakes, and I think he's going to be out here taxing or anything.
Backup kicker.
I think that all those things give you a level of comfort to where you probably have
Neville Hewitt. I'm good.
Well, this is the thing, right? Neville Hewitt is on here.
You got to cover tight ends.
Neville Hewitt is on here. Jake Hansen is on here as a restricted free agent. Who was the other one? There's another linebacker on here. Oh, that's right. Devin White is on here. Depth at linebacker, I know that's one of those things where people have talked about, hey, what are the needs of this team? A wide receiver comes up immediately. Interior offensive line is probably before wide receiver. I don't know why I waited on saying that. And interior defensive line pops up as we were talking about. Linebacker is one that's popped up a little bit, and I was like, but depth at linebacker is really needed. And I feel like that's not something where you could just say, hey, we're just going to add all of these in free agency and the draft. Like, I think that you might need to retain some of these guys, and Neville is probably the one of those three that I named that I think I'm most comfortable with. Jake Hansen would be the one at a low price, but they just seemed like they were very unwilling to play him. If they had another opportunity to play someone else, they did.
I'll let Figgy answer this one. Chris Boyd.
Did he play cornerback? In fact, I was just going to say all these cornerbacks can miss me.
Yeah.
But not only, wasn't he the dude that every time he was kicking off, he was out here picking up yellow flags?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. What about Derek Barnett?
Derek Barnett's interesting because I don't know that you'd be able to keep him. Like, even if you wanted to. I think this team might be coming to an interesting inflection point, which is you had a luxury of having a whole bunch of pass rushers that you could rotate in. And with the way that this salary cap is coming together for you this year, I do wonder if you might have to kind of forego some of those luxuries. Derek Barnett, 29, and he definitely was not paid what he was capable of giving you or what he's capable of giving the team.
I love
next
his game, but I think it might be time where he's going to look elsewhere.
I would love to have him back. I don't know that you have the possibility to on that particular front. Maybe he wants to be here to a point where he's not going to go wild on his market value, but again, according to Spotrac, his market value is 7 when you paid him 2 this past year.
Yeah.
So
MJ Stewart.
All these cornerbacks, man.
Yeah.
All these cornerbacks. I'm not
Man,
like
they sound like a bunch of special teamers.
That's what I'm telling you. Like
cornerback depth is something that you needed to figure out.
Maybe two of
anyways.
these dudes, you're like, yeah, we got to have him back. Them back. Kendrick Green. No.
Yeah, I'm good.
No.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to say nobody need to come back.
And that's an unreasonable way of going it. But especially if we're going on the need to come back, he don't need to come back.
Yeah.
Miles Bryant
doesn't need to come back.
Yeah. Jerry Hughes fits with what you're talking about, and plus he didn't even play that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
Jerry
like
Hughes
other
might be more gettable though on a return contract.
Maybe
that he's a little bit older.
Yeah, nah, I think he good, man.
Jeff Okudah.
Hey, man. Jeff Okudah. I saw Jeff Okudah get on his Ciara with his 1-2 step. Remember when Cavante Turpin sent him on that 1-2 step?
Yeah.
I was like,
I thought he was doing the stanky leg.
I'm sorry, fam. Can't be
man,
that.
That's it, man. They tried that experiment.
Irv Smith Jr.
That was a necessity.
Yeah.
Bringing Irv Smith in, I don't think you need to bring him back, especially when you talk about tight ends. The ones that you have accounted for are Dalton, Brevin, Egan. You gonna put Irv in the mix?
What about Tegan Quatoriano?
Nah, it's been real, man.
Wow.
He can't
The offensive coordinator likes 13 personnel.
He can't even stay on the field, man.
Yeah. And then there's John Weeks.
You need it.
You kind of have to at least have him. Pay him the 1 year and see what happens.
Yeah, he ain't have a bad year or nothing.
Yeah.
And bring him back.
So the point is, like, it's time to upgrade, move on, let guys go that maybe get an extra year on their deal. I would say Foley and Mario Edwards,
which is interesting because again, keeping that kind of rotation of guys that you have in the middle, to a place that you like. But maybe one of those guys, because again, I think you're right in that Foley might be commanding some money, and in the situation you brought him in to give you what you wanted and you need, and you got it. Also, I do wonder how much do you factor in the games that Foley missed. Foley missed quite a few games due to injury here and there throughout the season. So I don't know, like, does that change your, and I guess Mario missed some games due to suspension, I guess, but does that change your outlook on those players at all?
Yeah, look, I think, the injuries always come into play, but that's a high leverage position, that you're going to have some injuries. It also depends on, how bad were the injuries, basically. So it's an interesting spot, with the Texans and the free agents that they have.
Ooh. From the 281, they say the Weeks era is capital O, capital V, capital E, capital R over, with Tucker Addington being added as a reserve future contract. He's a 27 MU State, relatively local.
Well, remember they brought in somebody to compete with him.
It's definitely going to be some competition.
But Weeks just finds a way to get that ball back there quickly and never miss. So we'll see.
Another 281 mentioning Foley and Edwards are the only guys that they feel like
that's where I am.
It does feel like that. It just. I will say, though, I'm always hesitant to be like, no, because you got to fill a roster, and you only got so many drafts, draft picks. Was it 6 this year? Obviously, free agency at a wider space will be necessary to get in and like add some pieces. But yeah, man, I'm with you. Like, I don't think that there are ones that are like. There's a lot of ones that like absolutely need to be back. Besides, like the value that you're able to get interior.
It's actually a good position to be in. You build a relationship with these guys, an affinity for what they've done, and you're kind of cheering for them. But if we're talking, hey, the old football is a business.
It's a business.
It is. There's really two, maybe that you feel like you have to get back. And Stephon Diggs, interestingly, is not one of them.
And
isn't that something?
That is interesting. How about this on the text line? Because I think we were going to get to like the likely free agents wider.
We can still do that.
We'll save that.
Yeah.
But this is one of those free agents that I think people are interested in because when addressing the interior offensive line, which is one you absolutely need to do, I think a lot of people have gotten very comfortable with the idea of, just go draft one. But first rounders, I think you expect to immediately make an impact on a team. I think that's the way that I view a first round pick. Except interior offense or offensive line in general is one of those places where it's tough to kind of expect that. I think Seth has done a great job kind of detailing how any offensive line here is kind of still has a long way to go to be in that, or maybe not a long way, but has a way to go to be like a real NFL player at the highest level of what you want. Other positions, maybe not that. So some people think maybe you go in the free agency route and maybe have some addressing of the interior of the offensive line. And one of those names that people would think of is Zach Martin. He's a surefire Hall of Famer from the Cowboys, rather. And somebody texted in and said, asked me if I thought Zach Martin was done. If you pay him for like 1 year with that veteran status, and unfortunately, I have to say I do think that he is relatively. Ooh, I was about to say that in a really disrespectful way, and now I'm trying to think of the other way that I would say it, and I'm not finding a good way. So understand, I mean this as respectfully as I can say something disrespectful.
Done.
He is cooked product.
done.
Well done.
He is cooked product is the way that you started seeing that kind of in the year prior, honestly, as well. But this past year, it was not good from Zach Martin.
Yeah.
He's
not as bad as B. Scott's ribs that he was telling us about.
Yeah, it sounded like he didn't do a great job with the ribs, honestly. And the pride stopped him.
Yeah.
The pride stops him from getting it right.
Text me if you don't want to call.
Or, you know other people as well.
Yes.
Lopez ain't the only one who know how to make some ribs. But no, I think Zach Martin, like a real supreme leadership guy, that'd be great. But I would hate to have another guy that you go, oh, we're going to bring him in. Leadership guy's done it, and he'll come in and do it. And then you come in and you get another guy that maybe is on the backside. Well, definitely on the backside. And
Matt Khalil.
Yeah, you don't necessarily.
You don't want no Matt Khalil.
Bite your tongue.
That was the more succinct way of saying it, but it's also a triggering way of saying it. So I wasn't going to go there, but you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're not wrong. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our and I have a koozie one, and I'm sure people will hate. We'll do that next.
Contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's get started on confessions. I'm waiting for Figgy and Red give me all the credit that I deserve.
Okay, for what?
I already know where this is going.
It happened right after our show yesterday. Right after I said, I got an idea to fix the All-Star game. How about a one-on-one tournament?
You're not getting credit. You're not getting. I'm just letting you know. Not a
Thanks
lick.
for listening, Kevin Durant.
Not an iota of credit from me.
Thanks for listening, Kyrie Irving. Lo and behold, yesterday afternoon, All-Star Weekend, one-on-one tournament. Come on, you.
Not an iota of credit.
You got to give it to me.
No, I don't. I don't got to give you. I don't got to give you. I was about to cuss. I don't got to give you bleep. And you want to know why? Does anybody remember when I had a confession a week ago or 2 weeks ago when I was talking about the unrivaled one-on-one tournament and how I thought that could be helpful for All-Star Weekend?
No,
I bet you don't.
Nobody remembers
I bet you don't.
Nobody remembers.
I actually remember that.
Front Office Sports reported yesterday afternoon after we got off air.
Yeah, this has been a
one-on-one tournament, baby.
This has been a thing that's kind of bounced around
It's
a
been
little
out there in the ether, but I put it in words
I bet
right
you did.
here.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Check the numbers, as Maxwell would say on social media.
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Man, I've been with it. The problem is, again, it's all about the egos, but it's good if there's a few people saying this. I think you get a king of the court, you get a one-on-one type situation. I don't know. I still don't think it replaces the game. I think
it could be badass.
I'm like, do the game. Everybody knows what the game is, and then but add that to Saturday because Saturday night is nasty.
No,
right now.
make it the game more competitive. Teammates cheering each other.
Well, that actually leans into one of my confessions. So I'll go ahead and step in here. I gotta admit, not a lot of things just straight up irk me to the point of feeling the need to say something about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it does irk me in this that everybody comes into this with a general unwillingness to be entertained.
To what?
Have you noticed that? A lot of things when it comes to
you mean the All-Star
But All-Star Weekend?
Oh, no, a lot of people are like, it's going to suck.
Yeah,
sure enough, it sucks.
And look, I'm not here to tell you that all these things are great. No. I'm not going to insult your intelligence that way. There's a lot of things that they need to work on in ways in which it's getting worse. I used to always love Saturday night, even though I knew that Sunday night was going to be a little bit hard to watch at times.
Yeah.
They've made Saturday night worse as of right now. And some of this is just, hey, have a little shame, have a little want to try, right? But there's a tacit acknowledgement, the 3-point contest. Y'all was mad at the 3-point contest. Y'all just did not want to be entertained in some ways, and I feel like that's one of the things that frustrates me, especially. And then also the dunk contest. We come in with no sense of wonder, no sense of appreciation, and so it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy when we go in knowing I'm not going to be entertained, and then yes, you came out not entertained. Now, I understand why some people don't want to, right? The level of I'm going to invest my hope in that they're going to deliver. Ultimately, for them not come through, I get why you'd be upset by it.
Yeah.
I understand why you protect yourself.
I'm
but we do got to
my
acknowledge
time on this.
We do got to acknowledge that we come into a lot of these.
My
a lot of
valuable
these things,
time.
A lot of these things immediately not coming in with any level of possibility of being entertained.
No, I think there's something to that, but there's also something to it really wasn't good.
Oh no,
if you went in thinking it wasn't good, you were right.
Yeah.
You were right.
And I think especially if you sitting there trying to watch it, if you hey, I ain't listening to nobody else and you sitting there trying to watch it, trying to give it a chance, and you like, man, what is Kevin Hart doing?
Yeah.
Where's the game at?
Yeah.
Why is so many damn commercials and stoppage and all that stuff?
No, I said yesterday, I tried. I really did try.
I'm proud of you. I'll give you credit for that.
All right.
But not for no one-on-one. No, not at all.
These are my confessions.
So the other day, man, I ate something I haven't eaten since I lived in Houston, man. I had some ramen noodles, man.
What? Like at a restaurant, the good ones?
No.
Just regular?
The ones I grew up on.
Oh, wow.
The ones we used to get that 24-pack because it was cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I had some the other day, man.
That's good. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but this is my confession, though. I think I'm not sure what's going on with me because I feel like I've been having a taste for stuff I haven't eaten in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I seen a a Red Lobster commercial, man. With Blake Griffin.
Oh, I know which one.
Oh, has it come to that for Blake?
Yeah,
it's come to that for Blake.
Yeah,
huh?
he was in a Red Lobster commercial.
Okay.
Kind of got the taste for some Red Lobster now, man.
I saw you post on social media that you were eating ramen, and I sincerely mean the response that I had, which was, "Do you need money?"
Hey, it was pretty.
It's okay if you need money. Just
Hey,
let us
it was
know.
kind of
We
good
can try
too.
and help you
I'm
out.
like, damn. I'm like, this
Every
is
once in a
kinda
while,
good.
you go back to that touchstone food, you know? Like I lived on Spam during college. Store, like, oh, there's a can of Spam. Maybe I'll grab that.
My lived on food was I did frozen corn dogs. I did a mess ton.
But every once in a while, don't you kind of get the urge?
No,
I do.
I haven't had the urge for ramen noodles in years, man. And I seen it in the pantry.
I still make bologna sandwiches for lunch sometimes. I love bologna because I grew up on it.
God bless you. I am.
That's something I haven't had since I was a kid.
Dude, I might
totally
have had it
left
last
that
week.
in the past.
Yeah,
Or
no,
at least a couple weeks ago.
I have left all those things. In the
Fried
past.
bologna.
Yeah.
I feel like I subscribe to the theory that there's some things in your life that you just have a lifetime cap on, and I've reached my cap on some of those. One of those is that particular type of ramen noodles.
Yeah.
And then another one, honey buns. I ate so many honey buns as a kid. I'm honey bunned out. Now I will not eat another one. I'm good on
Those are just awful for you. I stopped eating those because
good.
they're like 9,000 calories.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to that point where I'm leaving the flaming hot Cheetos alone, man.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's not good. I think the last couple times I had it, I really didn't feel good after that. And that's how you know I'm kind of getting old and washed up.
Yeah.
Because I used to eat about 8 of those bags. I used to eat like 8 bags a day, man. Now I can't. Like one little
You used
small
to bring
bag.
them like 2 and 3 at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
he did.
You had an addiction.
Yeah. Now I'm low key.
And now you delivered.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm letting go of the chips. The only chips I eat is the tortilla chips with dip and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I've been staying away from the chips, man.
Good for you.
I appreciate the 832. We might need to ask a question. Figgy, how's the old lady doing? Because on the text line they said Figgy.
Oh no,
old lady pregnant.
That ain't happening.
Sympathy.
Hey, that's not happening over here, man. We already got a dog we don't want. We're trying to get rid of this damn dog, but that's another story. Yeah.
We'll get to that.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got to be honest. This is confessions. I doubted Reggie. I doubted him.
I doubt myself all the time.
No.
So
no,
welcome.
no.
Welcome to the party.
In a very specific way.
Oh, okay.
Because he's been doing trying to learn Spanish. And I'm like, okay.
667 days, baby.
Yeah. I said, let's see how good he is. So I texted my yard guy today, and I texted him in Spanish because he doesn't speak English. And I showed Reggie the phone. I said, read that to me. Dude, he nailed it. He nailed it. And it got me thinking, I think periodically...
You just gonna throw me some Spanish tests?
This is. I think periodically I'm going to test Reggie. So I just wrote down something on my computer screen. I want you to read it and translate it because he translated it perfectly well. So I'm very proud. I didn't, because it's hard to read Spanish and translate.
So you want me to read it in Spanish and then give you the translation?
I'll read it in Spanish.
I was about to say, am I doing a whole bunch of stuff here?
I'll read it in Spanish. You tell me what it says. Si aprendo español, abriré un mundo completamente nuevo en lo que respecta a las citas.
All right, so if you learn Spanish, you'll open a completely new world. All right, so I'm.
You're on it. You're 100% right.
The last part is giving me a little bit of troubles here
with respect to dating.
Okay. Okay, see.
So
man, you ain't hear me say I was trying to get these tickets to Grupo Frontera, man. Come on, let's go. Yeah, man.
There's a whole new...
There are reasons why this language is being added to the
there's a whole new
black man that knows Spanish.
Yeah. That's money.
Ooh, I'm gonna start telling people I'm a Dominican, baby. We about to get some things shaking.
Jordan's my brother.
Yeah.
That's right.
All you gotta do is get them tight ass white jeans,
and then get a little cut in the eyebrows as well, and they'll know what time it is.
Just think if you're a 32-year-old single man, and you open up this whole new world of potential dates.
Oh man, just imagine you being on a date.
Yes.
And you at a Mexican restaurant and you just start going in with Spanish.
Yeah. I'm trying to help you here, Reggie.
You might not make it to the car, man.
Yeah, you don't need to help me. I've already been helping myself in that regard. I'll tell you that.
These are my confessions.
All right, I told you that I was going to give you a koozie confession, and here is my koozie confessions. I really, really dislike koozies.
You don't like them?
I might even say I hate koozies.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're useless.
Well, they're not.
I think they're useless. I really do. I know that this was inspired or reminded of me. I've held this take for a while. This was reminded to me because Sean came through. He had like 3 koozies at work today. When he was sipping on whatever he was sipping on, he had the Orbit Astros koozie, he had the Texas koozie, he had a Dolly Parton koozie. And I'm like, I appreciate you showing your originality and all those things. This is just a thing I have to hold on to, right? Like you go out to these tailgates, people want to, hey, here's a koozie. And I'm like, I'll take it because I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Yeah.
But now this is like saying, here, you find something to do. Especially you use koozies often on like these cans or whatever. The can is disposable. The koozie's not. Now you just I have to keep track of this thing.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
And I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's not useful. I can hold the can. It's not that cold. I'm gonna finish
It's not gonna last that long.
I'm gonna finish my
you
drink
gotta keep
pretty
it for
quickly.
days.
Like why do I need this koozie for?
All right, so I think, tell me if I'm wrong here. I think what you really dislike is having so many koozies pile up. Because I'm there with you on that.
No.
I got maybe hundreds, at least dozens.
Also, like I had this drink. Well, let me go find a koozie. I never do that. Not once.
I never did.
once. So no, it's not having so many. It's having any. I don't use them.
Now,
They're useless.
is this I was kind of curious. Is this a Texas thing? Just being like very koozie friendly? Because I didn't even know what it was until I moved down here. And I'm kind of with Reggie on this one because I get koozie. I try to be polite and keep them.
Right.
But I never have a beer or a drink and say, man, I need a koozie.
When it's hot and you're on a boat, you will do it. Or just hot in general. You're outside, you'll do it. And I use koozies, not as much as others, but I hate that I have just a big trash can full of koozies. Like just overflowing. What am I going to do with all these? Just throw them away eventually.
Yeah, and they're a big deal down here, man.
Yeah, they are.
Somebody said they keep condensation from dripping on you. Baby, that drink ain't staying that long. We getting through it, man. Yeah. Somebody said it's also because it's stinking hot. Your beer gets warm too fast without one. Get it down there.
You babysitting the drink,
man.
Yeah,
get it down there, man.
Yeah.
What are you
Babysitting,
doing?
man.
Yeah.
And also, y'all seen me when we went to these tailgates.
Don't last long. That's
Let's go, man. What are we doing? But yeah.
You got another one, Figgy?
These are my confessions.
Sure, why not? My wife is all about this housewarming thing we got going on next month.
Oh wow, my bad. Let me.
I gotta confess, I sent y'all a little invite for it too. I'm not into it, man.
You're not into the housewarming?
Not really, man. I don't know. I guess I'm not really a party guy or everybody let's come over my house and celebrate type of guy. She's all into it, so I'm rolling with it. But I'm just like, man, like, all right. She like, oh, send it. Make sure you send it to everybody.
Yeah.
And then a few minutes later, did you send it to everybody? I'm like, all right. So I sent it to y'all two.
Yeah.
Y'all the only two I sent it to right now. But I gotta confess, I'm kind of like I'm nervous. I'm wondering should I send it to the whole like 6'10" staff.
Hey, that's a tough decision. Then it starts, compounding.
Yeah, what type of party are you trying to have?
I know that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what it is. Like I'm not good with throwing parties at the crib.
Then
like
it gets
that.
big.
Yeah, and I know our team gonna come through for me, man. Like y'all always look out for me. But I'm like, man, I don't know what to do with this.
That's
man.
a tough call. That's a true. You got to figure that one out.
Yeah. Like I'll be fine if all of her coworkers and friends come over. I'm cool with that. But she wants some of my friends and stuff. I'm just like, man, like,
hey, let's pull up.
Don't nobody care about that.
So it's going to be a lot of her friends too.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to be some awkward conversations.
Yeah, the crossing over. That's why you need to make sure to invite everybody so that we could do the little Sports Radio 610 group.
What grade?
They can have their own group.
What grade do you teach?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a
Oh, you live in Pearland. Oh, okay. I mean, all that stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out. But time going by fast now.
Sally got a good head on her brain, head on her shoulders is what I'm going for. Free gifts, Figgy.
Yeah, that's true.
Get them gifts.
But sometimes I don't be wanting to be a burden to everybody, man. Just like
people love you. Figgy,
let me just do my thing and salute to y'all, man.
All right.
I'm gonna start sending the invite to other people at 610 if you don't.
Forward it.
Because I know at least one person will absolutely show up with bells on. His name is Sean Pendergast.
Yeah,
He'll be there for certain.
I think I might go on and do it.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Because, again, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not saying this just for air. If you don't, I will. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you think Bregman misses Houston already? Because there's some drama. We'll do that next.
Seth and Sean. (1-222-2222). Live Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It sounds like now we've got listeners that are trying to pull up to Figgy's housewarming party. So it's about to be lit. Party at Figgy's is what's about to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be there. I'm trying to see if I can find some work or something.
Just to make it easy, I'll go ahead and post the date and time.
That's
and
right.
Address.
That is what's the Twitter account again?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So shout out to Figgy. And the housewarming party and the new house.
And the Hispanic girls
and
coming.
The dogs.
All
right.
Someone says Reggie's going to slay at your party.
You're doing a lot.
Come in speaking that Spanish.
Y'all doing a lot. A lot. All right. How about this? Because this is up there Boston right now where Alex Bregman has signed. He's now a Red Sox. And it's looking like he might be playing third base, which is, would make sense. He played third base. He was a Gold Glover. It's just a little disconcerting because they already had a third baseman. That was Rafael Devers. And he's not taking kindly to the idea that maybe, just maybe, he is getting his job taken from him. Devers immediately was like, no, I played third base.
Yeah. Actually, you want to hear from Devers? This is him addressing it.
No sé, mi posición en la tercera base,
no sé qué. Come on, Reggie.
¿Qué opinión ellos, como te digo, qué va a pasar si no, mi posición es mi tercera base y no me han dicho nada, tuvimos una conversación, pero yo le dejé claro lo que quería y no hemos hablado más.
Yeah, I mean, third base is my position. It's what I've played. I don't know what their plans are. Like, I know we had a conversation. I made it clear kind of what my desires were. And yeah, whatever happens from here, I don't know.
What are those desires to play at third base?
¿Cuál es tu preferencia? O sea, ¿qué tú deseas que pase en términos de tu posición?
Bueno, yo juego tercera base, yo no juego más otra posición, mi posición es tercera, de ahí para allá no sé qué ellos van a decidir, no controlo lo que ellos vayan a hacer, sino mi posición es tercera.
I'm trying to get through this at this point, man. He's like, I want to
say we can end it right there, but
third base is my position. Stop asking me dumb questions.
He went on to. They asked him specifically about changing, and he said no.
Yeah, that's right.
No,
and he's just nope.
Yeah. So Bregman has always been like the guy that just the heartbeat kind of, so to speak. We all know Altuve's not really that guy. Others have come and gone. Bregman's always been the guy. And then he gets thrust into this, and he's smack in the middle of it. By the way, he's going to spend a lot of time around Devers because they're both going to be taking balls at third base. He knows Spanish. Which could be
Devers, clearly.
Well,
I know you mean Alex Bregman, yeah.
So he's always helped. He's always made things better.
Or should I say, claro?
Claro que sí. Does he kind of miss, the common piece of the Astros clubhouse already?
I mean, jokingly, sure, but I think in all reality, look, he's got a huge ally in that clubhouse. His name is Alex Cora. Like, I imagine that was part of the deciding factor of him going there to play there was to, go and, rejoin with Cora and have, somebody that he trusted in charge of what's going on there. And this was Alex Cora basically kind of talking about, or kind of not talking about, the decision with Devers.
Like I said a few days ago, decisions are going to be made here about, roster construction and what we're going to do in the future. And we're going to make sure we have the best team possible out there, and he has a lot of pride. We know that, and he feels like he's a third baseman. He's going to work out as a third baseman, make decisions accordingly, But I think here it's not about Bregman or Devers or Cora. It's about the Red Sox, right? And whatever decision we make is for the benefit of the team.
So Devers not playing. It's Devers DHing then, right? Like, if you look at Devers, we'll talk about OAA, outs above average, one of those, one of these few kind of defensive metrics that at least I trust when it comes to kind of looking at defensive acumen. He is in, I believe, the 8th percentile.
He's lower than that, I thought.
I think he was 13th of 15 starting third baseman.
Yeah.
When it comes to, the way that, his defensive play. I'll have to double check
and
again.
Bregman was 5th.
Bregman was very
and a
good.
Gold Glove.
Yes, Bregman was very good. Yeah, eighth in OAA, 8th percentile in OAA. And not like the arm strength was great anyways. Not that that's like going to be an absolute killer, but yeah, man, it's clear defensively he's not been that great. Putting a better defender, a dude who just won a Gold Glove matters. But these are the things that's tough to navigate. I imagine they're going to have a lot of conversation to be had. You think Rafael Devers actually is this one of those things where it's spring training? This is a thing now. By the time we get to opening day, everybody tensions will have cooled. Everybody cooler heads would prevail, and everybody's just kind of fine and they go and play baseball. Or do you think this is going to be something that actually sees Rafael Devers find his way out, or have a level of
talking about asking for a trade?
Yeah, a level of displeasure with the organization.
I mean, it sure did feel like he was sincere, right? I mean, he was just sort of
sure. I'm not saying he's insincere. I'm just wondering if this is one of those things that over the month to the point where when it's time to play baseball, you're good.
No, I think it could get there, and I think the key thing is not just Bregman has to do Bregman-like things, and not you just say, hey,
not have a slow start.
This is not have a slow start, but I'm saying this is whatever works best for the team. I think Bregman might even offer to move elsewhere if there is such a thing, at least in some instances. But I think the number one thing is David Ortiz. David Ortiz needs to sit down with Rafael Devers and say, listen, you can become a Hall of Famer by just being a DH. You can become something special by changing positions occasionally and being a DH because this is a Red Sox team. We talked about, Bregman, the Red Sox had to do that big money deal because of the division they're in and because of the competition there. So their only chance is to have Devers. I shouldn't say the only, but their best chance is to have Devers, happy and swinging that bat.
And fair point by 832 here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. $40 million will come for Bregman with all this with all the other discomfort or whatever other discomfort exists there. But yeah.
By the way, did you see his contract?
What do you mean?
Bregman's contract details. They came out today.
I missed that.
This is
I've been at work. I don't know if you know.
Hell of a deal. I mean, it's a great deal. He gets a salary of $35 million this year.
Nice.
$40 million in each of the next 2 years. And $60 million will be deferred from 2035 to 2046. He's going to be on getting $2 million a year or whatever it is until 2046 after getting this pile of money up front. That's awesome. And keep in mind,
and I think the cool thing about that too is he probably gonna get another deal after this. That's what I was
gonna say. Keep in mind, he gets another deal after this, short term, long term, whatever. He's still getting the deferred money no matter what from 2035 to 2046.
When he long gone, he's gonna be getting that $2 million a year.
Yeah. I will say that is one of the things that makes me lean towards what you were saying on the day when we learned that it's signed that he sees out the 4 years.
Yeah.
Or is it?
3
years. Sorry.
3 years.
Yeah. Sees out the 3 years as opposed to opts out and tries to head back to the market. The idea that they were willing to defer that money towards the backside of the deal would lean more to the idea that this is a Bregman who is willing to see out this Red Sox contract for those 3 seasons before coming back to the table. Whereas I thought that, hey man, you can come to the table a lot sooner and see if you can get more money. If you're putting more of that money on the backside, or maybe you look up and you go, hey, there's still more money, even more money to be had.
Yeah,
and you still go for those options. But yeah, it does feel like more of that money.
So he's got that coming no matter what.
Yeah.
For 11 years.
From the 936, it's just funny that Bregman had a teammate willing to change a position to accommodate him, but now there's a new team where someone doesn't want to accommodate him. It is funny, but it's also not completely accurate because clearly Altuve to left field was something that it was in place before we were talking about accommodating Bregman. They talked about that after the season end, according to Altuve, and it's very evident that this is something where they're concerned about the defensive play at second base. But, I mean, when it comes to jokes being greater than facts, which sometimes I subscribe to, the joke is pretty. We'll accommodate for you here. Now go over there where they'll figure it. They don't necessarily want
my
to.
third base.
Yeah,
It's my third base.
That's right. All right. Before we move it along here, I was looking at something that came through that was kind of interesting to me. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is out there, and it looks like he might be on the move as a trade possibility. The Blue Jays have been posturing to possibly send Vladdy in a trade after they've been unable to reach a long-term contract extension. Where do you think the Astros exist in the odds of next team that Vladdy Guerrero Jr. plays?
Oh, I haven't seen that. I saw that.
I know, that's why I'm asking you now before you go and look.
Red Sox are on the mix. I know that.
Red Sox have the best odds at 3-1.
Yeah, I saw that. So I'm guessing Astros are on there.
Astros are on there. I mean, there's literally all the teams are on here in odds-wise, but yes, Astros are on here.
I'll say they top 10?
They are top 10.
Ooh,
okay.
I like that. 7?
Higher.
Really? 3.
Third best odds. After the Red Sox, obviously 1. The Braves, 4-1 odds. 6-1 odds that the Astros would be Vladdy Guerrero's next team. Is that Vladdy Guerrero Jr. rather?
Where's he going to be? Where's he going to play?
That is the question.
Yeah.
That is the question. But like, that'd be a great bet. Would it not? Like the idea of adding Vladdy, great.
What are you going to do?
Mr. Walker ain't going to be too happy, huh?
Jordan is going to be the DH. I mean,
but Vladdy, he's a
first baseman, but I mean, there's talk about he could play DH too.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like you already have DH. Yeah. You moving Jordan back to the outfield?
No.
I just found that interesting that they have the Astros that high because I'm like, I don't know that it's a great bat. It's an incredible bat.
Either Christian Walker or Jordan.
It's an incredible bat. I just don't know.
It's funny how they getting all these players and trying to move and switch positions, man.
Yeah, musical chairs. Just find a way to find somewhere to sit down and we'll figure it out. The bats, like the lineup would be insane. Pitchers would hate it, and then batters would be like, "Oh, it's time to."
Hey, who cares about defense? We got Mike D'Antoni coaching.
That's right. That's right. What is the equivalent of a 7 seconds or less offense in baseball? Someone give me an answer. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what is your All-Star report card for the Rockets? The Athletic put together their All-Star, their grades for various teams at the break. We'll see what they had for the Rockets, but I'm interested in yours. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
Why did D'Amico choose Nick Caley? Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Love it. Great return. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Final hour of the show. It's the 1 o'clock hour, which means we will be giving away another 4-pack of tickets to the Bun B Birthday Bonanza at the Houston Livestock Show. What date is this? Is the Bun B show again? Do you remember?
The 7th?
That sounds right, actually. I'll double check on that, but
yep, March 7th.
March 7th. There you go. So
4-pack.
4-pack of them things to see Bun B's Birthday Bonanza. I believe we know it's going to be
you got
Coco Jones,
yep,
Keith
Coco,
Sweat,
Coco,
Jagged Edge.
Yep, Jagged Edge.
Okay, those are the confirmed guests as of right now.
Seemed like a little R&B party.
Yeah, kind of an R&B vibe. So
okay.
4-pack of tickets all the way through the day, mind you, to the Bun B Birthday Bash. Your next chance will happen in this hour. And we were just talking about I got a little bit of the odds for Vladimir Guerrero's next team. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I feel like I just got to say that every time because I don't think anybody's like, oh.
You really do have to put respect on his dad's name.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think anybody's like, oh, his dad is still playing. You understand.
A lot of respect on that guy.
It's a big difference.
Yeah. But a few people on the text line doing the good work of reminding us some things. One, Vladdy came up as a third baseman. So maybe you would end up moving him. I'm not sure if that's really the move. I think you maybe move around him. But one of the things that you would have to consider is, hey, man, you'd have to trade something to give Vladdy, and I don't think that you're in a place to trade prospects, and I definitely wouldn't want you to trade like Cam Smith or Bryce Matthews. Like that kind of defeats the purpose of the runway that you're trying to continue and extend a little bit. So would that be like a Paredes going out?
See, that's the thing. It's already been floated a little bit, hasn't it?
I don't think he would do Christian Walker. That'd be wild.
No, I don't think you could possibly do Christian Walker. First base is so crucial. Big bat, all that.
You'd be getting a first base with a big bat.
Well, yeah, but I mean, while you're not wrong, Paredes has already been kind of floated. Like, hey, during the whole Bregman stuff, maybe you could just flip him. So maybe that's coming from somewhere.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, those are the things that I wanted to make sure that we cleaned up about that. All right, your All-Star or your NBA report card as of the All-Star break. A little bit more of a break here. I think Rockets will be back practicing. I think it's reasonable to expect them tomorrow. And they'll be back playing on Friday versus the Timberwolves to get the second half of the season going. But, milestones give you an opportunity to reflect. And the All-Star break, and you have a break like this, gives you an opportunity to look back. I think at the halfway point, we're pretty high on this team. They've gone through a little bit of a tough stretch. So I'm interested in what your grade is for this Rockets team. Kicks Rocks on the YouTube says A- for the Rockets. Even after a rough patch before All-Star, they're exceeding expectations. I believe they're sitting. Are they still fourth? Because I think that they were fourth.
They were fourth.
I think they're still fourth. Yeah, Lakers are right behind them at fifth.
That's right. So that is fair. Like just making the playoffs was the expectation. Now they're currently sitting in a place where if the season were to end today, they would have a home court advantage in the first round. I think that is fair. What say you, John Lopez?
I think A-. While that's a great grade, I think it might be a little low. I mean, look, if we go back to what
low.
we were expecting, I'd say it's an A. I'm not gonna say A+, because they had the little slide there toward the end of the first half of the season. I mean, what were we expecting from this team? Little progress.
I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, maybe
them be the fourth best team in the West.
Yeah, maybe find something from Jalen. I mean, we had the conversation. I'm vividly a conversation with B. Scott about just get better than the play-in game. Just get to the bottom of the playoff bracket, and that would be a successful year. Man, they're in the thick of things.
Yeah, and they beat pretty much all of the best teams in the league right now.
No, this is a beyond all expectations kind of first half of the season. Now that said, I was telling Reggie, talking with Reggie before the show, I really feel like it's hugely important that they open the second half with a bang. 6 out of 8, 7 out of 10, something along those lines, because you could see it wasn't just like they looked tired and they were sort of indifferent, and Ime Udoka was getting very frustrated. You could just see that it was settling in, like they were not the same team. Now maybe it was just tired, maybe it was Udoka needed to sort of recalibrate things and get guys started again. Maybe it was the injuries, and those things are going to start to change. Well, all those things that's not an excuse anymore. You've had a 5-6 day break. You're going to come back. You're going to get guys healthy. I really feel like if they don't get off to a good start, then that sort of doubt, that sort of uncertainty might just creep back in.
Yeah, and it feels like it is plausible that they get off to a strong start. Here's a few of the games coming out of the break. I mentioned Friday they'll have the Timberwolves. They'll host them at the Toyota Center, which is nice. So you're also not cutting into that break at all with travel necessarily.
Yeah.
Then you'll get the Jazz in Utah on Saturday. On the second night, I'll have travel then after that, after a late game on a Friday, mind you. They'll get the Bucks back at home on Tuesday. They'll get the Spurs on the second night of a back-to-back, but both of those are at home, which is nice. And then after that, you get the Kings, not too crazy. And then on the first night, a front and side of a back-to-back, you'll get the Thunder. And then you get like that. That's another one of those tough teams. But like there's some winnable games coming out of the break. How about this? And this is Kelly Iko of The Athletic, who gives you this blurb. Houston Rockets, B- from The Athletic. After hitting the ground running, Houston has been a rough watch the last 2 weeks, 23rd in offense and 19th in defense. The Rockets' fourth quarter struggles, where they're 23rd in net rating in the period and in clutch. So in fourth quarter and in clutch, they're 23rd in net rating. They continue to haunt them and could cost them they only just climbed out of a 6-game slump by beating the banged-up Raptors. True. Still an exciting, aggressive team that has a great shot at securing home court advantage in the first round, but it is in serious need of a vibes boost and needs more than a returning Jabari Smith Jr. and Fred VanVleet for a tight stretch run in the West. That is per Kelly Iko, who covers the team for The Athletic. And he gets to one of the things where I probably go towards a B, maybe a B plus still, because you're right about the expectations. But one of the things about it is Ime Udoka as a coach is a dude who has a very strong identity that he wants for this team, and he rides his guys hard because he wants them to live to that. And I think that's one of the things you really like about him as a coach. The tough thing about it is, felt like they did a lot as they've had to move around. Like the defense, and you remember, I was kind of cognizant of it earlier. Like, hey, this defense is kind of slipping, and it got really poor, as you heard him there, right? Over the past 2 weeks, 19th in defense, where this was a top 5 defense for a strong period of time. Like it was to the point where we were looking at them like, yo, defense is carrying this thing. They were knocking down threes a little bit better, but then the defense really, really faltered. And that feels like, yes, you have some guys that are, that you were missing, and maybe fatigue sets in, but you should not fall that far in your capabilities defensively as a team of a certain caliber, which, I mean, look, you're on the early end of trying to find a contention window. Yeah. And this was part of the idea of this season and not making moves as you want to get a feel for what this team is. But I'm not going to lie. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't a little disappointed that they weren't able to kind of find some stability in the defense is the things that we know that we can do. But offense, we know we have some things that we need to find, but the defense is the thing that we know that we can do if we're sticking with the plan and if we're staying attentive to detail on those things. And they did falter in that down the stretch, and that gave me a little disappointment, but I can't ignore all the good things.
But you also can't ignore the significant injuries that affect the defense. Jabari and others, and Fred, and just having Fred, just having Fred VanVleet around. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is you got to get those guys back, and you got to start quickly and be able to sustain. I think a lot of it is like you would think players that get old, I mean that get tired, are older. The grind gets to them. I think young players are affected just as much, if not more, because these are things that they have not gained for a prolonged period of time at this level with grown-ass men, and nobody's feeling sorry for them. It's like, oh, poor Rockets. Right. I'm just saying, I think it's a real thing. When young teams they hit walls, because they've never really gone through it, and I think that's a factor in the defense and the injuries.
Yeah, but I can't not pay attention to that, and I appreciate YouTube. Kicks Rock says lots of recency bias in that take. Yeah, but also, like, this has been a month in the making. Like, this isn't just, hey, this was a couple of weeks. I think that slump absolutely hit. But over the last month, even where we were giving them a lot of praise, and I think that I was trying to, and maybe I didn't balance this enough, trying to make sure, they're doing some great things, but also the kind of the way that this team is made up when it comes to the way they get things done was shifting in that month of January, and you saw that shift to a point where it became detrimental. Yeah. And that's a fourth of the season thus far, where you talk about you start in October, November, December, and then you had the whole of January where you had some good things happening, don't get me wrong, but you also had some downward trends that ultimately then kind of took a toll. I think those are the parts that you have to be cognizant of, but all things considered, still a very good, proverbial first half of the season, even though it's not a half of the season. And I think it makes it very clear what the goal is for the final stretch run of the season, which, thankfully enough, it seems like you're getting some of those guys back. You mentioned returning from injury. Hey, man, Jabari Smith Jr. is supposed to be able to return. Hopefully, there's kind of hoping that
maybe
he can play
now
on Friday.
Yeah.
And then Fred VanVleet, sooner rather than later, I think within that stretch of a few games that we're talking about. Of course, I don't think I have anything concrete, but we'll get more information on that in the next. But yeah, man, like this Rockets team, still, I mean, whether it's as low as B- as Kelly has it, you have it as what, like a A. I have it like a B+ in trying to be kind of managing all these things. Still pretty solid from the Rockets here.
No, very solid. And when they come back, they still have some shortcomings, and they still have some big questions to ask, and that's part of why I think if they get off to a good start answering some of these questions, specifically, we all knew and know that how important Fred VanVleet is to this squad, but boy, it's looking like he's like extremely important to this squad. So there's a shortcoming there. There's a gap there.
But these are the lessons that you were looking to learn, right? You're learning more about how you want to build this team and how you want to bring this team together. And one of the things that we're going to have a conversation about in the immediate sense is what does this lineup look like? Because rotation-wise, you're also still figuring that out. And with the slump that happened, like maybe it is just fatigue, or maybe you are missing certain players in a way that you did not think you would in Fred and Jabari. And I guess maybe that's not fair to say, and not in a way that you think you would, but in a way that's probably outsized. That then you have to consider, like, then do we need to shape this thing in a different way outside of just getting these guys a little bit of rest?
And who's going to start?
The fatigue. Who's going to start? Who's going to get a majority of minutes? Those types of things, I think, are questions that need to be asked for this team. But we'll get a feel for that as we keep going. Again, they'll be back in action on Friday, and we'll get an opportunity to talk to Spo tomorrow on his thoughts on some of these things.
And he'll have his ear to the ground on some of the things that are by Friday in terms of getting some of these guys back. I mean, a man, clearly, you can't take him off out of the starting lineup. But what do you do? How do you manage, Dylan Brooks, who's actually had some moments here lately? But certainly you would rather have Smith Jr., in the post.
So earlier we were talking about, well, there's a few things happening. Earlier we were talking about the foods. I think that came through at Confessions, like the foods that, you used to eat that maybe you don't eat anymore. Somebody said, every blue moon, I'll do the creamy chicken ramen and drain the soup, add butter throwback. So there's a lot of people who are like doing their throwbacks. I think Patrick Creighton of Area 45 was texting and tweeting at us about, hey man, PB&J's.
Oh my gosh, Uncrustables, baby.
But I feel like PB&J is just is outside of that bounds of like the things that I'm just like, yo, I can't do those anymore. PB&J can be elevated. You know what I mean? Like it's comfortable, but it can be elevated. I don't know that you could really. Well, I guess you can in some ways, but I don't know if it's necessarily worthwhile elevating like the ramen that you get for like 99 cents.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But the Uncrustables, that's a relatively new thing that people that people see and love. Uncrustables is the best golf bag snack on the planet. You freeze them.
Yep.
Throw a couple in your golf bag,
especially in this Texas heat. By the time you get to it, it's probably just a nice temperature.
It's the best, absolutely the best.
I'm a weirdo though. The times that I golf, I don't have a snack on the course.
2 Uncrustables take you through the whole day.
I'm just like, hey man, we're getting some Gatorades. Worth noting, shout out to Joe Mixon, who has won his appeal, that $25,000 fine for criticizing officials after the game.
How about that?
You good on that, dog? Don't even worry about that. We got you.
They had it rescinded.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, look, it's good to know. It's good to know that at least
it shouldn't have happened.
The league is willing to acknowledge their mistakes and go through the process and rescind it. So salute to Joe Mixon getting to hold on to his $25,000 after that debacle. Let's be honest. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, dog?
Yeah, man, we got to pour one out for a legend. I'll let you know who it was. I want to put Reggie to the test. If Reggie did a little test, I know you got another one coming up over something you nerd over. And I ran across a new show, and it got me thinking how we should try something during this segment.
All right.
Okay. There's a lot of things up in the air. I would like to learn about them, and we will. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The
Texans sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. And we got to give a special rest in peace to a legend. Somebody, we was talking about snacks and all that stuff we grew up on and we still love to this day. Francesco Ravella, the founder of Nutella, he passed away at the age of 97.
Oh, man.
Francesco Ravella. That's fun to say, first of all.
Good run.
Yeah.
Good run, right? First and foremost.
97 is a hell of a run.
What a great invention, too.
Nutella, come on. That is the real deal. That is the real deal.
You are a legend in these streets, man.
So I'm going to have to be that guy then?
You don't like it?
I'm good on it.
Really?
I'm good on Nutella. I'm all right with that's fine. Y'all can have it. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I don't need it.
It's awesome. Even just on bread. I'll get a piece of toast, put a little Nutella on there.
Now
I prefer, Mexican cajeta.
I bet you do.
Okay.
Which is very similar, but Nutella is a good second choice. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Somebody said I've never had Nutella and don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, this might be some of that contrarian to me because there was a point in time where people wouldn't shut the hell up about Nutella. You remember that? It was probably like a solid decade ago where everybody was just like Nutella, and I was like, guys, come on.
I ain't have it until I was a grown man, though. Like, I didn't grow up to it. I know some kids that did grow up to it, but I never had it until I was a grown man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's fine.
But yeah, rest in peace.
Legend.
This is weird. This is probably weird to say, but I feel like, man, like if I get to age 97, I want to get to 100.
You like, man, might as well.
I would be pissed off if I died at like
Wait,
97.
At 97? That's too young.
Yeah, like just imagine how old Betty felt.
Yeah.
When she passed away at 99.
99, Betty White.
Oh, she was like a couple weeks away. Was it a couple weeks away from 100? I would have been up in heaven
really
looking
that
at God like, man.
God said, you got jokes? I got jokes.
Like, come on, man. Like, you could let me get the triple digits.
I got jokes, too.
That's like back in the day when you watching the NBA and your team only get 99. It's like you could have got 100 for the free tacos.
I wanted the free smoothie, yeah.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah. That's the one that you really needed.
Yeah, let me get the triple digits. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, rest in peace to that legend.
Yeah, but
man.
what happens if them last 7 years in 97 was rough ones, boy? Like, that's the thing. That's the only thing about when you get up there. You might not be worried about that next 3. You just like, hey, man.
Yeah.
This has been a fight.
And you can kind of tell, especially with the older people, they just like, man,
I'm ready.
I'm ready to chill.
They're like, I'm ready.
Yeah, hey, you ain't got to keep me here.
Yeah.
I'm good.
But it's always a big, like, it's always real 95. They're kicking.
They're going on long walks.
Good.
Yeah.
They're just like, hey, man, I'm good. I can go to 125 if we're feeling like it.
Yeah, man. But rest in peace to him, man. So this is where I kind of want to put Reggie to the test.
Oh, here we go.
The one thing
y'all keep doubting me, man.
Yeah.
Hey, man, keep coming through. What's up?
So the one thing you nerd out about is the arena names, right?
I do.
So I don't know if you've seen this, but the Cleveland Cavaliers, where do they play?
Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.
That is no more.
Okay, they didn't change
They changed their name.
Got to run a new one.
Yeah, so the name of their new arena is Rocket Arena.
Oh, that's going to be easy.
These dorks.
Yeah.
Dan Gilbert. I'm so annoyed by him.
Why are they doing that? That's going to be.
I have
first
no
of all,
idea.
Does Houston play there? And secondly, why? It's Rocket Mortgage.
Well,
I was coming around the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I kind of like the Fieldhouse.
So it's the same company that's held the naming rights all this time.
Since Quicken Loans
and everything, but they changed the name to match with like their offerings, the public forward face. It's like when Reliant changed to NRG. It's really the same company, is it not?
I don't remember exactly, but I think that's
kind of just the forward facing portion of what they're doing in the public.
They probably related to it. They probably related to that name too.
No, absolutely.
But Rocket Arena?
I think that they're changing their offerings to like they're shortening it to Rocket, which I'm like, good luck with that particular branding. But Rocket Arena, huh?
They should have kept the Fieldhouse. I kind of like the Fieldhouse.
Big fan Fieldhouse.
Yeah. So, do you remember that? So this is the fourth name change they had since they've been in that building.
No, because I don't remember what it was before the Q.
This was easy. Who was the owner of it before they sold it to Dan Gilbert?
And that I really should know this, and for some reason my brain is not giving me
Gun Arena.
Oh,
you remember Gun Arena?
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't have that one.
I do.
You might have been a little too young for that one.
Yeah, that one's just beyond.
Yeah,
me.
I got
sorry.
that one.
Yeah, so he eventually sold it to Dan Gilbert, and then that's when they changed it to Quicken Loans and all that stuff. But here's another test.
Oh man, I thought that was the one.
Nah, this ain't it.
All right.
I want you to name all of the names of the arenas that the Rockets played in.
Oh, okay.
I think
so. Obviously, you have
the Rockets.
You have Toyota Center right now.
Yep.
And then before they moved to Toyota Center, they were at what was then called Compact
Yep.
Arena.
Yep.
Before that, it was the Summit. Did it have another name in that iteration? I think it had one more.
You're missing at least one, maybe. No, you're missing two.
I know they were at Hofheinz Arena, Pavilion rather, on the campus of U of H.
Yeah.
And then you're going to try and get me on where they played in San Diego.
I got that one. I know that one.
I'm sorry, dog. I was not alive. What was that, 69?
Keep in mind, I watched
67, something like that?
I grew up watching
like
the ABA.
69, yeah.
You ready?
Yep.
I think I got it. Pechanga?
Nope.
It was Pechanga Arena.
No, it wasn't.
It was San Diego Sports Arena.
That was after Pechanga. Pechanga was in the ABA.
All right, if you say so.
I don't,
Go ahead and look it up.
Because that was also fun.
Now you know how I felt when you were telling me that the damn name of the Jaguars Arena Stadium was not Everbank. I was like, what do you mean? Shout out to 713. Also got Hofheinz Pavilion. Very good.
Yep.
That building that was the Summit. It was it only had those two names. I'm trying to remember if there was one more because now I'm just in my head. I was like, I think it was just Compact, right? Like we didn't have
San Diego Rockets, 1967 to 1971, Pechanga Arena.
Well, the list I had started at 69, which was the San Diego Sports Arena.
Yeah, look at that. I know. I know my ABA history.
No, it's just Summit and Compact Center. All right, very good.
Oh wow. You want a little? I didn't even know this. You want a little Houston Rockets trivia?
Sure. Why not?
They played one full season in San Antonio at Hemisphere Arena.
Did not know that.
I guess they were building. I guess they were building from Hofheinz to the Summit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
that's weird.
Solid.
Yeah, man, you did pretty good on this test. So remember, it's Rocket Arena now.
Yeah, but that's not where the Rockets play. That's in Cleveland.
Yeah,
Rocket Arena.
We throwing everybody off with that. So I ran across this show, and I'm saying new show because technically it's a new show, but it's more of a rebrand. So I ran across a show on A&E called WWE LFG, which means Legends and Future Greats.
That's not how I knew it.
So it's like I know, yeah, but this is pretty much the replacement for NXT. Okay, so if you're familiar with NXT, kind of like the I would say the D League. Yes, the wrestling, which is pretty good. I heard good things about that. So it's a part of the show where
I know Sean Pendergast somewhere on the elliptical, like
he might like this segment coming up, but it's a part of the show where each competitor have to cut a promo. And so here's a guy by the name of Jasper Troy who stepped in the ring in front of Booker T, The Undertaker, Bubba Ray Dudley, and more.
Is this like an audition?
Well, it's their development, right?
Yeah,
so they're developing. So I had not considered like the idea that they also had to develop their mic personality.
Yeah, you got to have personality.
So it's kind of like an audition. Like
kind of. They're already there, but now they want you to cut promo so you can kind of build that character. And so here is a fellow by the name of Jasper Troy.
Next up, Jasper Troy.
Growing up, I was fascinated with this business. Like a sponge, I absorbed any and everything that was WWE. Instead of dreaming about seeing someone on TV like me, I made it a reality. I'm Jasper Troy. I demand my respect. You people better learn quick. This business, it'll be under my thumb.
There it is. See what I'm saying? That's the one right there. That's the one.
Booker?
Yeah, that was Booker T. It sounded pretty cool though, right? It sounded like
pretty good.
He had the right gravitas.
Yeah,
he felt good.
Yeah, no, it sounded
under my thumb.
Yeah, no, it sounded good. But here's another guy by the name of Troy Yearwood. This is him cutting a promo, and I want to get y'all reaction to this promo.
I'm feeling it. train wreck.
Look into my eyes. We'll take a glance at me from head to toe. Tell me, what do you see? Man, to see a physical specimen, a feral beast. You can look in that weight room and see I hold every record we have. But you all get so wrapped up in my physical traits, you don't know it's what you can't see. That's what really sets me apart. I was gifted in body and mind. I am Troy Yearwood, and I am the next big thing in NXT.
Yeah, he didn't believe none of that.
Yeah, what was your thoughts on that?
So
if you could critique that.
Okay, so you guys know that I'm very much, superficial WWE fan of all the greats. So I'm comparing him to the greats of behind a mic, and it just doesn't compare. But maybe that's unfair.
Well, I'm not even trying to compare him to the mic. It's just like you could hear somebody and wonder, are they kind of surmise, do they mean what they saying? It didn't sound like he felt what he was saying in that moment. And that's the thing is, like, ultimately, I imagine that with any of these things, the idea is just make people feel
believable.
Yeah, make people feel you and believe what you mean. And it didn't sound like he believed any of that as he was saying.
I'm glad you said that, because here's Booker T and Bubba Ray Dudley reaction and critique on this promo.
I didn't believe it. No. I mean, I'm from the street, and you carry a certain air about yourself when you're from the street. You could tell by the way a man walk if you want to confront him or not. You talk like you was reading a script, Bubba.
I want to fight you just on general principles.
And I can beat you.
Because I would kick your ass in front of home, and your pro wrestling career would be over. That's how much I do not believe in you. I see this, and then you talk, and I'm like, get the out of my ring.
He needed to hear that.
That's hilarious.
He
Just
needed to hear
you know what?
that.
Just hearing you talk, I want to whip your ass.
I want to fight
Be
you.
honest. Just being honest. Some real Wrestle fans on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, which, by the way, that'd be a great wrestling name, by the way. But yes, it's apparently a replacement for a Tough Enough show rather than NXT. NXT still exists, so there you go.
Okay.
But yeah, man, go ahead and sign me up. I could be a coach, apparently. Me and Booker T are like this, man. We had the same idea. We were in the same place.
I mean, it's hard to tell you apart.
I've often said that.
So here's one more. Here's a lady by the name of Zena Sterling. This is her promo and their critique of her promo.
All right, next up is a 20-year-old athlete from the Ukraine. This is Zena Sterling.
I am sick and tired of everyone telling me to watch my back. I've looked. There's nothing there. See? Nothing. That was like my third time looking today.
You're going for the ditzy blonde.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Definitely didn't feel like a wrestling promo. I didn't feel it. I didn't buy it. And if I was a fan sitting in the audience, it would have been a good time to go to the bathroom.
Damn. Book coming with that real tough criticism.
LBJ's in the house.
Yes. What a reference. Yeah, it sounded like Sailor Moon.
Yeah. I don't know the type of thing she was going for, but yeah, man. Booker T said he go to the bathroom. But this is kind of where I kind of want to put y'all on the spot, man.
Okay. All right.
Lord
Another
God,
one.
Please no. I know what you're going to ask.
I want y'all to cut a promo.
I ain't got it in me.
I want you. Look, I want y'all to cut a promo on what you do the best here at Sports Radio 610. Why is John Lopez the best at what he do here at Sports Radio 610?
Yeah. You go first.
What do you mean? I'm not. My name ain't John Lopez. He stood up.
There we go.
You don't know where I've been from. You don't know where I come from. You don't know what I've been through. I do, and that's my edge on you, Figgy. You can come at me. You can say, that guy, he's looking like get a little long in the tooth. Tell you what I'm long on is experience. I have been on the streets. I've been in the barrio. I've been on the streets for years, my entire life. I hide it pretty well, but you hit the right buttons, and you're going to feel the streets.
There we go. I like that. Okay. You next, Reggie? Let's get it.
I don't need to tell you about myself. You hear it. You know what time it is. Reginald Atatula. They call me the king of segues, but I don't need to call myself a king. I just do this. I'm great at it. You hear it. You know it. You believe it. Rock with me. In the loop. Sports Radio 610.
That was awful.
I am Reginald Atatula.
I keep picturing you on a Segway. Like on a Segway. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. Get into the ring. on the segment? Go in on that thing?
I mean, there is a wrestler that's out here on like a scooter half the time, ain't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
It might be.
I don't know, man. That's what you got. What you get?
Not bad. Not bad.
Okay.
Figgy?
You want me to go?
You think you're getting off the hook?
I have a feeling that you at least thought about
it. We
this.
kind of reaching the time limit right now.
No, you're not going to have us out here doing it. You're not doing it yourself.
All right, let me start this over real quick. Here we go. See, people call me the best in the world at what I do.
Oh.
I'm the mother bleeping producer.
Oh, Bootman here.
Of In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, the best producer in this city.
Talk your talk.
And people think they could come and run the board like me. I want y'all asses to come back here and see what I do. I will bleep everybody up when it comes to producing.
Oh, God.
You don't want to go there with me.
I really don't.
You know why? Because I am the man. I am Boot Man from 123rd.
Oh, boy.
You know what time it is.
Sure do.
That's all I got, man.
I think that was solid.
You
win.
You win. Oh, you win.
You get it.
No question. You win.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's all I got, man.
Yeah.
I think it was solid. I think it was very good. And that's Figgy's mixtape. Yes, Figgy did cook us. Say it with your chest, Figgy, they said. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's mixtape. You get it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go ahead and hand it off to the fellas. Yeah, apparently so. And also, I would like to return to if you had a time machine and had an opportunity to go back and change anything in Houston sports, what would you change? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Texans new OC Nick Caley turned down other offers.
Exclusions apply.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. It's been a pretty fun Tuesday, not gonna lie. All the way through. Appreciation to our guy B. Scott for jumping in with us in the 11 o'clock hour. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
Texas Hammer!
For sure. They have weighed in, and they said that first and foremost, in line with what Booker T said to that one cat, that myself and Lopez provided a mid-segment bathroom break, apparently, with our promos.
Oh, man.
But they did come through, and everybody loved the Figgy promo. They said, Figgy, I want you to produce anything and everything. Figgy gave me chills.
Produce it all.
That's right.
Take all my money.
They said more Randy Savage, Figgy Fig. And then somebody came through with some nicknames for you, the Ayatollah of Board Control. Yeah, call me Mr. Figueroa. Yeah. Is what they said. So shout out to Figgy, man. You winning that. If you call number 9 right now to win the 4-pack of tickets, you thought I forgot. Now. 4-pack of tickets to see the Bun B birthday bash March 7th. Or birthday bonanza. It's not a bash, it's a bonanza. Call number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. Will win that 4-pack of tickets to that on March 7th, if my memory serves me correctly. I think we have confirmed that it is Coco Jones, it's Keith Sweat, it's Jagged Edge all joining Bun B.
Lopez, what you know about Keith Sweat, Coco Jones, and Jagged Edge?
They're good, man. They're good.
I was like, is that it? All right, sure.
They good.
Very good.
They good.
You know what?
All right.
Technically correct. They all right. Wait, hold on. All right. A couple of things. I often do this thing where I kind of throw things in the air and see what happens with them. So we started the show talking about if you had a time machine, what would you go back and change in the history of Houston sports? Basically, was the idea. So we got that going. But also, you do remember that I asked about Spades, right?
Oh yeah.
Who do you think would be the best Spades player?
I would say, now you're asking that question. I know you and Figgy play.
Correct.
Best, I would say, I'll tell you what, a lot of plane rides, a lot of bus rides.
You think Clint got that?
I think Clint Stoerner might be the best.
I was like, look, man, when we talk about card players, I don't know that there are better card players that are not like professional card players than like professional athletes.
A lot of gambling.
A lot of money goes big on them. But I do wonder.
I think Seth, while he did the same thing, I think he was more of a reader.
Exactly. That was exactly my point. I don't know that Seth taking per diem and putting it on the table in the plane, trying to see what he could come up on.
Yeah.
Clint, however,
would spend all his money, and he doesn't need to read.
So I want to find out if he's a Spades player. I feel like I'm a little split on Sean. Like, I'm not sure Sean's a Spades player.
He's a sports gambler.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. That feels like, I don't know. And then Ron, I feel like Ron is supposed to be a Spades player, but I don't think Ron's a Spades player.
Well, he spends all his time in beer pong.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And then B. Scott, I bet is a damn good Spades player. Like just
B. Scott. Hey, don't sleep on Tyler Milner.
Really? I'm sorry.
No, don't sleep on him.
I'm sleeping on him? Yeah, I'm sleeping on him. I might be doing this incorrectly.
Yeah.
All right. You hop in the time machine, go back somewhere in the history of Houston sports, make a change. I think for you, what was it again for you? What was the big number one for you?
I think it was a no-brainer. 2005 draft, 3 years after David Carr has been the starting quarterback. We knew the answer on David Carr. He was not the guy. He had 35 touchdowns and 46 interceptions. I went and looked it up. You drafted, you put it this way. You could have drafted Aaron Rodgers instead
That's right.
of, and the year before you drafted Andre Johnson. Aaron Rodgers and Andre Johnson together since 2005, right as they're starting to ramp up and get better players and all that. I mean, we could be talking about a Super Bowl team.
Also, I wanted to continue to recognize the fact that, hey, man, that particular player rather, is very volatile, where it could go really good, but it could also go really, really poorly.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear. From the 832, this one came in a few times. I feel like there's a lot of draft implications that you could switch up, and this one came up a few times. Obviously, Mario Williams was a big-time draft pick, and he did not play here for a long time. So there's people that look up and they go, hey, Reggie Bush would have been a get that year.
Yeah.
And I think also, interestingly enough, because I mentioned this one because people texted in Vince Young, and you were like, no, I'd rather have Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
But the thing about Vince Young was Vince Young apparently really wanted to play here.
Oh, big time.
Like,
I mean,
that's
he was
something
heartbroken.
we've gotten more insight into recently when it comes to like these podcasts and stuff. And that he thought that he was going to, not just that he wanted to, he thought he was going to, and then things didn't shake out that way. I think it really could have been really interesting if he had played here, because he just wanting to be able to play here, or just wanting to be here, I imagine would have given him more inspiration to kind of put more into his career than I think he ultimately did.
Nobody wants to hear this, but the Texans got it 100% right, drafting Mario Williams over Reggie or Vince Young. He was a better player. Certainly in the time that they were at the respective teams that drafted him. Mario Williams was here 6 years, 2 Pro Bowls, 53 sacks. You know, he was the best draft pick the Texans could have come up with in that draft. Nobody wants to hear it because I was a big certainly loved what, had they drafted Vince Young, but the right draft pick was Mario Williams.
Yeah, many people mentioning some various things. Time Machine going back and making sure that Mike Renfro's catch is acknowledged. D-Hop trade comes up a few times, obviously. 618 is on the same page as T-Mill, Tyler Milner, who when we asked this, he immediately went to 2019, Game 7. Yeah. Those pitching decisions down the stretch lost you that series, and people are like, hey, man, just go ahead and put Garrett Cole out there. Let him finish that thing out for you. Somebody said for the 713 would change the bad call the refs made in the Oilers game versus the Steelers.
Though you're talking about Mike Renfro?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Renfro, yeah. Or just have replay. Just go back and say, hey,
I was like,
we can do this now.
Yeah, I was like, you'd have to bring back like a camera.
They had replay then, but maybe show them the
replay. Because, I mean, they had the film or what have you. Let's see. Somebody said draft Drexler for the Rockets instead of McCray.
Rodney McCray.
Yeah. That's their change.
That's a good one because they ended up getting Drexler and winning a title, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to the bat phone. This is not the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. However, this is
Texas Hammer.
That's right. This is Sean Pendergast in this instance texting in and saying he decided what his is. He'd go back and sent a bomb threat to every meeting where they were trying to finalize the Rocket uniform change after the second title. He hates the new uniforms. I do appreciate the boldness. Like, I feel like a lot of the listeners in sending this in, they're like, hey, how can I make a tangible difference in like the gameplay? Yeah. And Sean is like, this is an eyesore. I want to go ketchup and mustard and never leave them ever again.
Yeah, I don't mind that. And those I used to call them the Sputnik uniforms. Remember the ones with the stripes?
The pinstripes with the
that wasn't even a NASA rocket. That was like a Russian rocket. I called them the Sputnik uniforms.
Yeah, I have an affinity for that, but that's because I was a very young man in the time where, Franchise and Cato and Mobley and Norris were all in those uniforms. So, like, I have an affinity for them. However, I recognize they're not good.
Exactly.
They are not actually good. And so, somebody said Sean is probably a poker beast. That's actually fair. He feels like he's not a poker. He's not a spades guy. He's a poker beast. And speaking of a man that I would like to talk to about cards and such, the man who walked in here looked like JB Smooth himself.
What's good, y'all? What's
Stoerner.
good, fellas? What's happening?
Wait, what is happening with this hat that you got on right now?
Well, I got a little my bride's sister's in town, so we got a little free eating, and I said, hey, babe, won't you
we stepping out?
Won't you ease on in the city and let me take you to dinner?
Yeah.
And, so I had to put it together now.
You call your wife Lady Bird?
No. But because I'm going to slide this. I don't know if the folks on the deal can see, but I want you fellas to see it too. Now, you can't it ain't just a hat now, really.
Let's see.
He got the kicks on too.
It's putting on them. It's just suede on suede on
suede
boots. We put it together. It's just a little something.
Yeah.
I brought
nothing big, right? Just tossing it together.
Yeah, nothing big. Like we talked about yesterday on the show, man. Like, you can't just get married and just fall off, man. You got to stay the race and never know what I mean.
Respect it.
Now
I respect you. You stay ready.
I plan on my lady. I plan on my lady's mind being in the gutter on the ride home.
Look at you. Okay. All right.
Speaking of, where is Figgy?
He's walked out.
Where is Figgy? I'm gonna tell you what, Reg. You can't hide nothing because that damn text line got to you before I could. Y'all was talking about Figgy's little gathering, which, by the way, Figgy, damn it, have you a damn housewarming party?
That's what I'm saying.
I came in on the back end on the, like, midway. Was it a housewarming party?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, have you a housewarming party.
Yeah.
Housewarming parties are great because the people that really don't give a damn about you, they ain't going to come. But the ones that do want to buy you a little something and show up, they're going to show up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Reg can't hide nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting there listening. I'm riding along. It was a nice little back and forth conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
And the second that Fig said, yeah, my wife, it's going to be a bunch of her friends over there. Reg said, what did you say? I put it in my notes.
He took notes.
I pulled my phone out immediately. My man said, let's pull up then.
Yeah.
hey, Ron, show, I don't know if you was listening, but he was just bebopping along. Yeah, I don't know if I want to have this party or not. And yeah, well, we'll show up. Go ahead and do it, Fig. Everybody show up. Hey, some of my wife's friends are going to be there. Well, let's pull up then.
That's right.
Reg
he needs support.
There's going to be girls.
He needs his boys around. He needs his people around to
Fig,
balance
have that
it out.
damn party, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
have that damn
The
party.
party is happening.
Reggie is locked and loaded, ain't he?
Hey, he is, like, soon as him, hey, he didn't ask. J-Lo did it for him. Is there any Latinos? Any Latino friends coming?
Dropping that Spanish on him.
Hey, look here, Fig. I'm not in case you do what the hell you want to do, but ain't nothing wrong with no housewarming party. Hell no.
Yeah, I'm not a party guy though. Like,
yeah, but that's a nice little.
I don't want to bother nobody.
You ain't bothering nobody.
Yeah, you ain't bothering.
Hey, the ones that are showing up, you damn sure ain't bothering. The ones that don't show up, you ain't bothering either.
That's right.
I'm gonna send the invitation now. I'm gonna send.
There you go.
If I'm in the state, if I'm in the city, me and my bride will be there, man. Now, we may bring 2 crumb snatchers with us, but we'll be there.
Reggie said, "Let's pull up."
Real quick.
Make sure he's comfortable. It's not just an event with your work friends.
Ron, you have to save him again.
Yeah, Ron's gonna have to go.
I'm good.
Hey, Reg,
I will be 100% okay.
Reg said, "Can you create the guest list?" And I'd like to get their names so I can go ahead and take a look.
Start
get them in memory.
Well, let me take a look at this. I'd like to get all their IGs and that could be included on their names on that guest list, so we can take a look at what we got
their
here.
Tags. Yeah.
Said let's pull up.
Hey man,
I got a bottle of wine. I'm ready to bring.
That's right. You show up for your homeboy. That's what you do. That's exactly. That's 100% what you do.
And hope he had you in mind when the wife invited her friend.
Well, that's also showing up for your homeboy.
Hey, that's right.
Again, win-win, huh?
Exactly.
That's right.
Everybody wins.
It's a win-win situation.
And it sounds like the listeners want to pull up too. This might be a block party more than a housewarming party.
Hey, Fig, it don't matter. More show up, the more that wine fridge you guys gonna be full for a year,
That's
baby.
right.
Okay. That's right. All right. We're done for right now. We'll go see if we can figure out what this housewarming party looks like. We leave you. Man, I didn't get a chance to ask them about their spades plan, but I have a feeling
I'm the best spades player in this building.
Oh, okay.
And I listen. I don't talk.
Tournament soon come.
Hey, no, hey, we can play rise and fly. We can go to 350. We can go to 500. I don't care. Like I don't talk a lot of trash.
You don't?
I don't talk a lot of trash.
Wait a minute.
I mean, that's not what I would have bet was coming out of his next voice.
I don't talk a lot of trash.
You don't.
I really don't.
Look at this ninja.
But I will in that one. Well, hey, spades. I'm telling you. Now, come
My
on.
man looks like Bill Cartwright playing beer pong.
Get a tournament.
He don't talk trash.
hey, just because I beat you in 15 seconds before we got back to the break don't mean that. That's
I carried you when we beat our wife. You didn't tell nobody about that. You didn't tell nobody about that. That's not another story.
Y'all were beating wives together?
First off,
we destroyed the women, and I carried
we did talk. Okay, is that what we're going to do now?
You admitted this. You admitted this.
Outside, you admitted it. Win factor. There's a little win factor.
Yes. Yeah, more importantly, we destroyed the wives.
Wow,
they were mad at us for destroying them.
Wow, man, what happened to the team? What happened to the team?
Man. That died when
I just talked about our one-on-one battle.
Boy,
we had a 3-minute break. I beat you before the game.
Oh, you drug me over the coals after my football throwing, after my failure in football throwing.
I did not say you blew it for us. I just said you got to feel worse than I do. But I didn't say you blew it for us.
I can't wait to see what the spades tournament looks like. If this is the energy we got right. Guys, get up and running. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
I'm telling you, and I will renege if you let me. You better watch. You better watch. I kill you, Reggie. If you ain't on my team, I kill you.
He said he'll cheat, Reg, so you got to watch.
Oh, yeah, I'm cutting everything, Reggie,
he will,
and I'm going for it all.
He will Chris Paul you. He will Chris Paul you. You better have the officials.
Just telling you, I'm cutting everything. I'm not afraid to use my ace of spades. I'm not holding. I'm cutting it all. See, they ain't got me. See, I didn't mean to get there.
Hey, he's gone. You can quit talking trash to him now, all right?
I didn't even listen. I will say this, fellas, and Tyler, even though you are younger than us, you still do fit in this vein. I look at Reggie and I hear Reggie up here talking about, well, then let's pull up. I look at Reggie, man. Y'all remember them times, man, when you was single and you was young, and every day it was to get up and to be about that action.
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
Now you remember
gotta
that?
clock in.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, Wednesday was the only night we didn't go out. Wednesday was the only rest day to get up, do whatever you had to do, whatever kind of work, school, whatever you had to do, and then you knew the rest of it, as Clint would say, son,
we're going hunting, boys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, and Reg is in that mode.
Right city. Now the MILFs on Wind Down Wednesdays at Carino's.
Okay.
Hey,
they like them some Merlot.
You've done some real work if you're going to Carino's on a Wednesday night in Houston. Like, you've done some real due diligence, T.
Hey, I was putting in at least 40 hours a week.
The Jim Adler. The Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. What was your Wednesday night spot? 713. And there was
Carino's, boy.
There was dollar beer night at the Piano Bar in Westport. That was a Wednesday night occurrence. I did not always partake. Because Wednesday's that iffy night.
Yeah.
Wednesdays, Sundays, some nights. Now Dallas, I'm sure. Now, I don't know when you, because I'm sure you had multiple phases. You had the Dallas phase. Now you was locked up in college. What a mistake that was.
Well, I wasn't a good enough athlete to survive, which later proved to be true.
No, you were no. I mean, you was the starting quarterback at Arkansas,
that would have been
and
messy.
You was locked.
That would have been messy.
You were handcuffed.
That would
so
have been
yeah,
messy.
so no. But I mean, I
appreciate her for making that happen. By the way, all due respect, I greatly appreciate that.
Because you would have gone crazy at Fayetteville.
Thursdays were a toss-up, or Wednesdays, I'm sorry, though, sometimes, because you knew Thursdays with the drink deals out there.
Yeah, there was options. I always rested. Wednesday, I tried to keep it low-key. Because Thursday, Friday, Saturday was go time. Someone texted in, Wednesday night spot was college night at Wild West on Richmond. Cooters, I-45.
Oh, I spent quite a few evenings at Wild West.
Roxy's Wednesday night.
Man said Cooters off I-45.
Well, nowhere's mine's at.
I bet that was a hell of a spot. I bet, golly.
Lola's Dollar Drinks Wednesday nights in the 90s. My man is reaching back. Nah, yeah, man. Yeah, Wednesday's a calm and cool time. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Man, woman, or child.
Go find ourselves. Let's go to Saints and watch Monday Night Football. And then Saints got away from us. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I think Tuesdays was always the night.
A rest night for you?
Rest night.
Probably should have been.
Which happened to be our day off of football. So that was kind of if you're going to do it, you're going to day party it. But, man, Wednesdays, Cowboy Red River. Thursdays, Primos and Candle Room. Friday, Saturday, you can't miss. I mean, it's shooting fish in a barrel.
It's a damn shame. You have your
it was,
everybody, every person sitting right here that is driving at their desk has the spots rolling in their minds when you're in Reggie's age.
Oh, yeah.
When you're in Reggie's time, when it was wake up and let's go win.
That's it. Get this whatever this work day consists of, let's get it knocked out. Let's get in these streets.
I wanted to take Tuesdays off, but shout out to Harpo's because they had 25-cent draws, and then we scored up there getting a platter. And couldn't let it ride. Oh my God! Wow, sorry about that. Did not mean to get there.
I love the start to today's show.
I saw Reggie. I could see when I heard him say "pull up," it's go time. Reggie's got that whole evening planned afterwards.
That was so good.
I get a W. All right, coming up, 3 and 5 o'clock. 3 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win four tickets to the Bun B Birthday Bash coming up March 7th. And I will be there. Me and wifey, we're gonna turn back the clock a little bit, but get on out there. Your chance to win 4 tickets coming up in the 3 o'clock hour and the 4 o'clock hour as people continue to text in Cooters and Faces. That is.
I got to know if Cooters is still open. I may take the wife.
Are you familiar with it?
No, but I may take the wife there tonight to have a drink before we go to dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, could you imagine? Hey, where are we going to get a drink? Why are we going north on 45? Babe, I got a spot. We got to have a drink.
People been talking too much about it.
Oh, man. I heard about it on the radio today, babe. Cooters.
Oh, man.
We pull up to Cooters, boy.
Might need to have a live broadcast there.
By the way, again, as I said,
from Cooters.
Yeah, on the house. See you out there, Greg. But those of you, your chance, 3 and the 5 o'clock hour, you can win 4 tickets. Bun B. By the way, Bun B, he said, when challenge up, I'm gonna keep bringing it like I've done, and he has brought it. Last year is hard to top. With Nelly and Rick Ross and Bun B himself and Drake. There's a different feeling on Drake at that time. And he said he's gonna do what he does every year. If you had one, because it feels like he's got an R&B theme going right now with some of the people he's announced. But if you had one act that you would like for him to bring to add to this thing, if you had one act, if he could pull Outkast, that would do it for me. If you give me a little set with Outkast, give me
that would be solid.
That would give me Outkast. I think that would kick, because I feel like I ain't heard them together in a minute, to be honest with you. But give me a little Outkast. If he could pull that off, I'm in. I need something a little bit more than Jagged Edge. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah, I'd probably go Snoop. Outkast never did much for me. They got a couple hits. I get.
Outkast never did much for you.
Nah, man. I know they're great. Outkast was never in my like album. Title to title, track to track, top to bottom. Put it in, ride. That wasn't it. Pac and Biggie are out of the mix, obviously.
Well, yeah, Clint.
That'd be clutch.
Yeah,
that'd be. I'd go Snoop. I'd probably go Snoop.
They're gonna make it.
I'd go Snoop.
You go Snoop.
Yep.
Snoop, if he can roll Snoop out. Yeah. Outkast is a one for me. 8-Ball MJG. I like that.
8-Ball MJG in a small venue, and it was.
Oh, I bet that was real.
No, it was. I was stoked. 8-Ball and MJG coming up. That again. There's about 3 or 4 like individual albums from artists that I bet I bought the same album 8 times because people would steal from me. 8-Ball and MJG's 8-Ball and MJG coming out hard is without a doubt one of those albums. I talked about it for a week before it was in Little Rock, Arkansas, small venue. I was like, this was after their heyday, so I'm thinking this is gonna be like Ron. They had 42 people on a 10-person stage.
This sounds like my Rick Ross experience when he came. I could pick him out.
Exactly. You had to work just to figure out who was who.
Pick him out.
And I'm not exaggerating. I am exaggerating. I bet there was 30 people on a 10-person stage for the whole show, and I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. Like I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this for 2 weeks. Like I've been juiced about this.
You said close your eyes and listen to the music.
That was it. I was done.
Scarface coming in. That would be it.
That would be
Chameleonaire, man. That'd be solid for me.
Was he here last year?
I don't think so. I don't think Chameleonaire was in that group.
I didn't think he was. If he was, bring him on back.
Kendrick would blow the doors off the place. I don't know if that's a connection they got.
Yeah.
Kendrick. It's been his year, but I don't know if that one will roll. We'll see. If it did, boy, Drake would have a problem. But
yeah, he's living here now.
Yes, Drake's got an address here. Just don't bring 50. 50 who lives here too, another man of Houston. maybe a couple of Houston icons between Bud.
Hell, he's got a locker. He's got a locker at NRG. So I mean, hell, he can ease on out.
He's
no
got
problem.
a locker. Yeah. All right, but no, it'll be a good time. You got a chance to win that 3 and the 5 o'clock hour. All right. We talked a little bit about this, and I need to hear because this Alex Bregman situation is becoming interesting. I sure as hell know he didn't go through this whole process to be in this kind of drama all the way to start this thing off. But Rafael Devers, I believe Tyler has audio of this. His response about moving to DH because hey, third base, maybe switch some things around. Here and Devers. Remember, Devers is usually used as an interpreter. This is Rafael Devers on the thought to move to DH.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
I mean, everybody knows that word, right?
He understood the question, and he had no. Hey, not even mad about it. Just like no. If you missed it, my man, who is a 3-time All-Star, and he is their. They just took care of him. He just signed a couple years ago, 11 years, $331 million deal in January of 2021. So he is paid. But again, if you missed it, talking about this through an interpreter, he said third is what I play. And I don't know what their plans are. We had a conversation. I made it clear on what my desires were. Whatever happens from here, I don't know. But he said no. I'm not playing third base. And this feels like a situation, at least right now, maybe Bregman just is the one that's gonna calm the temperature. But I guess I got a couple of thoughts. One, how do you feel, or do you have an issue with how Devers is handling this situation with Bregman coming in? Like how public and how he is out front. Hell, it seemed like just as he walked in the door, how he's handling this and coming out publicly saying, "No, I'm not going nowhere."
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I don't know what the backstory is. I would, if I signed a deal with them and the deal was I'm playing third base, and then all of a sudden a year, 2 years later, they're paying a guy $40 million to come in and they're going to give away my position. You saw how that worked out last year with Presley. They made it look like, oh yeah, we did the mature thing, and we this is what leaders do. We meet with everybody, and everybody took the meeting well. Come to find out,
they say Ryan wish he did this last year.
Ryan didn't appreciate it. So look, I don't blame him one bit for it. I mean, this is, I don't know if the organization has addressed it beforehand properly or not, but this is when you just go out and you just collect as much talent as you possibly can.
Yeah.
This is what the risk is. A lot of times you collect so much talent that it doesn't matter that the chemistry in the clubhouse isn't. You get potential problems like this that are going to play out in the public. The interesting thing to me with the Devers comments is, I don't know about y'all, but Bregman doesn't strike me and never has struck me as a guy that likes to deal with adversity.
See, that's what I was going to ask you. How do you think he responds? How do you think Bregman responds?
Well, I don't think it's going to be good. Like I just don't think he is a confrontational guy. I don't think he excels and shows up in the moments where, like, all eyes are on him, the world's against him. We saw that with the sign-stealing scandal. Compare that to the way that Carlos Correa then turned around and handled it. Like, this could potentially be, you got a guy in Devers that is more of an alpha, outspoken, in-your-face guy like Correa, and that's Bregman's not going to respond well to that. So, to me, it seems
don't you get the feel he'll probably just go with the flow?
Oh, yeah, I think Bregman goes with the flow, no doubt about it. But what you do is you hope that, well, I don't care what they do because it's Boston, but the thought is that Cora needs to nip this in the bud so that he can it's not just all this crap, this coach speak. It drives me nuts. We're going to always do what's best for the team. We're going to do what's best for the team would have been for you to let Devers know you're going to go play second base or you're going to be a DH. I guess DH in this situation, and we're going to sign Bregman, and he's going to play. Like, if you don't like that, you need to get the hell up out of here. You need to make a move. You need to do something. Like, we need to get this flushed out before just signing
because clearly Alex Bregman is the better defensive player at
Yes.
Right? And they're both going to be in the lineup.
And so now you got Cora who's walking around. The decision's going to suck. It's best for the team. Well, I mean, somebody's going to have to buck up to Devers and let him know, and it's I don't think it's, and it shouldn't be, shouldn't be Bregman. But, boy, it's interesting that Alex Bregman literally has been with an organization other than the Astros for a couple of days, and there's already a mess storm. Potential mess storm around him and his current team. Which
that seems to be caused inside, right? Like I think he's dealt with stuff, obviously, outside coming in, but not like Devers is basically – he didn't walk around and just peed all over the clubhouse and let you know, nah.
It's my spot.
This is like, and you're right. He's like I said yesterday. He is coming from a guy who is the best player on the team and the best player in the franchise's history, in my opinion, who is willing to go play left field to get your ass out here. And then he got another dude coming over because in a way that he's being public like this. If I'm Alex, like it makes you feel like I wonder if Buddy really wanted me to
be here.
Like,
absolutely.
Like you would think it would be like, hey man, we'll figure this. Even if I just want it, like Derek Jeter, I don't know if he actually wanted A-Rod to come over. He damn sure didn't want him to come play shortstop.
Right.
And there's probably an argument that A-Rod was maybe the better shortstop defensively out there, but he didn't make it public. But A-Rod wasn't going to play no shortstop. But it was going to, like he showed up at the press conference. He at least made it like, hey, I'm welcoming you in. That's got to be a different feeling.
This ain't on Jeter stuff.
No, he ain't. No, he's
letting
not.
y'all know.
He didn't get paid, and he said, "No, this is my. I don't know if it's my team, my whatever. This is
that's my bag.
This is all my spot." I do wish Bregman would run out there and say, "Yeah, I got it.
Yes,
I got third base. Beat him to the punch. Beat him to third base.
Two guys just standing next to each other at third base.
Won't move.
Nobody
fighting, boxing each other out to get there. All right, coming up, let's get to the decision on how the Texans, we've talked about this and we'll talk about it all offseason until we get something final with it, how the Texans should handle the wide receiver position. We will discuss that coming up next, but before we get there, fellas out there, if you're struggling with ED, the Men's Clinic, hear me what I'm saying.
college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
A succulent Tuesday.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this is I gotta be honest. This is fun when you're a fan of a team, or you're covering a team, or you're talking about a team, or a team is in this position, Clint, where one of the needs are coming from a sexy position. Right? Obviously, we know the number one need, or needs, depending on how you feel about it, and we'll address that today and throughout the offseason, is them big fellas up front. But also understanding that sexy wide receiver position, that's a need too. And that's going to be something that, how many would you say, how many guys do you think, like, and not just, training camp guys, how many guys you think legitimately will be added to this team to have significant roles in the wide receiver room? So at least two, right? At least two guys that we don't see on the roster right now.
Yeah, you can't go into training if you're serious about taking the next step offensively. You cannot go into training camp with John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson as your expectations to take the next step and be 2 or 3. Like,
and they say no.
You can't. Like,
you gotta have two guys that come in over them. Right.
Well, you gotta have one that definitely comes in over them, and then you gotta have another one that you expect to compete there. Like to me, a top two rounds wide receiver. Like you want to. Like, I expect that guy to be a really good number 3, and if he takes to he could be my number 2. Like there's. I just don't know how the Texans go into this year expecting to be better through the air, and John Mechie and Hutch are competing for your second and third wide receiver. I just don't know how that happens.
Yeah,
that can't be the way. That can't be the outlook here.
So yeah, at least 2, and now the thought is, how should the Texans attack this? What route should they go? Right, there are different options and ways, and people can text in the way you think they should handle it, right? We talked about one yesterday. Hey, you brought up the thought of, do I go out and look at maybe a number 3 type receiver with the thought of, I'm going and I'm probably drafting one in the first round? That's a route. Do you go out and say, hey, let me go and find a bona fide number 2, like a Cooper Kupp or Diggs from last year, something like that? Or, and I will be honest, fellas and listeners as well, I have maybe not really thought through this as much, or really paid attention to it as much, but I think that was silly of me, and you should at least give it some thought. Because many of you had texted in, should they go to the higher part? Is that a way to handle it? Should they go to the potential T. Higgins route? Someone just texted in Devontae Adams, who I think probably has a chance to be on the move. Should they go at the very top of it and add it here? You do have a quarterback on a rookie contract. This is the time to go attacking and putting a lot around him. If you want, what's the route you think the Texans should go in handling this receiver position?
I think a clear route. To me, it's just
to start there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I don't know how smart it is to go the T. Higgins route. I don't know how much money he's going to get, but I don't know how smart it's going to be going that route because Kendrick Green didn't work out, because Shaq Mason didn't work out, because you don't know what you have with Juice Scruggs. Like, you got to spend a lot of money in that middle of your offensive line where you've already spent money and draft picks and it's just not panning out. So I don't know how free willy they need to get in a sense of going and getting big money guys. But I just want a clear plan. Like it's going to be very difficult. Like, I think D'Amico and Nick, and then I'm talking about like what they've kind of how they've communicated with the media, it's going to be very difficult to listen to that same communication of, we the spots where they miss at or where they weren't real aggressive at is we like our guys in-house. We're banking on our guys in-house. Like, you're at a spot now to where everybody knows what in-house looks like, and you got to make more win now type of moves this year to take that next step. And so I want them to have a clear plan. Are you going to sign a legit 2 receiver that's a 2 and you expect to have a 2 and has pelts on the wall, and then use a little bit of a lesser draft pick on that what would be your 3rd guy and really solidify that position? Or are you going to sign a 3, expect the guys in-house to be your 3? Okay, well then now we got to use a 1st or 2nd on a wide receiver and get the guy in here. So either way it goes, there's plenty of free agents available to be either that 2 or the 3.
Yeah, there are plenty to go any route you want to go.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's some, like I said, if you want to go with the T. Higgins things, we'll see what happens there. The Bengals got T, they got Hendrickson, they got Jamar Chase. They got to try to figure out with those guys, and I think T. Higgins is making it clear about being franchised again.
Yeah.
Like, that he's not interested in that. But you can go that route. Then there's Keenan Allen, who's kind of in that area, who's a free agent. And then I think routes that I know you really like, a guy like Joshua Palmer, who has played with the Chargers, could be let me set him in that 2 spot. Demarcus Robinson, who's been really good with the Rams, could be in that range to come in. Hollywood Brown, who had injuries but could be in that range. And then kind of dropping down to like veteran guys that like a Mike Williams in Pittsburgh, who was there at Pittsburgh, maybe at MVS. We talked about Brandon Cooks. There is a route, Darius Slayton in there, who could be an up-and-coming one that was with the Giants. There's a route at every single level they could go to attack this thing. And the thing is, as you said, I don't know how smart it would be to go with they have the ability to go any route they want to go. Yeah. Right? Just because, like, handcuffed right now, they don't have a $60 million quarterback right now. So they could go any route. It's just, I'm seeing it from the text line. Cooper Kupp, that's a guy not to break the bank. So that's more the straight up number 2 route. Someone said, get a legit number 2 wide receiver and an actual playmaking top tight end, and we're money.
I'll agree with that. If you can do it, if you can land them, it's going to be hard to do when you got a $12 million tight end.
It's Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm. That guy.
He's talking about. That's Dalton Schultz. All right, coming up, Joe Espada, he spoke today, and he spoke to what has started to become the number 1 thing happening with the Astros in spring training, and that is his Hall of Fame second baseman moving out to left field. You hear from the manager as he speaks on that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, I spoke to John and Karen over at Verlo Mattress today, a little earlier today. They are absolutely rocking and rolling, y'all.
179 281 4414179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My man Clint brought a backup hat to wear during the show.
Oh, he's serious.
So I can't put my headset on my date night.
I thought he might just wear the hair, but no, I got it. I got
it's
two
a mess.
hats.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
This is I get this is a nice little
Instagram lid.
Put it together with the shoes. That's the full thing is though you got to get the full go of it with the outfit.
Yeah.
The hat, the shoes. Now, I didn't catch where the hell you going.
I don't really know yet.
You don't know yet.
Mm-mm.
You getting surprised tonight or something?
No.
What's the deal? Because you came in
just a little impromptu date night, man. I had to throw some gear on before I left the house.
I
man.
see. Clearly, there are some outfits, Tyler, when any of us come in.
It was laid out the night before.
Well, probably, but it's just one where we all say, "Where you going tonight?"
Yeah.
What you got going on?
Well, I actually got a wheat colored shirt with a long sleeve black.
So it's tan.
The long sleeve black suede thing. So it's, I ain't put it all together yet. This was just
more. Huh?
This is just my get through work top right here. You know what I mean?
You're killing it.
So she's planning this.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there is a whole lot of plans, man.
Oh, y'all hadn't made no plan. Y'all just said let's put an outfit together.
I'm thinking through a couple of things.
Go.
I'm thinking through a couple of things.
Well, let's hear. What are you thinking through?
Well, there's a couple of our old just faithfuls there's about 3 or 4 different ones that are just like, and I don't know if I want to do that. I think I want to try something new.
I like that.
I think I want to try something new, and it's a Tuesday night. It's not like it's going to be. It's
not like a Wednesday night. Yeah,
Tuesday. Yeah. No, well, it's not like when you were Reg's age, $25 well drinks. I mean, we're going to be able to find a nice spot, but I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what exactly. I don't want to do the same old, man. We're in the H, baby. There's so many options, man. You can't just keep falling into the same 3 or 4.
Yeah. Your sushi spot. That's
2 different sushi spots are big time. Actually, 4 different sushi spots.
Okay.
Right? I mean, there's 4 different sushi spots that I could really get my wife good and worked up at right now.
A succulent Tuesday.
Yes, one of those places. Yes, there's 4 of them in the city right now that I can go to.
So this should end as a good night.
Oh, zero doubt. Zero doubt. They ain't no should. It will.
Love the confidence. Gotta have it.
It will, man. I got my outfit. I got my go-getter. Got that cologne, babe.
Got that cologne.
Oh,
there you go.
Shoot. The personality's always there. You know what I mean?
Text line.
Credit card isn't blocked right now, I don't think. Should be good. Should be good with that dinner.
My spot around the corner here, Nobi. I know you haven't been there. Fantastic spot over on Shepherd. From the text line, hey, since y'all don't show me any love anymore, can you at least give me a birthday shout out, please? Melissa, the only female listener, LOL. No. All right.
Wow.
Here we go.
Damn.
Wow.
You're about to join me on Mel's ish list, bro.
I read it. That's happy. I was about to just say no and move on to Joe's spot.
If I ever run into her, I just hope she doesn't hit me.
She's going to. She hits me.
Anybody out there been to
happy birthday, Melissa. You are a faithful
happy
listener.
Birthday, Mel.
We appreciate you, Mel. Happy birthday. You are not the only
Mel, you know I always appreciate you. These other 2 are the ones that got to butter up. You know you're all right over here.
Now that we got that out the way. Now go ahead. What'd you say?
713-572-4610. Anybody been to Stardust Lounge, I think is what it's called? Starduster. It's up in the Heights.
Oh,
I don't know.
It's got a little country vibe to it. Tyler, I don't think you're not going to be able to go in there, and I don't think it's a bounce off the wall kind of place. I think it's a lounge.
Tyler took me into a.
I know how to 2-step. I'll spin the ladies around the dance
floor. I was going to say he took me.
I don't know if it's that country.
A 2-step dance.
It may be
dance spot there. I didn't.
I think that was Austin's backyard.
I think we may slide by there to just get a little pop, experience the place. It's a new place in town, opened up I think a month or so ago. So
Lo looked like she can line dance her ass off.
I'll see you guys over there.
I don't know if she can or not.
Although Lo's surprised.
You want to talk about a good surprise on your wedding night?
I remember that.
No.
I don't think we're talking about the same surprise.
Not that.
I was gonna say.
I mean, I remember because we had a brunch party and then an after party and
mimosas.
The after party got a little loose and her pops is there watching on the side and I'm like,
give a damn. No, when I say she may surprise me, like when I went over there, we met at Clint's house to head to New Orleans, and Clint was showing me the sound system outside, and he put that on loader to show it, and the song selection that she decided to go with to blast for all the neighborhood to hear was not one that matches the horse rider.
Yeah. Oh, her choice wasn't showing horses boot scooting book. No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. She pulled out a little something to show you what we had out there, man. We got a little power. We got a little power coming out of the speaker. She wanted to show it off.
Was it from the window to the wall?
No, it wasn't. It was
a little harder than that. A little harder than that.
What is his last name? Mike. He goes by just Mike on his music.
Yeah, it was strong. I said, "Oh, that's the song you had loaded up."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, Joe Espada. No other way to transition. Joe Espada. He spoke about what is becoming the biggest story in spring training and maybe to start this season with the Astros. That's Jose Altuve moving to left field. Here is the manager himself.
We talked in there about leadership, right? And I immediately go to him. That's what leaders do, right? They think they put teams first. They think about the group, and that's what it's all about. He could easily say, "Hey, Joe, second base probably not a good idea," but he's open to it, and that's all we want him to do. Just consider the opportunity to play left, create some opportunity for other players, the versatility in our team. There's other clubs who are doing the same stuff, and Jose's like, let's roll with it. And for me to be around Jose Altuve for the last eight seasons, and hopefully we get to work together for years to come.
All right, so that is the latest coming from the manager, Clint, and I think this is clearly a thing, Clint, and we talked to Will Kunkel yesterday about the situation. He says he feels like this is definitely going to happen this year. And I guess just the thought and what he brought up was the best defensive lineup they could put out there and the best thing that they would want to do from that standpoint involves him in left field, which was interesting to hear when he said Paredes moving to second and Dubon going to third base. That was something that stuck out that Will had to say yesterday.
Yeah, the whole thing is interesting to me is because, again, I lean into what Robert Flores told us last week in a sense of the concern or the reason to pursue this Altuve in left field the way the Astros are is more about the drop in his defense at second base, right? It's the only reason it even makes sense. It's the only reason that it even should be a thought, right? And so if they're worried about that, then you go, okay, what's the plan? Altuve in left field. But then when you start looking at the shuffling of pieces, you go, boy, how bad does Altuve's defense have to be, or the potential of his defense have to be, them to take a guy that they signed to be a third baseman and move him to second, take, with the exception of Yordan Alvarez, take the best outfielder that you have. I'm talking about fielding, arm, at the plate, everything. The best outfielder that you have and play him at third base, and then take Altuve and play him in left field. How bad does Altuve's defense have to be for that, all of that stuff to make sense? And look, I know it's a long season. As Joe Espada said, other teams are doing it. I know other teams are doing it. But, at what point do you sit in that clubhouse in the offseason with all your guys as a management group and go, okay, here's what we're going to do going into spring training. We're going to shuffle this deck where all these guys are playing different positions. And then we're going to emphasize the first day or the first or second day of spring training, early on in spring training, that man, we need reps so all of these guys get used to Doobie at third and Paredes at second. And, you know, like not just Altuve in left catching fungo, right? But now the infielders need all this time together, time on task, all these different reps to get a feel for who needs help where and how the ball comes off everybody's arms and all the timing and all this kind of stuff. Like that just, I don't know, that just seems like a lot for me to you know, all because Altuve to move the greatest player in the history from second base to left field.
Yeah, and I know, like you guys watch every game as much. Tyler go half of them, and I feel like we're talking about something like, yeah, man, his base running. If we're talking about like something that's bad, that is that bad, as we know, it's well chronicled on this show how much Tyler despises Jose Altuve as a base runner. I can understand that. I don't know, fellas. It just never, outside of that year in COVID where he forgot how to throw to first.
Yeah.
I've never looked at it and thought, man, Altuve's defense is becoming such. I don't know if you thought about that last year. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I thought about it from Pena's perspective more than I thought about anybody else in the infield. And I'm not saying, I know you had Brandon on the other day, and he came up with some stats,
some advanced
things,
fielding stats that showed a significant.
And I'm not gonna I don't look at it and think, man, this is the Gold Glover from 2015 or 2016, whenever that was he won it. But I don't get there and think, man, it's becoming such a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
That we have to move, as you said, guy we brought in to play third base to come in and play second base, Dubon, who we wanted to play utility last year because we was going to make him be a utility guy all last year until now we wanted to come back here and play third base, then we're going to make you move to left field.
Seems like a lot.
Big skill.
I'm not saying they're wrong. They obviously know it much better than I do, and we just watch the games. And maybe they have got, like in my mind, I've never thought, boy, they need to replace Altuve defensively.
Yep.
They've done it to Yordan. They've taken Yordan's bat out at the end of the game to replace him in the outfield. That's never crossed my mind. So I know it is, as you said, a lot happening. I just never looked at it and thought this thing is big, except for that one moment where he couldn't throw the ball to first. Outside of that, that's years ago. It's an interesting thought. All right, coming up next hour will be your first opportunity right here on The Drive to win 4 tickets to see Bun B on his birthday bash coming up at the Houston Rodeo. It'll be coming up in this hour, in the 3 o'clock hour, so you got to stay tuned and listen. And what's the next move the Texans can make to get you confident that they can fix this offense? The next move they can make. We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, you got to get back to living your best life.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive as Clint is in the building heading to somewhere. You were requested, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, as well as on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
I growl and bark.
And Clint had requests on what is Stardust Lounge?
Starduster Lounge in the Heights. If anybody been there, I know what it is. Has anybody been there? And
are you sure that's what it's called?
Yes.
The ER at the end of Stardust. That's an interesting.
I thought it was Stardust Lounge, and then as I looked at it again,
it's Starduster.
Starduster.
Okay.
It's a lounge. It's got country vibe, like country old school country music vibes to it somehow. I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic. So I think
they don't have like a Star Wars theme going on in there.
No, it's not Star Wars. It's
Starduster.
It's more like I think it's more like set in the country music Wild West kind of vibe. I think that's kind of what I got anyway. So
I thought they might be going a little Rogue One taste.
They got me at lounge. When I saw lounge, I was like, I'm interested.
I like a lounge.
Then I got to kind of digging through it. I was like, oh, let's go check it out. Let's go check it out.
It certainly does. Starduster Lounge.
Starduster Lounge. There it is, huh?
Yeah. Take a look at it in the Heights there, right where your spot is, Tyler.
Guess it's better than like a crop duster lounge.
I mean, if anybody's going to do the crop dusting, it'll be me.
Fair. A little crop duster at the Starduster. How about that? Please do.
Well, no other way to transition. Be listening in this hour, in the 3 o'clock hour. At some point in this hour, you will have your first of 2 opportunities to win 4 tickets, 4-pack, to see Bun B and Company as he will be performing March 7th. You'll have a chance to win those tickets. That will be coming up in this hour. You have to be listening. You have to be listening, and when that cue to call hits, and you will hear that cue to call, I will make it very obvious. That cue is not right now. You can call in 713-572-4610 and have a chance to win one of those 4 tickets. If you aren't able to win in this 3 o'clock hour, the final opportunity today until Thursday will be in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned right here on The Drive in Sports Radio 610. All right, everyone participate. All hands on deck, please. Text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Tyler, Clint as well. Tyler or Clint, as always, you will have the first crack at this. All right, the Texans, they have made some moves. They have obviously brought in Nick Caley. That was the big move. When I say moves towards the offense. They brought in Nick Caley. They have promoted their assistant O-line coach to become the new O-line coach. They've made a couple of moves. One, obviously, a big one there with Nick Caley coming in as the new OC. What is the next move? The next move the Texans can make that will have you confident that they can fix this offense? Because, hell, there may be some of you that are in the place of, oh, I'm confident after Nick. Okay. Then I think there are some that are in the wait-and-see mode. I think there are some that may not be confident. But what is the next thing that the Texans can do on the offensive side of the ball that will give you confidence, more confidence that they can fix this thing?
Well, I think it's offense. The offensive side of the football, I think, is one that I've heard enough of the wait and see. we got to wait and see what Tank does. We got to wait and see what they do with Diggs. We got to wait and see if Dalton Schultz can get right. We got to wait and see if Laramie Tunsil becomes this more invested and a different animal, different leader, different captain, different mentor, if you will. We got to wait and see this. We got to wait and see that. To me, it's the approach, and it's the approach to fixing the protection, right? I don't want any semblance of wait and see. I don't want no action, and we're really banking on we're going to wait and see about Juice Scruggs, and then we're going to draft somebody. I don't care what draft pick you use, and we're going to plug those guys in, and we're going to be good to go, and we're going to wait and see if Jarrett Patterson works out or if Juice works out or kind of how the guard stuff plays out. And the wait and see stuff has to be over for the Texans offensively, particularly at that middle offensive line position. The free agent, when you were gone, Ron, I think you were gone. I lined up all the different free agents that they could make a huge statement in free agency with their interior offensive line. There are 2 or 3 centers in the top 25 free agents that are out there. There are 3 or 4 guards in the top 25 free agents that are out there. Some of them great young players. Some of them early 30-year-old, but alphas, like straight dogs that have done it and would change, you would think would change the culture. They've got centers out there that would cure your communication issue and not be a wait and see if Joe Blow can physically play better. Let's not wait and see if Joe Blow can communicate. No, a tried and true center that has all the bells and whistles, that solves all the communication issues for Nick Caley, and we keep this thing moving. So, to me, it's less about one person, and it's more about going and getting for sure. Now, you never know what's going to happen injury-wise, but we're going to go get 2 interior offensive linemen, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care who they are. I mean, I want them to be one of these. My point is, I'm not going to get caught up if it's 34-year-old Kevin Zeitler, or whatever it is. Or what's my man that's coming? That was in Zach Martin in Dallas. If it's I'm not going to get overly picky about who the hell it is, but 2 dudes that change the game on the interior offensive line would my confidence would go through the roof. I'm talking about tried and true guys that have done it, and guys that are going to be able to protect C.J. Stroud in 2025. That would through the roof. The sense of urgency, along with the caliber player, would my confidence would soar.
What would that signify to you? Why would that?
Well, with this group, one, we got a problem, and we can't afford to keep dragging our feet with guys that we drafted and hope they work. One, there's a sense of urgency, but 2, there is an absolute priority on protecting our quarterback. We're only going to win if C.J. Stroud can take us there, right? I mean, this is going to be when you look at the weight that's going to be on the quarterback and how they're going to have to win games, it's less like San Francisco and more like, I'm keeping it in the family, right? It's less like San Francisco quarterbacks, and it's more like Cincinnati quarterbacks, right? It's going to be more on CJ's shoulders, and they got to go out and protect the guy, and they got to quit gambling with it, rolling the dice with being able to protect him or not. The Kenyon Green experiment can't turn into the Juice Scruggs experiment, and they just keep on kicking this can down the road, right? They've got to get some bona fide dudes up front that immediately the day you sign them, you get better. Ron, if they sign one of these top 3 centers, and I'm just talking guys that have played the position at a high level that can communicate, can ID defenses, and can physically play the game, can do all the ins and outs of playing the position, right? You go out and get one of those guys, you're nipping, everything in the bud. You're changing the game for everybody. Tight end to tight end, you're changing the game for everybody. Not to mention the product is C.J. Stroud getting protected better. Those kind of moves and not just rolling the dice with Juice Scruggs because you drafted him in the second round and you hope it works out. That's got to be the approach is everything for me.
Yeah, as we said, you can be a part of this on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what is it? What is the next move that the Texans can do offensively to give you confidence that they can get that side of the ball fixed? Because that's what this is about, right? This offseason, right? Obviously, you don't just act like, we're not going to do anything to improve the defense. But right now, at the end of the year, you felt like you had a defense for the most part that could compete with the top teams, right? You weren't feeling that, and you weren't even all the way healthy. You feel like you get a Jalen Petrie back, you get, some of these guys back in the secondary, and you feel good. Year two, young guys getting older. It's the offense that needs to be fixed, hence the firing of Bobby Slowick. And I said, what is it that they can do? The next move. Kid Rock's Trey Tunzel. Someone else here on the text line. Move on from Schultz. Also on the text line, bring in Demarcus Robinson from the Rams. Nick Caley coached him. He had 7 touchdowns last year. Interior offensive line. See, I'm going to get a little bit more specific, Clint.
Mm-hmm.
For me to take them into a place where I feel a lot more confident about it is making a very serious and public run after guard Trey Smith. I hear what you're saying. I need specific. All right? We need to know. All right? If he's available, which he should be, we need to hear you connected. The Texans connected. The Texans meeting. The Texans in with Trey Smith. All right, now if you meet with them and you do whatever, and maybe you feel like going a different direction, but there don't need to be no hidden meetings. No. We need to know that you're serious because, listen, he is by far the top candidate and the top problem area that you have to fix, which is guard. He is 25 years old. He has played 4 years. He's a champion, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 25, fits the physical thing that you need. He is and he plays guard, which, Clint, you're not going to pay him $40 million a year. You can get aggressive, especially with your cap and your quarterback situation. You can get aggressive and go after that. I'm not going to sit here, Clint, and believe that they're going to replace as many linemen as I think they need to. I've said on record, I think they need to get 3 new linemen. I can see where them saying, hey, we drafted Drew Scruggs. We moved up to get him in the second round. We got to try to make this work. Hell, they did it with Kenyon Green here. But damn it, at least go and get the top dude on the market. At least go and not even go and get him, but at least, Clint, make a run after him. At least get serious, because to me, you have a serious problem. And there is nothing that stops you from at least attempting to address that serious problem by going after the top dude at it. And so to me, I should hear a connection to Trey Smith and the Texans. It just makes no sense. Now, if you end up with Brandon Sheriff, which that would be fun with Alshire, but if you end up with the Brandon Sheriff, if you end up with other guys, I don't know how much Zach Martin has in the tank. If you end up with younger guys, but to me, there is nothing that should stop the Texans for at least making a serious run after Trey Smith.
Yep. And look, Trey Smith would be a pipe dream for me, but I'm with you. That would be.
But it shouldn't be.
If I were here's the deal too. If I were the Texans, to your point, I would be in with every one of these players. I would want everybody in the world to know that, hey man, we are trying to fix the obvious elephant in the room that's a major problem is the offensive line. And in particular, hell, I'd like my quarterback to know, hey Bob, we are doing everything we can. We are in bed with Trey Smith, right? Look, we're in bed with Drew Dahlman, the center from the Falcons. We're in bed with the number 8 free agent, according to CBS Sports, Will Fries, offensive guard with the Colts, right? Every interior offensive lineman here. Mekhi Becton just won a Super Bowl and was highlighted multiple times with the Eagles. Moved from tackle to inside guard. He's an absolute behemoth of a man. Now, I don't know what his downfalls are, but I'd be willing to bet you that he's a pretty damn good run blocker, right? Josh Myers, another center coming from the Packers. You mentioned Zach Martin, Tevin Jenkins, 2 offensive guards, and those 2 guys. These are all top 25 that are available right now. James Daniels from the Steelers. You mentioned Brandon Sheriff from the from Jacksonville. Did he already sign? Did he sign with
I just knew he was
on Commanders.
I didn't know they made a move yet. I didn't know anybody signed yet. But I just saw that he was on the free agent list from a guard's perspective.
He is.
He's with the Commanders?
No, he is definitely on the free agent list, but for some reason there's the Commanders next to him. I don't know what that's indicating just on this list that I'm showing. But anyway,
you just got to be serious about that, man. You have such a big issue there.
Agreed.
And you have to me, you have this can't be a deal of like I said in comparison with Nick Caley. Right? From what we know and what's reported, arguably the top two candidates, there was no interview. Like there was no setup, set down, interview, report, or anything. It shouldn't be that way. If you land on something else, that's fine, but you should talk to to your point, the top centers. But the number one interior player is 25 years old.
A real option for you.
And he's the physical option you want. He's 25 years old, who knows how to win, who's a champion. He's been there. You have got to at least have a conversation. Have to at least have a conversation. All right. I'm going to keep asking this question to Clint and the people about the Astros manager. Spoke earlier today. I'm going to keep asking him and keep asking you about how you feel about this thing. And wait till you hear what he had to say about this team's best player for the Astros. We'll let you hear all of that coming up next.
All right. Do you like watching live sports, y'all? Take you the live sports.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Old Black Greg said, "Cut Shaq Mason would let me know how serious they are." Hell, that's got to be the tip of the iceberg right there.
Yeah, that just tells you that they're in the business of football. If we're being honest.
Hey, I want to get to Joe Espada, and how did Shaq Mason start that playoff game?
The WC game.
It's a great mystery, man.
I am still mystified by that.
We all are.
I did not see
I'm
that
stupefied.
How did he start that playoff game? I don't know if I was watching that game and I'm sitting there and I said, I know that's not the number I'm seeing. I am hunting for Juice Scruggs. I could not find it. I said, that's a 6 over there.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
And then I saw Charles Omenihu beat him so fast, and I said, oh, maybe that gets him out. Started the whole way. Anyhow, Joe Espada, as we said, he spoke today. He talked about his best player and a guy that I think for this team to get to what we've been accustomed to seeing him, he needs to have an MVP level type season. And obviously, Yordan Alvarez, who I have said for the past several years is the best hitter, all-around hitter in baseball. This was interesting. This was what his manager, Joe Espada, had to say about him maybe taking it up another notch.
He thinks that, I think he can drive the ball more, he said, at times where there were some singles, doubles, not really slugging the way he's capable of. So he identifies some areas in his swing and his mechanics that he can maintain that swing throughout the whole entire season. So when the big boy says that, you get excited.
You get excited. When he says driving, like when you first hear it, you're like, damn, Yordan, you feel like you ain't. But I look at this, Clint, and obviously injuries play a part in this. It feels like 35 should not be his career high in home runs in a season.
Yeah.
It feels like he is a mid-40s, 50 home run type hitter. It should be at least, but understanding, though, he is not hunting home runs like some others. A lot of his comes from just good approaches, good swings at the plate that are maybe turn more doubles than him just purposefully trying to yank the ball or pull it or get it in the air to go and hit home runs like Judge or others. But that is the other part when you look at it. 35 home runs is the most that he has ever had in his career. 34 last year, second the most he's ever had in his career, 35 doubles. There probably is a level that he can go higher than what he's been. And I think for them to compete the way they want to, I think they're going to need that from him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could see where there's a level to go. From a home run, from a power perspective, yeah, I could see where he could go to the next level. I don't know why the hell he would be pursuing that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if he stays healthy, swinging the bat the way he's swinging it now, mid-40 home run season is wouldn't shock anybody. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how much I like the big fella talking about taking this game to the next. If we're specifically talking about that, I would prefer him not. I don't have a problem with it. Whatever, cool. I want everybody to keep trying to get better. But at the end of the day, like Yordan Alvarez, I just do you, huh? I just need you to do you and stay healthy. That's it. Just stay in the lineup and keep doing you. You ain't the problem. I mean, in fact, you're the only reason, not the only, but you're one of the main reasons that gives me hope that this thing is still a true contender in Major League Baseball, is that when you got him dead in the middle of that lineup, you can build. That's easy to build around, right? So glad to hear he can go to the next level. Hopefully it happens, but I would be A-okay if he just sat steady and kept doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is to stay healthy. And we talk about plans. And what you brought up, it is so important that he is healthy and he is out there.
Absolutely.
Because, right,
more important than it's ever been.
Yep, if he's healthy, he's going to hit. He's going to produce if he is healthy. And that's why they've got to stick to whatever plan they have. And I guess if I could think about it from that standpoint, if they say to themselves, hey, man, it's so important to have him healthy, yeah, well, maybe that's why we might try Alvarez out there in left field, and that be the reason why we just make sure our plan is to keep him as the DH so we can minimize the chances he can get himself injured. But another gear, that would be big time. That would be exactly what they need. By the way, you heard Joe there. I heard Joe a couple of times today. Feeling better about Joe than you did last year? A year under belt with Joe Espada as the leader and the manager of this team, taking the team to another AL West championship?
No.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Joe has done absolutely nothing but vacation a couple of times since you last asked me that question, Ron. I do not. I know this is Show asking this question and not Ron.
But yeah, to do the best
I mean, look, that was a huge hole they dug last year. Now, kudos to them for digging out, and then you get dipped by Detroit. Joe ain't done nothing that puts me in a position to be any more confident than.
Not even a little bit. You're still the same exact spot.
Ain't moved a bit. Joe don't do a whole lot for me. Be honest with you.
It's not ideal.
Joe don't do a whole lot for me.
We'll get all this a little funk.
Hey, Tyler, he is dead serious.
I know. The look on his face.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this what are y'all?
No, I'm not here to sing the praises of Joe Espada.
I'm here to sing him a little bit more than you are about.
A little bit more.
Does
for
nothing
what?
for me. No, I don't think he's dusty, but I'll say this. I feel better about Joe going into this year than I did last year. Not just going into last year, but I mean stretches of for what they were able to, as you said, dig themselves out of, and some of the things that buttons he was able to push and some of the things they were able to do. I feel better about them this year.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Now, I don't want to make it that I think he's the Hall of Fame, that he's as good as the previous two managers.
That was a no-brainer for me.
I don't want to go there. But I will say that, I feel better about Joe.
I feel the same. I mean, a couple of vacations ain't changed nothing. I know a little bit more about his family. Nice family. Solid guy.
I don't mean to go this far with it, but I almost feel like you think that that a lot of other coaches on the staff could do what Joe does.
Well, yeah.
This is not good.
Joe was on the staff and got bumped up in 1 year, and I mean. I think Joe is a good assistant coach.
Oh dang! You still there? I upgraded him to a manager.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You still have him as a number two. That's what we used to call Joe. He's still text line coming in 100% agree with Clint.
I mean, right now, if a Hall of Fame manager, and I don't know who's available and who's not, but if the next Dusty Baker was out there. Are we sitting tight with Joe?
Buck Showalter probably available right now doing TV. Buck Showalter.
Yeah, look, I know there's some out there that are available, and clearly Crane ain't budging at all. But I mean, I'm talking about you as a fan. Are you right now? We're talking about Joe Espada specifically. Are you in a spot where if all of a sudden Jim Crane said, "Hey man, we're looking at it. We got the opportunity to hire one of a couple of different a really fits. We're gonna entertain it." Are you mad?
No.
Are you like, what the hell are you doing?
No.
I mean, me neither.
What the hell are you doing? No, I mean,
me neither.
You improve and get better. I have graduated to him being a major league manager. I know where Clint sits on this. Tyler, do you think the Astros are at a disadvantage at manager?
I wouldn't say that.
No.
No.
You don't. I was going to say, you think manager holds them back?
Let me say it this way: they could be, but I've yet to see enough evidence to boldly say that. And on the other side of it, they ain't got a manager right now that I think gives them an edge in any game.
There you go. So
you know what I mean?
It's just meh, I guess.
They do have a manager, however, that will let Dana Brown just run all over his ass. They do have that guy.
I cannot argue that one.
I mean, to be fair, Dana didn't mind doing it to Dusty, a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He didn't. He didn't try. He attempted to.
Right. I mean, no disrespect. I know it sounds awful, but my opinion hadn't changed.
I cannot argue that last one.
What, it sounds awful?
No, I cannot argue that Dana has shown enough. Dana's in there. I think Dana. If you told me Dana puts half the lineup together, I would completely.
Let me ask
I
you
would
this.
not be shell-shocked.
Do you think Joe Espada?
Why am I doing?
Do you think Joe Espada sat there in the offseason and said, "Man, we have got to move Jose Altuve left field"?
No, that feels Dana.
Do you think Joe Espada said
Dana want to get it Paredes out?
He keeps it real, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, hey, get your money, baby. Get your money, and I hope some things happen to where it's like, hell yeah, we got an up and comer right now.
All right, I'm going to turn this up. Coming up, you will win a 4-pack of tickets to Bun B at the Rodeo. Caller, as soon as we get back from the break, you will have a chance to win tickets. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
Hey, I tell you where else you can win, because shot.
and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From Emory Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You hear that right there? That means right now, phone lines are open. Caller number 8. Caller number 8. That is in honor of backup quarterback Bubby Brister. Caller number 8. 713-572-4610. I'm not even certain if Bubby,
he can't play dead in a horror movie.
Or number 8. In fact, I think he wore number 6. But caller number 8, in honor of Bubby Brister, your chance to win 4 tickets. 4 tickets to see Bun B in company. Always a really fun night. That'll be March 7th. Your chance, your first opportunity right now. Caller number 8, 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you and hopefully get you those tickets. Now, if you are unable to win on this go-around, you do have another opportunity coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B in company in the 4 o'clock hour. I'm sorry, in the 5 o'clock hour. 5 o'clock hour coming up a little bit later on in the show. So if you aren't able to win this time, you have another chance to get 4 tickets coming up a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. So caller number 8 going to be the winner. Tyler will take care of you. All right, as we continue through, Clint, last year, the whole thing with Dak and the Cowboys and Jerry just drug the hell on out. And drug out all the way until, I believe it was the day of the first game of the season against the Browns before they talked about having that new deal.
There it was. Glory hole.
They got CD taken care of, drug that one out. Dak taken care of, drug that one out. And now they have Micah Parsons. And you have had your thoughts about Micah Parsons. And I'm wondering, is it a no-brainer for you for them to engage in a long-term deal with him? Is it like for you? Is this a no-brainer? Like Will Anderson's a no-brainer, right? They're going to do that, right? Derek Stingley is a no-brainer. Do you think that should be the way the Cowboys are approaching it with him?
No, I don't think it's a no-brainer.
Really?
I don't think it's near a no-brainer what everybody thinks. He's obviously a great player, and it's like people scratch their head at anybody even having a conversation about moving a guy like that. But if you sign him, you're gonna have roughly $150 million, maybe even a little more, $150 million wrapped up in 3 players. And I saw it earlier where the Cowboys have 25 free agents on their roster from last year. They've got to re-sign their own guys, and if you go down the list of those guys, some of them are pretty big name players that they need to re-sign. They're gonna have to rebuild that team. It's not crazy to think that you move and get multiple first-round draft picks, even if you then flip those and went after some other free agents to make it all make sense.
Are you starting over if you do that? Or is there a bit of a reload factor? I understand.
Oh, there's definitely a bit of a reload factor. You're not built around what Mike. The one for sure thing defensively, as long as he was healthy, he was going to be able to pressure the quarterback. And I just when you look at Micah too, like I'm over Micah Parsons. He's talking again today. There's audio, there's quotes up there of him talking about having to learn my 4th defense. It's just one of those like, man, just shut up,
baby.
Just shut up and play ball. Like, stop if you clearly can't, and maybe it's your fault, maybe it's not. I mean, we talked about this. I remember if you were here if it was Brandon Scott, but like there's certain players out there, right, that. You, like the podcasting thing, whether you want it to be or not, it becomes a distraction. Like your comments about the team, about other players, get taken out of context by the media. You're a big enough superstar to where it's nationally, it's not just locally, and it becomes a problem. It becomes a distraction. Right? Cowboys. On top of that, hell, we've already had players in Dallas, commenting on players in Dallas on the defensive side of the football, commenting about Micah Parsons in the podcasting? Are you more worried about getting clicks on your podcast, or more worried about playing good defense? He's publicly made his statements about whether the coach should be there or not. Now, he's publicly talking about the general manager and what they're doing in free agency, and now he's talking about having to learn his fourth defense. And I understand there's a lot of people that are question. Remove yourself from having to answer questions. Do as little. There's no media right now. You don't have to do any media right now as a player. There's no reason for Micah Parsons to be in the media right now. There's none. There was no reason for Micah Parsons to be in the media talking about the front office and their lack of pursuing free agents. There's none. And there's with Micah, there's no end game. I don't believe Micah is well respected in the locker room. I don't believe that he says and does things that are conducive to winning football games. Like, the only thing we're talking about with Micah Parsons is literally the greatness of what he can do on the field. And is it enough on the defense to not have the pieces around him and you can still put a great product out there? I just don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's a crazy thought to think that Micah Parsons could be moved, especially considering the compensation you could get in return for him.
Yeah, I can't do it. And I get what you're saying. We're going to have to work around this thing because he plays a role that's one of the top, I think, 5 things that you are looking for on the field, which is his ability to get pressure on the quarterback and make game-changing plays when he is clearly the number one focus of an offense to try to stop him. And he is and when you look at the list that he's on right now in his first, 3-4 years it is, 5 years of sacks, it's nothing but Derek and DeMarcus Ware. Just nothing but Hall of Famers up there in his greatness. And obviously – he is going to be like you got to take some of the bad with it, and you hope that he has some maturity that shows as he grows and gets older, right? Like when we look at the Texans, you got Derek Stingley and you got Will Anderson. Boy, it's like, hey, you can't wait to get there to sign them, right? You feel real good about it. Michael Parsons, you're gonna. I hope, man. Right. Come on, man. Well, but you got. I mean, to me, you got.
Here's the problem with Micah Parsons, right? Is that the Cowboys? I don't know what the Cowboys are going to do, but the reality of it is I heard this conversation the other day. The what if game, which is dangerous, but what if you flip Micah Parsons for 2 first-round picks and whatever other pieces out, whatever it may be. The what if I heard was 2 first-round picks and I think DK Metcalf or something like that. But let's just say it's 2 first-round picks, and then you can use that draft capital and you flip it and you can bring in Myles Garrett. Now you still got to pay him, obviously, so you don't improve your cap, but you got a better. I think you got a better player.
That's a different conversation,
right? But it's like that's one of the conversations, though, Ron, about should they be willing to move? Should they be willing to move Micah Parsons? And I just don't think, for multiple reasons, that it's crazy. Like I think the problem in Dallas is you got a bunch of guys. Now they're talented, don't get me wrong, but you got a bunch of guys, just a ton of lip service. Nobody pays no mind. There's no leaders in the group. The only one that I think is a legit leader, legit alpha, is Dak, and I think that's ran its course. And you got a bunch of guys that are claiming to want to win, but they're doing things that aren't conducive to winning. Like, I don't care. It doesn't matter what anybody says. Like, it's not like the stuff those guys do. You don't, like, nobody in Kansas City's doing that.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Like it's just, I don't know, man. It's just to me, the Cowboy fatigue right now is. Oh no, is rough, man.
You don't. No, it's not. He is not the perfect guy, right? Like, there's a thought of, boy, if you could mirror his talent with Dak's, everything else. Like, if you could find that together, you would run to the space to do it. But I just
you need a guy like Ron, like say you re-up the dude, you give him a bunch of money, and
which they are.
And right, well, I'm sure they will. And you do your damnedest to build around him when you've got $150 million tied up in 3 players of your side. But like you do your damnedest to build around him, right? And let's say it doesn't pan out. Let's say because it's not like the Cowboys aren't above having a flop of a season. Let's say it doesn't pan out. Now you are tied to this guy and you're paying him a boatload of money, and he's got the freedom to just go out there, question the front office, talk about the head coach job security, talk about the defense, talk and just spout off constantly like you're just getting in bed deeper and deeper. So I just don't think it's crazy.
That was the best thing. If you can, like, to me, I don't know that, man, I'm gonna trade you and let me get these draft picks that I don't know what's gonna be.
Sure.
But if you can somehow spin this thing into Myles Garrett, that's it. Now that's a different thing, because that's now I'm replacing greatness and I don't have to. Hell, I may have improved. Be honest with you, and I don't have to.
Well, if you don't have if there's not a real obvious method to the madness, then no, you can't. But I mean, it's not. I just think there are some options out there that
if it's like 2 first rounds or what, like, oh, well, that ain't enough, especially for somebody in Jerry who has talked like he is hell-bent on trying to win today, right now. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
All right, y'all. Apparently West Palm Beach ain't bumping the way it typically is, man. The Astros, they got to find a new clubhouse DJ, and the Alex Bregman drama in Boston is heating up. That is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, you know, when you get that, I mentioned that music and that music bump, and I also mentioned I got a little date night with my
parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports from Texas play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Damn it, Tyler, you think that was the right thing to do?
It felt good.
You think that was the right thing to do?
It felt fun.
I've told you legitimately, genuinely, and sincerely, man to man, the one time my heart has been ripped out of my chest is when I topped a hill overlooking the University of Arkansas for the first time after Bobby Petrino wrecked his motorcycle with the young tender on the back.
I'm sorry, I don't think of it like that.
You think it's good on a Tuesday, a random Tuesday, to come into the segment, the Dirty's Daily, with Bobby saying, I can't get. Was that really him?
That was really
him.
Did
he really say that? How the hell did I miss that? Where did he say that?
I don't know, but it brings a smile to my face. I wasn't doing it to hurt you. I was doing it to bring me joy.
Well, you should think about others before yourself, Tyler.
I just picture that big ass.
I mean, what's this guy doing?
What do you think that young tender's up to now?
She moved to South Carolina with her husband, who was a gymnastics coach at the university at the time.
Man, I didn't know those.
It was a husband at the time, Tim?
Fiance at the time. I think it was.
And he hung in there. Good.
He forgives. He forgives.
He was a gymnastics coach?
I think he was I think it was gymnastics. I think it was one of the sports. He was a coach at the University of Arkansas, yes. And she was a former volleyball player at the University of Arkansas that had gone into volleyball play. And Bobby hand selected her, rigged the interview process to make sure she got the job for the person that traveled with him everywhere he went on the private plane.
And ended up in a neck brace.
And what was her official title?
I don't know. I don't know. Some level of an assistant. Some level of an assistant. But get this: how bold do you have to be to then, at the University of Arkansas, which is like, I mean,
the only show in town.
Like there's nowhere to hide. If you're like, it's hard for me to hide in Fayetteville.
The highest paid,
Bobby
employee
Petrino, in the state. And he's going to put a blind on a motorcycle and roll her up. What would be, all joking aside, like, I bet it's one of the I bet it's a top 5 most ridden, like, motorcycle, like, destination for motorcyclists. Up that road he was on, up the pig trails, what it's called.
And he was going to give her the best.
He's going to ease up that and lay that thing over.
Man, he could have took her ass to Hot Springs.
Anywhere you want, man. Anywhere you want. Just not on a motorcycle.
In them hot ass tubs.
That's it. I mean, just not a motorcycle, not in public. What an idiot. That's like getting the damn. I mean, you could have a Sprinter van with blacked out windows and nobody'd ever know.
Nobody'd ever know.
Nobody'd ever know.
Unless you flipped it. But
yeah, I mean, this fool.
Sorry.
I just want to know.
This fool got picked up by 2 random folks driving up the street too. Left the girl there, and they gave her.
Well, they had to split. They had to split.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe did they both?
Maybe
they both lied to everybody when he got caught lying with all this that I'm like when the people that picked him up on the street came and said, "No, it was Bobby Petrino and there was a blonde with him."
What if I told you?
And then he called a doctor. Or no, he called the cop that travels with the team that's his security guy to come pick him up at the stop and go where the couple dropped him off, right? Because that's what it was. The girl got in the car with him and the people that picked him up. He couldn't go straight to the hospital because he knew that if he got out there with the girl, it'd be like, what the hell happened? So he had them dropped him off at a gas station, which is the first gas station you come to coming from the pig trail. And then he had the security, the police officer come pick him up. And the police officer picked him up, left the girl there, took him to the hospital.
He had it, man. He thought he had
put all the pieces together, baby. When they started doing the investigation, they asked that old cop. They said, "Hey, man, what all went down?" And he had to be honest. Like, yeah, man, she was there. She was part of it. He couldn't lie for him. So yeah, it was.
Damn.
He chose not to. Drake Johnson.
That just makes me laugh.
And you know what? I can't.
I just want to know what he was like. The moments before he said, "I'm gonna go with this neck brace."
I can't remember if the cop. I can't remember if the cop. I think the cop originally may have lied because I knew him. He was a really good dude. He was actually the cop for the head coach when I was there. Really good dude. And I remember feeling bad because I think he did try to cover for him at first, and then they circled back and he said no. The interesting part, I think she was driving the motorcycle. For the record, just to put that out there.
I know you've said that.
I think she was riding the motorcycle. Bobby looked like hell. Bobby looked like she drug him down the street, with face first for about 2 miles. She didn't have a scratch on her, boss.
Road rash all over Bobby's.
The only reasoning is she had handlebars to hang on to and was driving that thing. And when she went off in the weeds, she kicked him out, and he went flying over and landed in a pile of brush.
Bobby.
There it is.
We'll never forget.
Bobby Petrino. Last time the Arkansas Razorbacks were top 5 to end the season and to start the season, and that went down in flames and hadn't been the same since. That damn Bobby Petrino, man, God, I appreciate you starting me like that, Tyler.
My bad.
Anyway.
Now, college basketball.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, here we go. 713-572-4610. I got me a little date night tonight. Got a sister's. My wife's sister is in town, and so she doesn't see the babies much. So she's gonna watch the babies for us, and got a little date night going on. And I think I'm gonna hit Starduster Lounge over in the Heights for a quick drink. By the way, I just looked at their Instagram. There is an espresso martini that is going to be right up my alley for at some point tonight. But it's 713-572-4610. Tyler can probably help me here, but everybody out there, what's your number one Heights area restaurant? Heights area restaurant, preferably not sushi. I got 4 sushi joints. I'm not opposed to it, but probably not. But give me your top restaurant. 713-572-4610. Hit us up on the text line. All right, the Astros, boys. The Astros need a new DJ. Apparently, I didn't think of this when it happened, but Kyle Tucker, when he got outed, when he got moved, the DJ went out the window as well. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that Kyle Tucker as a DJ really turned me on to begin with, but apparently he was really good. Apparently Tucker was
laying in the weeds, huh?
Yeah, apparently he was really good. Great playlist. But no, and apparently in West Palm Beach right now, it's awfully quiet in the clubhouse. Folks are saying there's no music going on, so
somebody's got to step up.
Somebody's got to step up. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Tyler, you got that list of folks. This is Spencer Arrighetti, Jeremy Pena, and then Mauricio Dubon. It's those three in this order. Which I think if you know the Astros, you could probably tell. You can damn sure tell which one's Spencer Arrighetti, but you could probably pick them out anyway. Here's those 3 guys talking about the next DJ.
Absolutely not. That's not my job. I'm waiting for somebody else to do that, to be honest. But yeah, I've actually been asking that question. I'm kind of like, hey man, who's the music guy now? I'm leaning like, hey, maybe Dubon, maybe one of Jordan, who knows? But yeah, Tuck was the vibes guy for sure. He was a lot of things, but he was the vibes guy for sure.
I think Dubon's a clear pick. Dubon's a very outgoing person, and he has a great mix. He hits every culture. He hits every genre of music. He listens to everything. So I think Dubon's a clear pick for the DJ.
Yeah, I got a good mix over there in Spotify, but I'll try it. Hopefully make everybody happy over here.
Is that what version of Spotify is that? He said Spotifyer.
Yeah,
I think they should look into changing their name. I don't know if Dubon did that on purpose, but that was good. Look, what the hell else you gonna? They are clearly underpaying Dubon. Now they want him to DJ.
I think what they said about Dubon, clearly a good thing, can move around, has different sounds.
Sure, yeah.
But my issue is with Spencer Arrighetti.
How he said Jordan?
You heard what I heard.
You gotta have the best play. We're seeing Rafael Devers pitch a fit right now about them trying to make him DH, for God's sakes. Spencer. You ain't good enough to not have your Don's name correct.
You've been his teammate long enough.
This is coming from somebody who will butcher a name. You are not.
That's not one of them.
You got to have that one.
Jordan.
What were you calling him? Justin Skinlander?
Jordan.
You gotta have that one.
You are teammates with arguably the best stem hitter in pro baseball.
And I can tell you right now from Spencer, and this is coming from, he's never had it. And he didn't want to use it.
Every time he has to, he's uncomfortable.
And he
calls him the big man.
And he so many times is about to say, and then just says Alvarez.
Jordan.
I think he 4'4", big fella. Come on, man.
Yeah, he got to go with Alvarez if he can't do no better than that.
Where's he from? Somebody texted and said that boy's a hick. I don't care, Spencer.
I don't know if is he a hick.
I don't think so.
Let's see, we're pulling it up.
I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know where.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Well, that's kind of no man's land.
At least he isn't making trash salsa.
Who's the resident 610 DJ if we need one in the club?
All right. That's cool. Maybe maybe we can see if Figgy can hop on the sticks here and produce the drive tomorrow or something.
No,
I mean he's the man. I love Fig, but
I'm just saying, Figgy opened for MJ or Machine Gun Kelly. Figgy is.
We didn't say best performer.
Has done some production. I just think he's got it.
I haven't done any production.
Got it around.
Okay.
I'm not. You have you?
It's getting better.
Hey, the quickest way to get out of a hole, Tyler. Tell him, got quit digging.
I held the shovel. What have you?
I like to know where I stand.
You got some. I know. Did you produce some of those T-Mills on the mic? Is that what
I produced all my own rap songs, bro. T-Mill on the mic rapping about Jesus.
And that's your music? That's your you put that music together?
Oh, I didn't make the music.
That's what I'm saying. He is.
But we're not talking about making the music. I'm talking about picking a playlist.
I believe you'd be second.
On Spotify.
I believe you'd be second.
Damn.
Because you could say
being
damn.
real, that hurt.
And I know it may have hurt, but I'm just saying.
Rewind to YouTube the first 3 seconds when you said Figgy was painful.
I know it hurt because I said it so fast, and I know that part hurt.
Damn.
But in my mind, I could see us going in a real good flow about 4 or 5 songs in, and then all of a sudden we hear, "I want you back."
I mean, NSYNC is a vibe now. That's a vibe.
Right, like, man, I don't know.
I'm versatile, just like they're saying Dubon.
Like he's hunting down the No Strings Attached album, and all of a sudden that slides in, or then we're rolling and I feel like a woman, and then you gonna come in,
hell yeah,
Shania Twain. Like, no, I just said, like, you'd be a close second, I think.
Tyler, I don't know, man. I didn't expect that out of him.
I didn't either.
I did not expect that out of him.
Just a punch right to the nuts.
Were you going to say Tyler and mean it?
No, I was really opening the question, but I wonder. Like, it's got to be somebody that's got a wide range.
If you're asking me who I would want to produce the drive, I would say Tyler.
What's Figgy's range?
I think he's got a wide range.
You think Figgy's got a range of?
Yeah, but I think he's got a range of knowing what needs to roll.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't know, Tyler. I can't believe Ron went there so quick, man. That was a quick one.
I mean, zero hesitation.
Yeah. My wife, by the way, asked me.
They always say the first one, bam, is it.
My wife asked me, Tyler, if I would if I wanted to go to Vegas and see was it NSYNC?
Oh, Backstreet Boys. They're about to have residency at the Sphere.
She said, "Would you go to
I'm going.
Would you go to Vegas with me and go see the Backstreet Boys?" I said, "Absolutely not."
Damn, man. Backstreet Boys not even in the Sphere, but in Vegas is the best concert I've ever witnessed.
I got conned into going with Courtney.
You know what she hit me with? Like before I got no out of my mouth? It was no. Usually she'd have been like, "You're a G." You know, she'd have hit me. She said, "Well, do you mind if I go with Presley then?" I said, "Not one." I said, "Not one bit." Baby.
My neighbor.
I had to go with the wife to New Kids on the Block. They put on a pretty decent show. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I wasn't
drinking enough of their music there before my time.
I was drinking. A little correction, and this is not correcting who I would pick as the DJ. I still stand by that. But a little correction there. He was born in New Mexico. He's actually from Katy. He went to Cinco Ranch High School.
I did not know that. I did not know Eric Getty went to school in Katy.
He was born in New Mexico. Yep.
I did not know that. Ron, I'm gonna save the Bregman drama in Boston for you, man. We can't blow that away in 1 minute. That is too good. Too good of
we don't have to blow that away.
Too good of audio to waste that right here with 1 minute to go, man. So I don't want to do that to you. But what's that thing looking like over there? Any suggestions on my Heights restaurant? Tyler, you got any suggestions on my Heights restaurant?
Liberty
Kitchen.
Liberty Kitchen, Rainbow Lounge.
It's not original, but best crawfish hands down to this day I ever get at the BB's location over there.
good location.
Yeah, as Tyler,
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Extra wet, of course.
As Tyler would say, we agree here, but North Italian. Look for Italian food.
Ooh,
North,
so good.
In the Heights?
I don't know. I don't think there's in the Heights. What's the closest one?
That's more like West Side. That's more like Galleria, kind of.
Yeah. There's one. There's one going that way.
It's delicious.
There's two of them I've been to, but yeah, that's if you're looking for Italian. Still trying to find the hunt for real good Italian. North is a pretty strong, good day.
You ought to go try that place right over here that Easterby had us in the back room over there trying to blame it on Bill and DeAndre.
I hope Jack's doing it.
Oh, he landed on his feet somewhere. You better believe it. You better believe it. He's getting paid money. He's getting paid somewhere.
Still, Jack, I'm glad you didn't. I wouldn't have responded to you. But, Jack, I did take it personal. I was the only person here, I believe, at 16 you didn't try to reach out to.
I still got that damn voicemail. What a clown.
I walked out back of a party and called him back just because I thought something was wrong. Hey, man, just checking in on you.
Yep.
I do wonder if he thought.
You calling me? We got nothing in common, boss.
I do wonder if he thought, like, nah. That's probably wasting my time. All right, let's hit up the Alex Bregman situation. It is rolling wild right now, and he has got involved in himself in some drama. I don't believe it will turn out to be as much, but Clint kind of had an interesting thought on it. How do you think Alex Bregman is going to handle this situation with Rafael Devers letting his ass and everybody know what time it is? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Joint pain, it's absolutely brutal. Dealing with joint pain and not knowing how to get your joints right is absolutely awful. Look, I got the answer, y'all. It's QC.
Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, congratulations to Jared in Cyprus. He was our first winner to get those Bun B tickets to the rodeo. Coming up, 5 o'clock hour, will be your final opportunity of the day to win another, not 1, 2, but 4 tickets to see Bun B March 7th. 5 o'clock hour will be your next opportunity today to get a W. All right, Clint, we know that Bregman signed with the Red Sox, but now there is starting to be drama kind of coming out of Boston with where they're going to play Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to define drama, right? But to me, anytime that the manager or the head coach is being asked questions and like serious with a serious tone, like you can tell it's a situation that he's going to have to deal with. It's not just some whatever, guys. Kind of like Joe did us last year with the whole closer thing, right? Like Cora, the Red Sox manager, is going to have to deal with this, and he's already had to speak on it. And it's one of those that it's definitely a thing. It's definitely drama, if you will. I don't know, obviously, Ron, how bad it's going to get, but it's definitely there because the manager's having to answer questions about it.
Maybe it's potential.
Yeah,
potential
absolutely.
drama, and at least something. Because, and we're going to hear from Cora here in just a second, the manager of the Red Sox, to what you're saying. He had to jump out. He was on our sister station, WEEI, up in Boston. But the reason why it's even a thing is we know the best player for the Red Sox, their best all-around player, is Devers, and or at least best hitter. Maybe they've got an outfielder who's also really good. But Devers has been their best player, highest paid player. He plays third base. He don't want no parts of DHing, and he don't want no parts of coming off of third base. And the reason that this has become a thing is because he's made it very clear through an interpreter, whatever. Third base is my position. No. It's what I play. I don't know what their plans are. We had a conversation, but I made it clear what my desires were. No. Whatever happens from here, I don't know. But I know he damn sure knows he's going to be playing third base. And Hinton, he just said, no, don't even think about trying to slide me as the DH either. No. All right, I'm playing third base, damn it. You gave me $331 million. I'm playing third base. This was the manager. Cora, who obviously he has a connection here with Bregman as he was the hitting coach here with the Astros. But here is what he had to say as Clint is talking about him having to kind of massage this situation off the jump.
Like I said a few days ago, like decisions are going to be made here about, roster construction and what we're going to do in the future, and we're going to make sure we have the best team possible out there, and he has a lot of pride. We know that, and he feels like he's a third baseman. He's going to work out as a third baseman, and then we're going to make decisions accordingly, But I think here it's not about Bregman or Devers or Cora. It's about the Red Sox, right? And whatever decision we make is for the benefit of the team. No.
All right, whatever decision they make for the benefit of the team, Clint.
Well, here's the reality of it.
Easy peasy.
Alex Bregman is the better third baseman. Alex Bregman playing third base is better for the team. Period, point blank, any way you slice it.
He's a better defensive third baseman.
Bingo, right? And so you look at it, it's got to be deeper than that. It obviously, right? It always is. If Cora is doing what's best for the team, it's not always about who plays that particular position better. It's like, can Bregman play another position and you get that Gold Glove on the field? The answer is yes, right? Is there a path of least resistance moving Bregman than it is Rafael Devers? Yes. Is that probably the better idea? Because now you have hitter and one of your best players on the team not disgruntled. If he's having to DH or if he doesn't get to play his position of third, then yes, all of that is better for the team. So I think my first response to doing what's best for the team, and I think a lot of people go, oh, well, hell, you're going to play the best third baseman then, right? I think that's what a lot of people think. But the reality of it is Cora's got to look at it from a 30,000-foot view. This is my Red Sox team.
Boston.
What's the best way to get the best product out of this team in this lineup? And the odds are it's going to be Rafael Devers at third base and Bregman somewhere else, right? But we'll see how it goes. The real question here, Ron, to me is how does Bregman handle the adversity or the pushback? We clearly know, and it's in Spanish and then the interpreter plays, so there's not the Devers audio is a little bit tough to listen on radio, but it's like it's clearly, as Ron mentioned, he ain't having none of it. Like, he's not even a game to him. He's not even interested. He's not playing what's best for the Red Sox.
He's not even considered it.
Right. So the thing is how does that work towards Bregman being, having warm and fuzzies to the clubhouse? How does Bregman deal with this kind of situation when it's right out of the gate, when it was never what he was going to have to deal with in Houston, right? Hell, other guys, other all-time greats were talking about playing different positions so Bregman would come back. Like, it was the exact opposite. So how Bregman handles the adversity, to me, is the question, because Bregman has never struck me as a guy that could even stand up in the like the sign-stealing scandal adversity when you had time to prepare and you knew what it was all about. He still looked intimidated and looked overwhelmed in that moment. So
is Breggy being ridiculous?
The question is, how does Bregman handle the heat, if you will?
Yeah, for me, I think he's just going to. I don't think he's going to approach it, and never was going to approach it with the energy that Devers is approaching.
Right, agreed. Yeah.
Right, so I think it will go. It will, and I don't mean to put it like this, but you ever watch two people fighting or two people about to fight? There's generally one person who wants to fight more than the other one.
Right.
Oh yeah,
and this is one where it's like, hey, boss man, calm down, man. Ain't nobody like. Hey, man,
yeah.
We understand, man. This is your team. Like, we coming in, we gonna work with you.
No.
My thing is just like, we could have hashed this out behind.
Yeah.
But I don't think Bregman's gonna come rolling in with, hell no, I play third base.
Yeah. I don't think
he'll play second. He'll play second. I think he knows I'm coming to your team, and I'll do.
I think he knows he's collecting $40 million a year, no matter what the hell, no matter what position he plays. So I would imagine he'll have no problem moving around.
This one I don't get.
Like I said, especially when it's for the. I mean, obviously Devers being on the field and being in the lineup and being happy is the best Red Sox team that you can put on. So I would imagine Bregman's going to do whatever he can to make that happen.
From the text line, I hope Bregman lands flat on his face, no hands, for dragging the H through this when he was never coming back. Saying that.
Yeah, I can't.
Because I said something to somebody else. Someone was laughing it up. Like, wait till Bregman hits, 135 or whatever in April, and I'm like, are you just saying this because he left the Astros? Ain't no reason to run through. I don't know. That part I don't have. I understand some fans do. I just don't have that part of when he leaves, boy, I hope he sucks ass. Hope he falls flat on his face for dragging the. This is how owners and front offices pull this thing off. This person here believes that Alex Bregman drug the H through this.
Makes no sense to me.
You think he drug him through it?
You can be upset he's gone. You can be upset he's not an Astro. We're all going to miss him. But some of the vitriol I've seen is
right. Have you seen that too?
Yes.
I get some of the.
You don't have to root for him going forward. I sure as hell am not. But man, the dude was a big part of the best era of Astros baseball Houston's ever seen.
Let me ask you this, because you said something. You're not going to root for him. I get it. But when you if you look at Bregman, you'll be all right if he has a good year, right? If he shows to be Alex Bregman, I'm not saying you're going to root for him.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the Astros' success, yeah.
I'm not saying you're going to root for him when they play the Astros.
Right.
I couldn't imagine if I were an Astros fan and Altuve went somewhere else, that Altuve just becomes dead to me.
Hell no.
Yeah.
And Bregman is he's in that neighborhood, right?
For sure.
He's in that neighborhood. It was just like, I hope he falls flat on his face. Do we get?
I hope he hits 320, maybe 30-something bombs, and the Red Sox are in last place in their division.
If I were an Astros fan, I hope he has a great year and sucks when he plays us.
Yeah.
It was on the drug the H through this when he knew he wasn't.
Come on.
Hell, he'd have just signed for Toronto if that's what the case was. They got to be looking at themselves in the mirror, but we can't get a soul to come here. All right, coming up. One of the most talked about positions that the Texans are going to need to fill. There are a lot of places and ranges of how they can handle this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Pooter Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, text line 713-572-4610.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Bregman sucks worse than his salsa.
That might be impossible.
Hey, do you think the salsa is going to take a nosedive, boys? Is the
If it
salsa
hadn't already?
I root for my
would
team,
you
not the
stop
players. Have you had it?
Yes.
I've had it. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
It ain't good. It's no shade of Bregman. It's just not good to me.
It's not good, or is it that?
I mean, I'm not gonna rate it a 5-star, but if I
tastes
walked
like
in,
salsa, didn't it?
If I walked into Figgy's housewarming party and there was
while he's DJing,
there's Breggy Bomb.
Son of a
this guy's gonna twist the dagger, man. I would eat it. I wouldn't shy away from it.
I mean, if I was starving, I'd eat some, but it doesn't taste good.
Like you tasted and you were like, oh. That's not good. I tasted it and was just like, yeah, nothing really standing out. Just tastes like your run-of-the-mill salsas.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Did he have a cheese too?
Not that I knew of, but maybe.
Like a cheese
Like
dip?
a queso? Did he have one? I thought maybe he did. Maybe I made that.
Huh. I would have tried that for sure. If he did, I didn't know.
Yeah. Someone texted Breggy will have a career year in home runs with that left field wall. Well, very similar to what he's just been playing with. So,
that's a good point.
Crawford boxes are a pretty short porch.
That's kind of the comparison. He's dead to me as J.J. Watt is. Really?
Wait,
JJ's dead?
Whoa, what?
Even after he retired?
What? I can't even entertain that. Yeah, that's the GOAT. Why not?
Yeah. Well, hey, Breg, listen, man. Good luck, man. Do well. Do your thing, man. Odds are he may struggle though early to the Boston fans. It might be his thing. But do your thing. Gave great years here.
Boston.
All right. I would like to say, what was it? And we can get to this at some point. So the Astros, so y'all was going to pay 6 years, $156 million, correct? Y'all was willing to do that. Where's that going to go to now? We just chilling. We just chilling on that, right? Like I'm just saying, if you can go.
Trade deadline.
All right, just go chill on that trade deadline. I got you. I was about to say, y'all had that 156 just holding that out.
As a true professional myself.
I know it, Dana. I know it every time I hear that guy. Oh, big Dana. All right, Clint, it's clearly going to be decisions that the Texans are going to make and have to make at the wide receiver position. And the thing is, like in some cases, right, some teams, hell, let's look at teams within the division. You know, the Jags, they clearly have some things that they need to fix. But they are paying a quarterback well over $50 million, and that's a big hit for them, and that limits what they're able to do.
Duval.
And the Texans.
Boy, Schlick with it, ain't he?
The Texans are in a completely different situation, right? They can go and say, hey, we're going to draft all receivers. We're going to draft them in the first couple of rounds. Or they could say, hey, man, we're going to go pay for a legit number 2 and have that person be I don't know, Amari Cooper, a Cooper Cup type of guy to play right opposite of Nico Collins, or what you suggested yesterday. Maybe we get like a third receiver. Maybe we get like a Hollywood Brown or Nelson Aguilar, whatever, a third veteran receiver, and then say, hey, man, we're going to draft. Because there's some good receivers they could go after. the kid in Arizona, the kid in Missouri. There's some guys there. They could go that route. Or, to be honest with you, because of where they are, they could go all the way to the top. They could try to force themselves into T. Higgins sweepstakes. They could go after Keenan Allen, who's a free agent. They could go after Devontae Adams, who could be available. What is the route for you out there? What is the route that you would like the Texans to go in when it comes to the receiver situation? Because to the points you made earlier, Clint, it feels like they may need to add a couple of receivers.
Yeah, look, I think offensively they got to add 2 offensive linemen. They got to add 2 wide receivers in some way, shape, or form. And all I ask, by the way, you did a great job of laying out like all the options are available for Houston. They've got draft picks. They free agent market is rich right now at all 3. Well, I don't know necessarily the interior defensive line position, but damn sure the interior offensive line and wide receiver position, which are like you're desperate, like you got to get this right. And to answer your question, I'm gonna like, for me, all I care is I just want it to be a clear plan of what they're going to do. You know, if you're not going to go pursue one of the top wide receivers in free agency, and look, however, whatever, I'll settle with whatever the Texans think the top wide receiver. I'm talking about a really good number 2 wide receiver. Talking about Chris Godwin all the way down to, I mean, there's 10 of them on the list that you're talking about that I think would be good number 2 receivers. There's several on the list that would be a good veteran number 3 receiver. But if you're going to go out there and you're gonna let's say you're gonna sign one of the guys that's probably more of a number 3 on a team, not a bona fide 2. Well, that's fine, but then let's turn around and be aggressive in the first or second round and take a receiver that is with a lot of draft, with one of your top draft picks.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's a plan. Now, whether it works out or not but the whole thought of like not signing a free agent wide receiver and then going, oh, well, in the first and second round, the best available was this offensive lineman and this. And then you look up and at wide receiver, they're trying to convince us that they like the wide receiver group, and John Mechie and Hutchinson are the 2 and the 3. Like, to me, those days have to be behind us. There's got to be win now moves made. And I don't care whether that's first or second round draft picks or it's a top free agent that's out there. In some cases, there may be a trade available. I don't know. But like a clear plan of this is what we're going to do and executing it. And it just can't, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, after the draft, we can't look up and go, we didn't draft a wide receiver, nor did we get one in free agency. We didn't draft a guard, and we didn't sign a guard in center in free agency, or guard center, either way. Like, we didn't address those. We'll see if Juice Scruggs works out. Like, now's the time. You got to you got to have a plan to make a move and get the best available at that position as the plan.
Yeah. As you said, whatever that plan is, however you're going to go, if you're going to go mid, if you're going to go low end and then hit the draft, like, you got to be aggressive in it, right? If you're going to go and get a third receiver, you go in the draft, you should even consider moving up to go get whoever it is that you got. Be aggressive and doing what you need to do. To me, I think going to the very, very top, I don't think is necessary. I do think C.J. Stroud is good enough with Nico Collins to where I don't think that you have to have – I mean, hell, it's nice to have A.J. Brown and Smith, or it's nice to have Chase and Higgins, but I don't think, especially with –
well, you could have Nico and Smith.
Yeah,
you
but
get the right guy this year.
Yeah, in the draft. But I'm talking about if you're going to go and spend money.
Sure. Yep.
Right. Like, I don't think they necessarily have to spend money
Agreed.
to go get it. They can find it in the draft. So to me, I would at least go in the mid level. To me, a Hollywood Brown, Joshua Palmer, that makes a lot of sense. I would have said Amari Cooper, but I don't know what happened in Buffalo. It looks like he's lost a bit of a step. But those guys are young enough and have a good enough experience, veteran experience, that you could add and then say, hey, let me go in the draft and get Burton. Let me go in the draft and get
Agreed.
Golden from Texas, or whatever. if you want the kid out of Arizona who
McMillan,
was really good. Like, to me, that's the route. That's the route. If you wouldn't go, if you gonna try to go get T. Higgins, I'm not gonna shoot you down because I'll be excited to watch the hell out of that.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think that you have the quarterback that needs.
Oh, I agree.
No,
I agree wholeheartedly.
You find him in the draft, that's one thing. But I don't think you need.
Yeah, no, I don't think you need to spend a bunch of money on T. Higgins. I don't think you need to spend a bunch of money on anybody in terms of wide receiver one money. I just think the plan is part of it for me. Like, we just can't look up and go, man, free agency didn't work out, and the draft pick, man, we had to take this guy instead of that guy, and you can't look up and Mechie is your number 2 because him and C.J. Stroud are great buddies. Like that and look, I see Mechie's coming. I like some of the stuff I saw from Mechie, but you can't rely on it right now. That's got to be a keep coming, and hopefully you land in a solid top 3 for us, maybe. Yep. But we can't plan on that being the case. Like the Jew Scruggs, the John Mechie, clearly the Kenyon Green. It can't be just the Damian Pierce. Like those are important pieces. We can't just keep sitting here going, man. We like what we got, man. Let's see. If
you got to go because you've already lost a second-round pick due to the Diggs. When you brought in Diggs, you gave up a second-round pick to bring him in, and the odds are he probably won't be on this team anyway. So you paid that price. So that's another one. So you and go get it. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire coming up. As we continue, some good news for the running back for the Houston Texans. Joe Mixon will let you know the latest about that, and potentially a big night coming up on Thursday for a sport that generally doesn't have as many big nights as others. We'll discuss that and your chance to win 4 tickets to Bun B in the 5 o'clock hour. All of that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, me and the wife had Serta Pro Painters in the house.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Keep an eye on Show Cool.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and the show, we're going to have to figure out something else.
The showman.
It's just the blonde's gone. I
hadn't realized it was completely gone.
I got like one or two.
I can see a couple little pieces up there.
I'm gonna have B go ahead and knock that on off when I go in this week. But also Psycho T, aka T Mill, aka Moneybags, will be back to make a little bit of money coming up in a little bit. We'll have the latest. The latest is 1. It is 5 o'clock fire. 2. In this hour, you will have a chance to win 4 tickets to see Bun B coming up March 7th. You will have a chance to win 4 tickets to see Bun B coming up March 7th. You got to be listening in this hour for the cue to call. All right, let's kick this thing off, fellas. As good news for Joe Mixon. The NFL hearing officer Chris Palmer has overturned the Texans running back's $25,000 fine, and it was, if you remember, he was fined, Clint, for one. Initially, it was comments that T.J. Houshmandzadeh actually made on a podcast that wasn't Joe Mixon, and then they kept it there because of what Joe Mixon actually said in reference to the refs. Palmer said this during the appeal hearing. You stated what you meant by your statements referring to the officials. As you know, statements can be interpreted differently by every individual, and it seems like you clearly understand the weight and detriment of public criticism towards the officials, given how impactful your platform is as a player, which we appreciate. So with that, they rescinded his fine. Will Anderson has still continued to keep his fine after his comments. We knew we were going to have to go versus the refs.
I thought I read something earlier where it got rescinded as well. I didn't. That's what got young money. Get that young money.
Yeah. So there is the latest there, but Joe Mixon. Yeah. I thought Joe to me, and I would agree, was in a different category than the others. Joe probably played his a little slicker in the way that D'Amico did. And I felt like it was D'Amico, Will, who just came out and said we knew we were going to have to go versus the refs. I felt like Joe just kind of got slid into that, and I'm good with it. I didn't think Joe's was up to the point of like Will's, basically saying we knew we were going versus the refs. So I think this makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't recall exactly what he said, but I know it was taking somebody else's, but he did say something, and it was screwed all up by the NFL, and I think that tells you all you need to know is that the NFL is out here so flippantly handing out fines that they're putting the words of a former player analyst in the mouth of a player in the locker room right after a game.
Well, TJ Houshmandzadeh.
One of the more scrutinized games of the last several years, definitely here in Houston. I mean, you're just so flippantly handing out $25,000 fines that you make that kind of mistake. The least you can do is come back and give the guys money back.
Yeah, no, yeah, he deserves his money back. Apparently, from Sean Pendergast, Will did get his money back too.
According to Sean via Aaron Wilson, yes, sir.
Aaron Wilson, he got his money back. Well, hell, they all got it then. Good for them.
You love to see it, don't you?
Yeah, who cares? Well, they care. Hell, they don't. 25. I don't know. Will might be in a moment, and still in a moment where $25,000 is a hit to Will Anderson. It might be that he still may be in that. I know he was what third overall. He still might be in that 25K.
That's a tough giveaway. That's for damn sure.
Tough giveaway. All right. So that's the latest there. As Joe Mixon, Will Anderson apparently has gotten their money back from their fines as well as they were successful. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us that great info, Sean.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, here it is. Your of the day. Caller number 7. Caller number 7. 713-572-4610. Caller number 7. You can be the next winner of 4 tickets to see Bun B at the Houston Rodeo coming up Friday, March 7th. I'll be in the building. Coming up Friday, March 7th, Bun B and his whole cast of characters. He's already announced some acts. Jagged Edge will be a part of this thing. Keith Sweat, I didn't know Keith Sweat was still out here getting it in. But others will be announced as well. But caller number 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you. You can be our final winner of the day.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Thursday, it is settled with Canada's victory yesterday, even though the United States lost last night 2-1 to Sweden. They still will be in the championship final against Canada. And hockey had themselves a weekend. We've talked a lot about the issues the NBA had over this weekend with the All-Star situation. Hockey won. Hockey had a good weekend as they had that game Saturday between the United States and Canada that a lot of people talked about, that went in a positive sense for them, and they will try to rekindle Thursday on ESPN. I just want to know from anybody listening, do you think hockey and the win it got, especially against the NBA, is due to really being into the game, or because they had 3 fights that happened in the first 9 seconds? Do you think it would have been talked about as much if those fights didn't occur?
No, it wouldn't be. It would not be talked about as much if the fights didn't occur. I think when when two things happen, I think when you've got USA versus anything, there's just a contrary to popular belief. There's a lot of pride in this country, and
especially when they boo the national anthem.
Absolutely. There is. I think you immediately draw more eyeballs to the TV than you normally would. I'm not sitting down and watching hockey. I saw it on social media and saw that it was going off. I said, well, let me get over here and watch it. And that's when I saw the fights, so I stayed. Now, once the fight started, there were more people like me that saw it on social media. It went viral immediately. Boom, I would imagine a bunch of people jumped in. And then to watch a game that I'm no hockey expert. I don't know. I've watched hockey 10 times in my life outside of the Dallas Stars because it was the most fertile hunting grounds in Dallas. But the reality of it is that it continued to be a super physical game, and so I think it just continued to climb, Ron, because of all of those reasons. It was already going to guys wearing USA uniforms, but then when all of a sudden it was given a reason to go viral, yeah, man, that was big.
Text line coming in. It would not have been talked about as much, but it still would have beat out the NBA because the All-Star game is a joke. I don't even. That was. I think it was All-Star Saturday night.
It was a celebrity game. That, I think is what was it, the celebrity game or was it the 3-point stuff?
It was that stuff. It was the All-Star Saturday night.
Yeah.
I don't know what the ratings were. I'm certain. I would imagine, at least by the way people are talking, that hockey blew it out of the water. Both, if fights didn't happen, and if the NBA didn't suck, I don't watch hockey, but I watched it before I watched the NBA. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's how I knew it was. I had no plans on what. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I knew it was going on, but I wasn't aware, of what night it was happening. I didn't.
Yeah.
I saw it just like you did. Social media started to swell up, and then I saw it, and I was like, oh, well, there ain't much on. They flipped over to ABC. There wasn't a good basketball game on at that time, and flipped it over and started to watch it. To me, it does feel like it's the fights.
Yeah,
it feels like it's the fights because we'll see, and it's been talking about big time. And Thursday, I think the fights might draw people in to watch that rematch again. Now they'll be going up against more. They're going up against real NBA games. I wonder what it will do again. But it does feel like, yes, hockey did have a good night, but it does. The tough thing is, it feels like hockey has those nights when there's a fight.
Yeah.
Like it feels like that's when it just like there's a fight and like a crazy thing, like 3 fights in 9 seconds is what.
And they were outright fights. Drop the gloves, and we ain't even trying to play hockey. Just drop the gloves. So yeah, no. I think it was just a perfect storm, and that perfect storm has all of our attention at this point in time. Again, because it's USA, but because. I mean, I think I know I'm gonna tune in, because I'm gonna expect that first minute to be.
Are you now more apt to go check it out Thursday?
Absolutely, 100%.
Are you, Tyler? 100%. Are you more apt? Are you gonna go watch this?
Oh yeah, I love a good slobber knocker.
How long are you hanging in there?
If I've been watching for more than 10 minutes and there hadn't been any punches thrown, and then I'm out.
He's giving him 10 minutes, Chief.
Yeah.
You're not even giving them a period?
And Canada might be showing up on the podium for the turd list this week. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, I think if there was a show in Canada that had a turd list too, I think they might go the other way.
They're just America's top hat, though.
They may feel like they were justified in that thing.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we've talked about the receiver situation here in the NFL, and the big name on the list is, with Bengals plan to use the franchise tag on T. Higgins, here's what it means for a long-term deal, what could happen, and the other things that could happen. They would have all the way up until the time they have to try to get a long-term deal together, and then once they've reached that time period, he would either have to play on that franchise tag, or he could go the Le'Veon Bell route. I don't think that. Let me see this. I think T. Higgins is really trying to avoid having to play on the franchise tag again. I don't want to say he's willing to sit out. It would not surprise me if T. Higgins took this at least to the Chris Jones level, and then set out a game, missed a game or so, if they're unable to get a deal done.
It's interesting, the T. Higgins deal, right? Because, and not that T. Higgins or his representation gives a damn, but he's kind of backseat here. You know what I mean?
He feels third on the list of the guys that need to get going.
Like, to be honest with you, I don't know how many people should be worried about T. Higgins in Cincinnati. I mean, Jamar's the one that needs the deal, isn't it?
Yeah, Jamar needs the deal, and the feel is Jamar's going to get the deal, but they're going to try to put him on the franchise tag.
Right, yeah.
And
they're not going to bust the market for two receivers in the same year.
I wouldn't think so. And then, but then it's the reaction of you. Like, what are you going to do, T?
Yeah,
because he wants the deal. He wants, like, I think. I don't know if we have people who will pull the Le'Veon Bell thing again.
The turnout didn't. I wouldn't advise it.
But I do think that he may be willing to push. Emmett did this in the 90s. I think he missed the first 2 games, and then Jerry Jones watched the Buffalo Bills beat the brakes off of him at home, and then Emmett somehow after 2 weeks got his money. And then we saw Chris Jones a couple of years ago sitting in a box an opening weekend, and the Chiefs losing to the Lions, and then they worked it out after that. So the T. Higgins thing will be interesting to watch to see if he plays under the franchise tag, because I think this will be the second time, so he's going to get more money. But these guys, and I understand it, he's going to threaten to do this thing. He'll miss all the training camp. But like you said, I don't think that they are going to do all 3 of them, right? As cheap as the Bengals have been, I don't think they're going to do Hendrickson, who I think is probably more priority, their best defensive player and pass rusher, back-to-back years with 17-plus sacks, and then obviously Jamar Chase, who's their one.
Yeah, again, I mean, to me, T. Higgins is kind of the odd man out. Like, sorry, T, I'm not real worried about you right now. I got some horses over here we got to roll with. No disrespect, but I would think he's going to be at the bottom of that list, obviously. And it's hard for me to even think about it, to be honest with you. Other guys' names being thrown around out there.
Before you get to, but he's the one they talking about. Yeah, we're going to franchise.
You're not pay the running back, and you're going to be, Joe Burrow, till you die, then you better give him some targets.
But the other part is like, all right, if you're willing to franchise him, and it's the second time you're doing it, like that's going to be a big, big number that cannot be messed with.
Move it, yeah.
Like you can't, and it's just 1 year, but you can't mess with it. Like it's just bam right there, and you got to try to work around that. So I don't know if that's what they're going to go ahead and do. All right, coming up as we continue here on The Drive, congratulations to Ron in Houston. It's not me, but congratulations to Ron in Houston who won 4 tickets. Some of you probably think that I've done this, but it is not me. Ron in Houston, congratulations. Hopefully you enjoy yourself coming up March 7th to see Bun B and company. All right, what's the next move? The Texans have decided, obviously, to change coordinators. They've done things on the offensive side of the ball in which they're trying to, as D'Amico said, take it to the next level, get over the hump. What is the next move the Texans can make to get you confident that they can fix the issues this offense had last year? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, imagine selling your home, your current home right now.
610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Many people's confidence with where the Texans' offense ranges from a lot of different spaces. Some are extremely confident and huge believers in the changes and really the major change being Nick Caley. There's some people that are really big fans of it. And then I think there are some people that go to the, all right, I hope this is going to work, but let me just wait and check this out. Let me wait and see about this. And I think there are some that are just, that maybe just don't have as much confidence, maybe at the bottom, and how they feel about where the Texans' offense is right now, even with them making the move on Bobby Slowick. But I would pose to this, and I want to hear you. Be specific. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, text line 713-572-4610. I see you, Leo. I see you, Kick Rocks, Guy Gene. I see you over there on YouTube and Twitch. What is the next move? The next move that the Texans can make on the offensive side of the ball that will give you confidence that they can. What's the next move that they can make that will give you confidence? All right. I think they can actually fix what's going on with the offense.
Well, I'm gonna steal one. I'm gonna steal one from the text line earlier. If you want to know what would give me the most confidence that they're serious about fixing the problems, it would be if they traded Laramie Tunsil.
Okay, so
move on from that. What you say? Get out of the Laramie Tunsil business.
If they pull that off, you would have a whole different thought process of where they are.
Absolutely. We're changing the O-line room. We're starting over at the top. We're recalibrating how we put C's on the chest of folks, and we're going to change the mentality of this offense starting right here, right there. That would be, to me, the biggest sign of like, boy, they serious about making this move. Now, what is more, I think, what is more in line with what they're going to do? What's more likely to happen, or what would I hope that they would do that's actually doable? I think they need two offensive linemen, two interior offensive linemen. And there are there's a lot of guys available that would turn me on at the guard center position. There are, in the top 25, depending on what list you look at, in the top 25 NFL free agents right now, there are 4 or 5 guards ranging from young and the best available to 34-year-olds that are the best in the game that may have a couple years left that would definitely better right now blindfolded than anything you got. But so you got a wide range of dudes that are out there in the top 25 free agents available. Top 25 of all positions, not just offensive line, all positions. There's several guards and several centers available. Go get 2 of those guys. Go get 2 of those guys and stop with the, well, we feel really good, trying to convince everybody you feel good about Juice like you did like Kenyon last year. And you know, you really have 3 holes in the middle of this offensive line with no real surefire answers right now at any of them. And so, you know, for me, it would be, we're serious about winning. We're so serious, we're fixing to go make win now moves, just like you did last year, and you went and got the number 1 free agent, defensive free agent on the market in Daniil Hunter, and plugged him in, right? I mean, you know that, and then you went and got the what I would say at the time was the best available wide receiver on the market. I think they traded for him. The Joe Mixon move, right? All these different moves, similar. You know, top 3 or 4 guys available at that position in that given year. I think they got to do that at the center guard position. They do that right there. I will feel really, really comfortable about this group's ability to move forward. You don't do that if you're not aggressive doing that. If you're still betting on this hope it works out approach, Nick Caley's going to be handcuffed. Never done this before. Like, it's going to be a rough road for the first-time play caller. So I think it's that interior offensive line for me.
I think we're in a couple ways in the same spot. And as I said, text in your thoughts. What would be the next move they could make offensively to make you most confident? Someone texts in, if you're trading Tunsil, who you're replacing them with, trade or cut Dalton Schultz, and then sign interior offensive linemen would be things that would make people roll. Listen, I think one thing that you've said that I really agree with is they need to make a move in which if it doesn't work, it's like, yo, you tried, man. You tried. Like right now, I don't think anybody – now there may be some people who have an issue with the second-round pick, but I don't think anybody has an issue with the Stephon Diggs move. Right? Yes, you lost second-round pick. He got injured, played 9 games.
Diggs was open.
But it made sense. It made sense. Absolutely. You're going for it. You're making win-now moves, and you got one of the best wide receivers that were available. I know Ocho wish they'd have got Brian Thomas and all this, but it made sense. That's one where, damn, man, hey, he tore his ACL. It's tough. You win some and lose some. They need to make moves. Not the, hey, man, we're going to drop back and draft Kenyon Green. And a lot of people wondered if he should go that high or other moves that they've made. This one needs to be, hey, we have a hole, we have an issue, and we're not going to fool around and have some hopes.
Yeah.
No, we're going to get somebody that we know has played those positions. And that's, to me, why, like, to me, the thing that would make me feel confident that they can fix the offensive issues is if they specifically are involved with Trey Smith. Now, you don't know how other teams are going to be around and who he could go to or what they asking, whatever. Like for me, last year, they were involved with Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
They were down in the final 2. Now, I mean, I wish they'd have jumped and really given him whatever he needed. But if you go with it, to me, I feel better that they tried with Saquon Barkley and they ended up with Joe Mixon.
Yep.
Because they tried and they went
Agreed.
to the top thing. This one here, there is nothing to hold you back. Not money, not anything to hold you back from seriously pursuing at least Trey Smith. And he's the best on the market where you need help.
If I were the Texans, I'd want everybody to know that I'm pursuing every one of the top guards and top centers in this game. I would want CJ to know and everybody around CJ to know, hey man, we are in bed with every one of these guys doing our damnedest to get them in here. Because I love this time of year. I love the draft talk, right? I love when people say the draft. And I don't mind using the draft for a number 2 or number 3 receiver and hoping that guy turns into a 1B or maybe goes from a 3 to a 2. You know, I don't mind using the draft on a top tight end because your tight end is $12 million and softer than hot butter. I don't mind those things. I got a problem with the draft at the O-line spot, Ron.
Sorry, Dalton.
Ron, I'm not. I got a problem with the draft at the O-line spot. And don't take my word for it. Listen to what Nick Caserio says every time he's on Payne and Pendergast and the draft comes up.
And he'll be on there tomorrow, by the way.
Is he really?
Yes.
Okay. If they
Pendergast and Payne.
If they talk draft, now I hope Nick's not listening and doesn't change his plan. But if they talk draft, I will be shocked if Nick Caserio doesn't say, hey, guys, it's a gamble. It's a crapshoot, man. The draft, you hit on some, you miss on some. The general manager, in his own words, multiple times, will tell you how difficult it is to hit in a draft. Now, they hit on some guys last year. They've consistently missed on offensive linemen for whatever reason, right? My only point is we're at a spot with the Texans, and we're at a spot with protecting C.J. Stroud, and we're at a spot where we have an advantage that's not going to last but 2 more years. You can't the exact risk or gamble or low percent shot you're taking that Nick Caserio says is that cannot continue to be the plan to fix protecting your franchise quarterback. It can't be. It can't be. So I'll play the draft at wide receiver. I'll play the end. I'll play the draft right now on the defensive side of the football. I'd be great with a first round defensive tackle, deep defensive tackle draft. I'd be great with that guy right there. I don't want no parts of those draft picks being my guards and my center. I just don't. Right? You had
to get some definites.
Ron, you had a first, a second. You moved a first from right tackle to guard. You put a second-round draft pick at back at tackle. You had all these draft picks up there, and your quarterback was one of the most hit quarterbacks in the league. To the texter that just said, oh, what are you going to do if you trade Laramie Tunsil? You had Laramie Tunsil last year with a center on his chest, with a C on his chest, and was the highest-paid guy out there, and your quarterback was getting pummeled. Right? Don't tell me about Laramie Tunsil is the end-all, be-all to protect your quarterback. You had that guy last year, and your quarterback got pummeled, right? There's other ways to do it, and I believe it's a five-man problem, not a one-man problem. It's not going to be solved with draft picks. I think you got to have some for sures and some dudes that have absolutely been there, and if you end up struggling protecting your quarterback this year, Ron, it better be because of injuries.
Better be because of injuries. And, I said to you, I think they need to get at least 3 linemen. I don't know if that'll be the case, but damn it, there is nothing that should stop them to at least pursue. And I said Trey Smith, 25, young player.
Turn me on.
That's right there. There is, and as you said, none of the top ones. None of them. There should not be anything that would stop them from pursuing them. All right, coming up, T. Mills Best. The captain's back. The captain. Joe Espada. He is
Stop
back.
it. I thought this was done, man.
It ain't done, man. What are you talking about? AL West champs. Shoot. Don't do Joe like that. The captain spoke. And you better hear from the captain. That's next.
charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up after us, a little Texans All Access, as John and Mark Vandermeer will hold it down. Is that right? Jonathan Alexander tonight will join the fellas?
Yes, sir.
All right, our guy, Jonathan Alexander, Texans insider, also for the Chronicle.
Hey, Jay making the rounds, ain't he?
He is. Man's out there working.
As he should, man. He'll join Texans All Access right after us, and then 7 to 11. I saw the boys as I walked through Donnie. Great skin. Patrick Creighton, great hair. Chris Santiago, real builder, real climber from the bottom to the top. Climbed up there. He's almost starting to drop the Klay Thompson look. I feel like he's trying to veer away from it. He's starting to drop it. Or maybe Clay's just looking different.
Clay's looking like Chris Santiago. That's what's going on.
That might be it. Yeah, it could be. Could be. He's older.
Damn, boss.
That's what we try to think it through. I tried to.
Santiago's got options. You want to talk about a good head of lettuce now?
Yeah, he can do a lot.
I mean, boy, there's.
I bet he'd be a panty dropper if he just went just shaved it. I bet he could pull that off.
It's a panty dropper.
I would not advise that.
I don't think he will. Like, really get it low. I think he can pull that off.
Good looking young man.
Because that's what that other gentleman he looks like on ESPN. There's another guy that's on Around the Horn a lot. I can't remember his name.
Woody Page?
His name is Henry. No, I don't think it's Woody Page. We're praying for you, Woody.
Yeah, for real.
Something quite
don't got a hold of him, don't
look right every time. T Mill's best bets. I mean that legitimately, Woody. T Mill's best bets. Woody Page.
Looks like a putty from the Power Rangers.
I don't mean to go here, but Woody Page, that is a gentleman who
I don't even know what a putty is, but I know what
I know,
putty
is. They would fall apart.
Just look at Woody.
But Woody knew early, I'm gonna get my ass away from this Skip. Remember, it was Skip and Woody that was doing what now became First Take, but they were doing 1st and 10 or whatever, and they would do it throughout the show, and that was his debate partner. Woody
Skip Bayless has poop in his pants.
Yeah, and Woody got on up out of that. He said, "Nah, ain't it? That ain't for me. I can't live life like this."
Who was that guy with the eyebrows that everyone hated? Mariotti?
Oh, Jay Mariotti?
Yeah,
he was in there.
Look, I mean,
Chicago Sun-Times.
Skip, he's made a boatload of money, but he got to sit at home at night with no friends. I bet
Ernestine, his wife.
I bet he ain't. She don't like him. I bet
Wayne is his wife. Is his friend.
Who is Wayne?
Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne ain't that dude's friend. Man.
They be texting hard to let them two tell it.
No, I don't doubt that they're both using each other for.
We lost a part of Wayne a few years ago. Anyway, I don't
what happened to Wayne?
He just
too much of that drink.
I don't know who he. Yeah, he feels a little different.
Too much of that drink that caused too many seizures. That'll change your biology up top a bit.
Yeah, he feels
still excited for the Carter 6 though.
It will be whenever it comes out. T Mill's best bets. That's coming up as well. A little college basketball edition. One team that he has on here. I don't know why he's doing that. If they all showed up sick, I'd be all right with it. But we'll get to that coming up next.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about it.
We don't.
Oh, okay.
You'll see on best bets. I'm sure he'll let it out.
Yeah,
that's not one he's gonna like.
I'm over him. If you put money on them doing something positive, you're crazy. Now with that son. All right. Let me hear from Joe, and also the people want to know where you're going, Clint. If we decided where we're going, I don't think you should tell them because I feel like we got people crazy enough to come up here and show up at you.
Oh, I'm good with that. I'm good with it. Anybody want to come say what's up? Come on. I told you where I'm going. I'm going to Starduster Lounge. Have me a drink.
Starduster Lounge. All right.
That's where my evening's starting. I got my lady out of the bay. I got my lady out of the dirty. We're gonna stroll around and see a couple places.
Why not?
We're gonna start at Starduster Lounge up in the Heights.
Starduster Lounge. Let's do it.
I pray Instagram's right and it's open.
That thing is open. Thought you might go to Cooters. All right. Let's hear.
Well, I am, just not that one up on 45.
Not them. All right.
Well done, Ron. Appreciate you teeing me up.
Let's hear, and I'll give the respect to the captain. The captain, and I'm with you, Tyler. Yeah, we got to stand for the captain. You're right.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
The captain, Joe Espada, spoke to his troops today. He spoke to his troops, and he spoke about what he had to say and how he's preparing for this year. Listen to the captain of the Astros, Joseph Espada.
We did not, finish the race the way we wanted to, but it's strong. And I think I want our players to be proud of 2024. We'll learn a lot about our club, our organization, our foundation, how strong it is. We were challenged, and we met those challenges. And I want our guys to be proud of 2024. We put it behind us, but I want us to move forward and use some of the things that we learned from 2024 to get off the block in 2025 and get to where we know we could get to.
Damn. Wow. What words of wisdom from your captain, Joe Espada. He said, you hearing Clint? He said,
I heard him.
Hell with 2024. That thing's over and done with.
No, that is not what he said.
We got business. We got business to handle. That's how I interpreted it. That's what he should have said. That's how I got it. We got business to handle. How do you not feel better about him? After everything he did last year.
How do you?
Listen to him.
My man just became the manager.
Right, man. This is him.
Look, and you're pushing me here. I'm not mad at Joe. I'm fine with Joe, but you're pushing me here. Joe Espada just took over a team that had been to 7 straight ALCS.
7 straight.
You dug a hole so deep that hell, I was depressed half the baseball season. You somehow climbed out, and then you got dipped, back-to-back dipped by the Detroit
Don't skip over that
Lions.
division championship. Don't skip over that AL West Division Championship.
The one that you climbed out of the hole, and the Mariners decided to create a mudslide down the side and meet you halfway. Yes.
They went past you.
We'll get on this
as if hey, that's fine. Nobody's holding your feet to the fire about that, Joe. But that's exactly what happened. And then talking to a team, an organization that's been to 7 straight ALCSs. We want you to be proud about 2024. We want to be proud about last season. We did some good. Man, get the hell out of here.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Get the hell out of here.
Captain Joe.
Get out of here.
Joe.
And you want me to feel better because he had a couple.
Feel better about it.
He took his family on a couple vacations in the offseason. I don't feel no better, no worse.
I don't think he went on one vacation. I think he's after working.
Well, that's his own damn fault. That's a problem in itself. You want me to feel better about Joe than I did at the end of the last season? Oh, hell no. I wish you wouldn't have played that piece of audio and got me. I mean, I'm trying to get my mind right to go eat a little dinner with my bride, and
There's Captain Joe.
You got Joe Espada trying to sell to a team full of champs that
watch him pull
a first round exit to the Detroit Tigers is something you got to be proud of. Get the hell out of here.
He's a great pitcher. It's a just tough couple of games.
Come on, man.
God, man.
Get the hell out of here.
Tell him, Mom. Tell him. Hell.
I went. Joe took me to surgery. I went to surgery. I woke up. The game was over. Let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Make a little money. Let's hear it. Come on now.
We got college hoops. Been a while.
Tyler, before you start, what were you last week? About 50%?
No, not good.
Rough week for you?
It was a rough one.
It's all right, man.
Hey, were you proud about it? Were you proud of it?
No, I was ashamed.
No, you weren't. All right, let's go.
Hell no. We're going to college hoops. Been a minute. But, hey, I'm off to a strong start this month. In February, I'm hitting over 63% of the bets on college hoops.
Well, there you go.
So, write these down. I got 5 real quick. You heard us tease it. Bronze Jayhawks in action tonight. A lot of top 25 action tonight. Number 17 Jayhawks. I'm on that
Correction,
squad.
they're number 23 and falling out of the polls soon, but go ahead.
Okay. Kansas +4 as they take on BYU at BYU. Then I got number 7 Purdue +3.5 tonight at number 11 Michigan State. I got an Aggie sighting, that maroon and white. The Aggies, number 8 Aggies, plus 3.5. I also like the money line for Texas A&M, but I took plus 3.5 tonight at number 22, Mississippi State. And then I got number 16, Wisconsin, minus 4 versus Illinois. And then lastly here, I got an under for you, number 7, Purdue and Michigan State. Mentioned them a second ago on the under for that one, under 148.5 points.
Kansas is going to lose you money.
What if they lose, but just by 3?
No, they're not. They're weak-minded and a non-tough team. And listen, I know not to